and welcome. I'm Joanne Saria, and you're watching W News, broadcasting from the Arabiya English studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Trump announces a historic breakthrough in Gaza regarding the complete disarmament of Hamas and the withdrawal of Israeli troops. Military are deployed in the Spanish-run city of Ceuta after an estimated 60,000 migrants stormed the border. And 4 bodies are found during search and rescue operations after 10 climbers go missing following an avalanche in Pakistan. U.S. President Donald Trump has announced a historic framework for the disarmament of Hamas 9 months after the U.S. brokered ceasefire deal was signed. Israel would also withdraw its forces from Gaza as part of the agreement. In a Truth Social post, Trump said the Board of Peace had reached a monumental step towards peace and security. But some Palestinians in Gaza are feeling skeptical about the deal. Take a listen.
We haven't seen any agreement before, nor anything. You say we agreed on 20 points, but we have not seen any single point implemented in full, not a single thing.
We hope that these agreements are fulfilled, that the Israeli aggression withdraws from the Gaza Strip, and that we return to our yellow areas. But unfortunately, this is not implemented on the ground. What we hear is only media. Even the achievements of the first phase have not been implemented.
I'm now joined by Nomi Bar Yaakov, who's an international peace negotiator at the Geneva Center for Security Policy. Nomi, thank you for joining me. Hamas told Al Arabiya last night that it chose to make concessions to save Palestinians in Gaza. Does that signal a real change in the group's position or simply reflect the pressure it was under? Was it basically left with no other choice?
Thank you, Joanne, very much for having me on your show. And I agree. I think that Hamas had no choice. I think Hamas is coming under serious pressure from the local population. They still don't have normal lives, and far, far, far from it. Israel is occupying around 70% of the Strip, not allowing in basic provisions that they were supposed to under the terms of the ceasefire and phase 1. In short, tents are not coming in, at least not with metal rods. Mobile homes are not coming in. The humanitarian annex hasn't been implemented. So there is a lot of grief, and that, of course, they're blaming, the local population is blaming not only Israel but Hamas for the situation. It's not one or the other. And Qatar and Egypt, Turkey putting an awful lot of pressure on Hamas to agree to disarm. And the US President Donald Trump is interested in some sort of success given the absolute disaster that is unfolding in Iran. So he's saying that there is an historic agreement in Lebanon. He's saying that there is an historic agreement now in Gaza, but we are very long way away from any kind of implementation. And that is very, very clear, given that both Hamas and Israel have said that they wouldn't move unless the other side, so in Israel's case, unless there is, as they say, real disarmament, and that's a quote. And in the case of Hamas, they want to see a withdrawal and a few other conditions too. So I think there's another bombastic statement on the part of the US president, and we are miles away, unfortunately, very unfortunately, from any kind of implementation.
So Hamas has also said it would give up governing Gaza, but it would remain a political actor. Can that arrangement work if the issue of weapons is still unresolved?
Well, I think the issue of weapons is never resolved in, a flick of a finger. Disarmament is a very serious issue. It takes years to disarm. So the question really is, what kind of mechanism will there be for the disarmament, and which countries are going to carry out the disarmament? In this particular agreement that was announced, there was an announcement that the arms will be deposited under the new Palestinian technocratic government supervision, and hopefully some countries that will contribute to the ISF, the International Security Force. But so far, we've only had a small delegation from Morocco enter the Strip, enter the yellow zone. So that's the close to 70% controlled by Israel, in order to scope things like where will they live, how secure will their people be, and the like. But you've seen a massive reluctance of states to commit troops to the task of disarmament. So I would say many more questions than answers on the disarmament front and on the International Security Force front. Don't forget that the technocratic government is still in Cairo. They still haven't entered the Gaza Strip. And as I said, the humanitarian annex is not only not been implemented, it's very, very long way away from being implemented. And those are really urgent issues. And of course, yes, it's all intertwined. You have a new leader, Khalil al-Hayya, for Hamas, a new interim leader who is going to, go head to head in the fight for the permanent leadership with Khalid Mashal. So they also go, they are going to be pretty hardcore in order to try to win their local elections. No one knows exactly when the Shura Council is going to vote, but they also have their internal dynamics there. So I think, and of course, Israel has their internal dynamics. Then nothing is going to happen before the Israeli elections on the 27th of October on this front. There's not going to be an inch of movement of withdrawal, because that will be a sign of total defeat for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his Messianic coalition. So they're calling, some of them are actually calling for settlements in Gaza. So, and they had a march to Gaza last week. So we are really miles away from an historic agreement, unfortunately.
Would you say this may have been, in a way, a premature announcement, given the way things are going and given what you're mentioning? You mentioned the timeline. We're very far away from an actual agreement. Could this have been a premature announcement, just maybe gain momentum?
Yes, it's typical of the US president, isn't it? I mean, he makes these bombastic statements and then he retracts. So he would like to call this an historic agreement. It would be an historic agreement if it were implemented. But unfortunately, I don't see it being implemented anytime soon. And so that's the problem, is that he makes these grand announcements. His whole board of peace, he made an announcement that in 3,000 years there hasn't been sort of peace in the region, but we aren't seeing any peace. So it's not, I don't know even if it's premature. I would say it's inappropriate.
And would you say
sure? I mean, I'm not contradicting you, Joanne. Just to be clear, it's not that I'm just using. I was just thinking about, is it premature? Premature implies that it's actually going to happen, and that's where I was slightly differing with you. I would love to see it happen. There's nothing more that I would love to see than peace based on truth, justice, reconciliation. But I just don't see the leadership at the moment, either leadership, in the US, in Israel, or in Palestine, moving in that direction right at this given moment in time.
And on the disarmament, Hamas is insisting that it would be storing its weapons under Palestinian control, not necessarily surrendering the weapons. Would that satisfy the U.S. and Israel and their demands for disarmament?
Well, that is a premature question, because I mean, I think that it's a stage. It's a stage. You need to look at it in a staggered fashion. There are precedents internationally of weapons being deposited, and the question is who is going to look after them, and will it satisfy this current government in Israel? No. Will it satisfy a future government in Israel? That depends on which government is going to be elected on the 27th of October. A lot this year. A lot hinges on the elections on the 27th of October, and of course they will insist on international supervision of the weapons. So that, I think, that can happen. So you basically have them deposit them locally, and then you have the Palestinian technocratic government in charge of ensuring, that it's safe and secure, and you have the International Security Force overseeing all of that. So will it be accepted to Israel and the US? Potentially, depending on how it is done. But there's certainly precedents internationally, especially in Northern Ireland, of weapons being deposited, not being taken out of the territory. I stress, if Hamas will agree to the US being part of the international force overseeing this, if the US will be willing, that's also a question, because the US is definitely not going to commit troops on the ground. So far, the ISF, the International Security Force, is only deploying inside the yellow zone, and then they're supposed to sort of liaise with the Palestinian-controlled territory west of that. But so far, we're a very long way away from seeing any of this being implemented. Are the plans in place? Yes, it's a good idea to have, I suppose, small weapons will normally be handed over, and heavier weapons will be supervised by the local police in conjunction with an international security force. Is it feasible? Yes, but it all depends on the trust being built, and at the moment there isn't any, between the Israelis and the Palestinians and the international actors that will join the international security force. Those that said that they would join for the disarmament originally have all pulled out. You had Indonesia and Turkey initially pledging large number of troops, and that's completely off the agenda. And then you have smaller new countries that are pledging to contribute personnel, but not armed personnel, or not at this stage.
Naomi Bar Yaakov, thank you so much for your insights.
My pleasure.
Let's continue this conversation with the Republican strategist, Adolfo Franco. Adolfo, thank you for joining me. Israel, thank you. Thank you. Israel has not yet endorsed the framework, but it has stated it will not withdraw until there is genuine disarmament in Gaza from Hamas. Israeli strikes in Gaza have also continued. Can President Trump persuade Israel to accept and implement this agreement?
Well, President Trump can persuade Israel if, in fact, it is an agreement that is feasible and verifiable and genuine. Now, the announcement by the president, which I do not think was bombastic, the president announced tomorrow that we cured cancer, that would be bombastic even if it were true. But the bottom line on this is the next 14 days are key, because that's when an implementation plan will be laid out. But Israel's position is trust but verify, but an emphasis on verify. When you look at this agreement, I think it is positive, because the president has done more, President Trump has done more in the Middle East than any president in decades. But is the road going to be difficult? Yes. Is it going to have all kinds of detours? Yes. But the key points here, and that previous guests mentioned them, and I do agree with this, is who's these Palestinian technocrats? I'm being rhetorical here. Who are these people? Hamas was supposed to exit politically, remember, from the region, even to exile. They're there. So we can't have a shell game here where Hamas is disarming to itself. That's first. Secondly, the disarmament of the really heavy weapons is supposed to take place as long as a year from now. So a lot can happen. What is the plan that Hamas sinisterly has here, we haven't even mentioned Iran, which is this is a proxy, of course, of Iran, is to pressure Israel, or have international community in the United States pressure Israel to withdraw, while Hamas fundamentally remains armed. And that will be unacceptable to Israel. It's a little bit of who goes first. But in this particular case, Israel has the upper hand. It occupies a great deal of the strip, and Hamas has been depleted significantly because of the war Iran has engaged in with the United States. And if not, Joanne, I don't think Hamas would even be at this stage to at least have the facade that they're willing to turn over arms. But again, turn them over to whom and under what conditions? And those are the things that we need to hear in the next at least 14 days.
And I want to talk a little bit about the mechanism here. What mechanism would ensure that both Hamas disarms and that Israel withdraws as promised as part of this agreement?
Well, the mechanism, and it's on paper, it looks wonderful, and it's been outlined. It's to a provisional new government of an authority and, of course, an international security force. But they've been largely undefined. Particularly, I will stress on the so-called Palestinian role. Remember, 20 years ago, we had elections in Gaza, and the opposition was thrown off roofs by Hamas, which has been a brutal dictatorship. I'm talking about its own people, Palestinians. So we can't have a situation in which it's dressed up as though there's a new authority to either possess the arms or authority over the strip that is, in essence, is Hamas. And that's why, for example, and no one seems to remember this, the Hamas party and leadership is supposed to be exiled. Even that wouldn't be sufficient. So your question is the right question. To whom? Ideally, this would be to an international organization or to an international force that would be established. But that is yet not really gelled. And there's this constant drumbeat to have this Palestinians turning things over and being policed by the Palestinians. Well, that would work in a democratic society, but Hamas is a brutal terrorist organization, and it's demonstrated that for the last 20 years. And the idea that they are now going to voluntarily do this, I remain skeptical, and I share Israel's concern about this. But here's the encouraging news. If you really do have Egyptian, Turkish, and Qatari pressure being applied on the Palestinians there with a hope of maybe some Palestinian region in the future or some type of self-governance, that might work. But these are the key questions that remain unanswered.
And so if either side fails to comply, what leverage does President Trump actually have to enforce this agreement?
Well, the leverage, the ultimate leverage, and he has said this in the past, is that Hamas will be disarmed the easy way or the hard way. The hard way, if this fails, is to have Israel literally occupy the Gaza Strip again and disarm and put an end to Hamas. Of course, Israel did this in the past, as you know. Israel occupied, for security reasons, the Gaza Strip. So this is the trepidation on the Iranian, and let's not forget this, the Iranian Hamas side, is that Israel will take this into their zone. They're not going to be fooled or lulled into any false sense of security. They're the front lines. Their people were slaughtered on October 7th, 2023. They're not going to repeat that again. So that will be the key. They're not going to go through some paper exercise and have Hamas reemerge under a different name or under different conditions in a year or two from now. So the answer, the leverage is, and the President Trump has said it is, it will be disarmed, and it will be disarmed by Israel.
Adolfo, thank you so much for your time, and thank you for joining me. Spain is sending in its military to help strengthen security in Ceuta, North Africa, after thousands of migrants broke into the territory from Morocco. Ceuta's leader says 34 people have drowned, making the journey with chaotic scenes that overwhelmed border controls. Ceuta is separated from mainland Spain, but has been a major route for migrants attempting to gain access to Europe. Here's Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sánchez.
En segundo lugar, definir lo que ha sucedido.
We define what happened yesterday as an attack, a violation of Spain's territorial integrity. Ceuta is a Spanish city, and what happened yesterday deserves our strongest possible rebuke and condemnation. We reject, condemn, and regard as deplorable the violation and attack on the territorial integrity of a Spanish city, the city of Ceuta.
We can now speak to Spain-based journalist Simon Hunter. Simon, thank you for joining me. Good afternoon. We just heard Sánchez call this an attack on Spain's territorial integrity. Is Madrid treating this as a migration crisis, a security crisis, or maybe even both?
Oh, no, this is very clearly both. I mean, the humanitarian dimension of this crisis is huge, but it's interesting to hear the government's language because we saw the Prime Minister there talking very much about national security, calling it a violation of Spain's territorial integrity, which is very strong language that frames it more than just irregular migration. I mean, bear in mind that it's around 50,000 people have entered Ceuta in little over a couple of days. And the city only has a population of 80,000 people. So that just gives you you an idea of how overwhelmed the city is by this recent wave of attempted migration. Also worth pointing out that 41 bodies have been recovered from the waters around the exclave city. So Madrid right now is trying to accelerate the returns to Morocco while restoring order inside the city, where the public services have been completely overwhelmed. In fact, the city's just basically shut down. Stores, restaurants, gas stations all closed. But Prime Minister Sanchez has also been being careful not to sort of openly blame Morocco for what's been going on, just to sort of walk that delicate diplomatic line with the nearby country.
And so once these migrants are entering Ceuta, what happens to them? You said they're working on accelerating the returns. How is that going? And do they get to travel to mainland Spain, some of them, if they stay, or do they get to apply for asylum? And how are they being returned to Morocco?
So when migrants manage to get into Ceuta or Melilla, which is the other northern African exclave city that Spain has, it does not automatically mean they're going to be being able to enter mainland Spain. I mean, bear in mind that a lot of these migrants are coming across on rubber dinghies with just the shirts on their backs, and they haven't got the means to travel onwards. Some do obviously could apply and might qualify for asylum, but to be honest, what we're seeing today is that around half of those 50,000 people are just voluntarily walking back into Morocco because they are finding a city that's completely overwhelmed. There's very little chance of them being processed by the authorities. And as I said, because all the stores and restaurants are closed, they can't even find anything to eat. I mean, most of these migrants slept outside last night. So this is one of the reasons Pedro Sanchez has announced that he wants physical barriers at the breakwater, because there was a recent Supreme Court ruling that said that people who come by sea, people who manage to get into Ceuta by swimming across, cannot be immediately sent back, because for many years Spain's policy has been to immediately send these people back if they have breached physical borders, if they've breached fences and so on. So that's why the Prime Minister says he wants to put a physical barrier in the breakwater, so floating buoys, so that they have the legal coverage to send these migrants back. What's interesting in this instance is that rather than just young men, which is normally what we see in these border crossing attempts, we're actually seeing families, children, unaccompanied minors, which that presents an additional legal challenge to the Spanish authorities, because they have stronger protections under both Spanish and international law.
And you mentioned some migrants are voluntarily going back to Morocco after going on this intense journey. What were they expecting before they arrived?
Well, the expectation is, and a lot of this has reportedly been fueled by social media posts, the expectation is that once they're on European Union soil, then they will be taken in, they will be processed, and they will technically be able to stay, or they would at least be able to apply for asylum. But of course, in this case, as I mentioned, with such a huge scale of arrivals, it's absolutely impossible for the authorities to process all of those people, and that's why so many people are opting to go back from where they were just yesterday or a couple of days ago.
And Ceuta is a Spanish city. It is part of the EU, but it's geographically part of North Africa. Why does that make it such an important route for migrants trying to reach Europe?
Well, I mean, Spain has for a very long time been on the front line of this issue of illegal migration, because it's not just Ceuta, Melilla that are hotspots. We've also got the Canary Islands, and even on the southern coast. I mean, every once in a while, beachgoers on Spain's southern coast are surprised to see speedboats arriving from northern Morocco and would-be migrants coming off the boats. Ceuta and Melilla are really important because they're the only two European Union territories on mainland Africa. So that means that if you reach Ceuta or Melilla, you're reaching Spanish and therefore European Union territory. And of course, those other crossings that I was mentioning to the Canaries or to Spain's southern coast, for example, those are much longer and much more dangerous. If, as has happened in this case, the Moroccan border guards, they either step back or they're completely overwhelmed, as has been the case here, it's a much easier crossing for the would-be migrants, because they literally just have to, breach that border fence or swim around and to reach Ceuta or Melilla. So Ceuta is often a focal point of this migration issue whenever relations between Spain and Morocco become strained. And we saw that in 2021 when there was a diplomatic spat going on between Spain and Morocco. The Moroccan border guards stepped back, and that was when we saw the worst crisis in terms of migrant arrivals in Ceuta until this week, when this is beyond any scale that we've seen before.
And Simon, I want to look at the bigger picture here. What does this say? What does this latest surge in Ceuta tell us about the broader migration crisis facing Europe right now?
Well, as we saw from the reaction today from other European Union countries, I mean, it just shows how migration is still currently one of Europe's most politically explosive issues, because within hours of what's been happening today in Ceuta, political leaders in countries such as Italy, Sweden, Germany, Denmark, they're all calling on Spain to regain control, while some, such as Italy, were even saying that Spain's place within Schengen should be reviewed, and it's prompted, obviously, political arguments within the country as well, with the Conservative Popular Party calling on the Spanish government to do more. And it's the opposition Popular Party is linking this surge in migration to the Spanish government's domestic migrant regularization program, which was announced earlier in the year, that migrants who are here in an irregular situation would be able to apply for full residency here. And the political opposition and far-right parties such as Vox here in Spain see that as like a pull effect for migrants, and encouraging more migrants to try to make the often dangerous trip into Spain.
Simon Hunter, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Authorities have confirmed the identities of 2 out of the 4 bodies found after a suspected avalanche in one of the highest mountains in Pakistan. 10 tourists were climbing Broad Peak, that's the 12th highest mountain in the world, before they went missing. Wandin Tengento has this report.
Pakistan authorities are continuing with the search and rescue operation following a suspected avalanche that hit Broad Peak, where 10 foreigners had been on an expedition on one of the world's highest mountains. As of Friday morning, officials located the bodies of 4 climbers despite harsh weather conditions. The team was made up of 5 Nepali citizens, 1 Pakistani, an Omani, an American, a Chinese climber, and another foreign climber whose nationality has not been disclosed. The group was led by world-renowned Nepali alpinist Neems Purja, whose speed record for climbing the world's 14 highest peaks prompted a documentary feature on Netflix.
The plan is to go and hit the summit. It was never about me. Okay, for this project, I give up my job in United Kingdom Special Forces, which is a very prestigious job. For this project, I give up my pension, a lot of money. For this project, I had to sell my house. This was the project where nobody believed that this could be done.
For Nims, weathering the storm during a summit is second nature. However, in May this year, he cut short a Mount Everest expedition due to heavy winds.
Guys, good morning to you from Camp Flower, the South Pole. Obviously, it's been really windy here, and look at the state of the tent. Hopefully, inshallah, the weather is going to be good for tonight.
This was Mallory's first attempt at climbing an 8,000-meter mountain. In this video, exactly a month ago on Instagram, she excitedly posted a video showing her followers her new pair of boots for her Pakistan summit. Unfortunately, for Omani citizen Nadira Ahmed Al-Hati, this was her last social media post in Pakistan before her body was discovered by the authorities after the suspected avalanche.
Been really windy here.
For now, search teams continue the mission to locate the rest of the climbers, with hopes slowly decreasing for any survivors. Wandi Swantengendo, Al Arabiya English.
A new BBC documentary has exposed claims of sexual misconduct against Hollywood star and Oscar-winning actor Jared Leto. Leto has categorically denied all the allegations, saying he has never sexually assaulted anyone. The documentary's director says the film explores why the accusations have not led to greater public scrutiny or legal accountability, despite the number of women who have come forward. Let's take a look.
His band was having a concert. I was with another girl, and we were backstage. I was 17. He had sent an acquaintance of his, and he told me, you know, Jared's seen you from wherever he is over there, and he was interested in getting your number. He was at a table with friends, just having some general banter about things. We had drifted into the realm to talking about the age of consent. I had mentioned to him, my dad was in law enforcement, that I knew with certainty that here in California, the age of consent is 18. He just kind of shrugged it off like it wasn't a huge concern for him.
Let's get the reaction of showbiz reporter Stephanie Tecci. Stephanie, thank you for joining me. Can you tell us about Jared Leto, Hollywood's Darkest Secret documentary, and can you give us more details on these accusations?
Well, you know, the documentary came as a shock, but these allegations which have been bubbling about Jared Leto has not been so surprising to people at home. And in this documentary, it put together all these kind of rumors until it put it into the documentary that people have heard about. In this 1 hour documentary, viewers at home got to see 10 women come forward against one of Hollywood's powerhouses, Jared Leto, coming with allegations of sexual misconduct, grooming, also, you know, potential allegations of sexual assault. Out of the 10 women who came forward, 4 of them said that when all these incidents occurred, it was when they were teenagers, and they said that it happened between 2002 and 2016. So this is when Jared Leto, he's now 54, this was between his 30s and his 40s. So as you can imagine, they've been quite shocking, these allegations that have come out. You know, these women, some of them have stayed anonymous. There was one who actually waived her anonymity to come forward to talk about what's happened. As we know, Jared Leto is one of Hollywood's best-loved stars. But for us in the entertainment industry, we cannot deny what we've been hearing over the past few months. So the BBC have really bit the bullet here and made sure that they can put together all this evidence to make this documentary.
Stephanie, these are some serious allegations. What evidence did the BBC use to verify them?
Well, you know, the BBC is a very big organisation, and they cannot afford to put a documentary like this without having the right evidence. So they have been corroborated with most of the people who are coming out with these allegations. They've spoken to their friends and family who were around them at the time of these alleged incidents. One of them, said that she was forced to sign an NDA by Jared, saying that she shouldn't be able to talk about their relationship in public. She never signed it, but she had the paper available to show the BBC. They've seen pictures, they've seen text messages. There's a whole lot going on here, stuff that people have heard about for maybe the past 10 years. We're talking back to 2005, when we had this first article come out in the New York Post alleging that Jared had been approaching teenagers for so-called hookups. So the BBC have all this evidence, and there's this big question: why hasn't it turned into a criminal situation or a criminal court case, should I say? As one of the accusations, and one of the women who's come forward, she said she was 17 at the time when her and Jared allegedly had sex in the state of California. That can be considered as statutory rape.
And what has Jared Leto himself said about the claims?
Well, he knew the BBC was working on this documentary. You know, I think he would have been smart to, came out with a statement before it went to air so that viewers at home could hear his side of the story. But he didn't. It wasn't until the documentary aired on BBC iPlayer, his spokesman came out and said that he denies all of the allegations. He says they're categorically false. I don't know if he's going to come out swinging and try sue the BBC or how he's going to clear his name about this, because the documentary has gone worldwide. It's been one of the most spoken about showbiz stories this week. So he has definitely got a fight on his hands when it comes to restoring his reputation.
And Stephanie, we have seen similar serious allegations derail the careers of some major celebrities, including, for example, Kevin Spacey. Do you think Jared Leto can still have a future in Hollywood?
Well, the thing with these kind of cases, I know when we hear them, they're really damaging and people instantly go off that celebrity. But, playing a bit of devil's advocate here, I've seen many cases where it's great numbers, it's strengthened numbers with people coming about these allegations. But when you take them to court, they cannot stand, either due to evidence or due to it not being true. So, there's always that little bit of doubt that comes to these kind of situations. But the problem with Jared Leto now, we're talking about women who were teenagers. And I think that's going to be quite hard for a lot of people to shake off. Hollywood, when you're talking about blockbusters, is about getting people to the cinemas, and it's all about who you've got starring in a film. And if you've got someone like Jared Leto, who is now being accused of such damaging allegations, I think his road to being one of Hollywood's shining stars is not going to happen anytime soon.
So these are still allegations, right? There hasn't been police involvement. There hasn't been an arrest. There hasn't been a trial. What happens next? How is this documentary going to play a role in where things go from here?
Well, the main reason why the BBC done this, because I think they're very shocked. The documentary makers, producers are shocked that some of these allegations have been dating back to 2005. We're now in 2026, over 20 years, and nothing's been done. And so many people have heard about this. So something needs to be done. In my opinion, I feel like a criminal case will need to be launched, because we can't all turn a blind eye to this, especially when you watch the story, watch the documentary. It's very emotional hearing what these women have alleged to have gone through. So something's going to have to happen here. And I think it's either it's going to land in court, like I've seen with other people such as Russell Brand and Kevin Spacey, or we're going to have to see Jared Leto fight for his name and his reputation. And I think there could be a big fat lawsuit on the way, but only time will tell.
Stephanie Tetschi, thank you so much for your insights.
Thank you.
A reminder of our top stories. Trump announces a historic breakthrough in Gaza regarding the complete disarmament of Hamas and the withdrawal of Israeli troops. Military are deployed in the Spanish-run city of Ceuta after an estimated 60,000 migrants stormed the border. And 4 bodies are found during search and rescue operations after 10 climbers go missing following an avalanche in Pakistan. That's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. Thank you for watching.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Now, with children spending more time online than ever before, digital safety has become a growing concern for parents. Well, Beyond One Saudi Arabia, the digital services company behind Virgin Mobile in the kingdom, has launched what it says is Saudi Arabia's first network-level parental control service. Well, branded as Virgin Mobile Aman, it helps parents to manage children's internet access without extra apps or complicated settings. So how does it work, and what role can telecom companies play in keeping children safer online? Well, I'm joined here in the studio by Yarab Al-Sayegh, who is the CEO of Beyond One Saudi Arabia, which, as I said, is the digital services operator behind Virgin Mobile. Thank you very much for coming to see us.
Thank you very much for having me on the show.
I wonder if I could just start by asking you if you could set the scene for us. Tell us a little bit about Beyond One and the scale of your operations here in the kingdom.
So Beyond One is a digital provider in Saudi Arabia. We are operating under the license of MVNO, which is a mobile virtual network operator. Basically, we sell telecom services to our customer base in the kingdom, while our network operation is with the host operator in KSA. So we focus a lot on developing products, services, and MVNO globally focuses on niche market segments where we develop specific packages, for that segments.
Okay, and what's the link then Beyond One and Virgin Mobile? Spell it out for us.
Exactly. So Beyond One is the brand holder of Virgin Mobile, not only in Saudi Arabia, throughout the Middle East and other parts of the world like Latin America. So we have a branded license deal with Virgin Mobile, where we carry the vision of Virgin, across its multiple industries globally, well known by the entrepreneurship of Sir Richard Branson, and we're very honourable, to provide the service in the kingdom through a very unique offering, and one of them is that today we're speaking about Aman Virgin Mobile.
Yes, indeed we are. And we'll come back to maybe talking, if we have some time at the end, a bit more about your business and where it's heading. But let's talk about the Aman plan. Tell us what that's all about. What are you seeking to achieve?
Exactly. So as from your introduction, child safety becoming one of the global themes that a lot of governments, parents and agencies across the globe are trying to tackle. So we thought about this as one of the challenges that we provide telecom and service in Saudi Arabia. We studied the market. We saw there is a demand for parents, to control their children's online habit and what they see. So we come up with this solution, which is a network base, no configuration, zero touch, no needed for any additional software, where we provide a telecom package through a SIM that they can give safely to their children. So it will shield them from a lot of websites that is not suitable for the children that they consume and they watch today.
Yeah, I mean, it's terrifying, isn't it, to think of what children could be exposed to without some level of supervision and some important guardrails. And lots of governments have been addressing this issue. What are your thoughts on how different world governments have tackled regulation when it comes to keeping children safe online?
We believe, personally, I believe in a more comprehensive view about how we can tackle these challenges, and protect our children from the threat. So governments around the world, and we see a lot of regulations. They're banning social media for certain ages, okay, 16 years old and below. So this is one angle. The other angle will be, I think, education of parents themselves, where they take the responsibility, the guardianship of their beloved ones, and provide them with the necessary tools, technology that make it easy, no configuration, nothing, okay, that you have to do additional. Today we live in a very complicated world, and this is where we thought that there's a chance and opportunity for us to provide this safety in a very, very easy, zero-touch approach.
What are the sorts of threats that the Amman plan seeks to address specifically?
So basically we block the main social media platforms, which inherently also are not suitable for the target age that we have. We have also YouTube, which they have a specific safe version, okay, that we have through the Amman plan, not the public and general YouTube with its content out there. So it's very catered. It's very, we believe, okay, can provide the minimum protection, okay, for the young ones through this plan.
Do you think, as you know, wearing your telecoms hat, I mean, do you think there is a bit of a conflict of interest between what the governments want and what the telecom companies want? Because, of course, blocking social media and blocking content, doesn't that mean less revenue for you?
Well, yes, absolutely. But I think this comes from our brand values and where Virgin can play, okay? So a lot of ventures that happen Virgin throughout the years is coming from to be safe, to be brave, and to challenge the status quo and provide the service. We know out there that this plan will not be, of course, suit the needs of everyone. So still, we will see that the growth of social media, internet consumption will happen. However, also we realize that there is this segment of very keen parents, okay, guardians who want to have a tool, okay, for this. So I don't see in the immediate future that this will cannibalize or affect the consumption of internet as wise.
I mean, there are calls all around the world from society for products to be made family safe, for online content to be safe for younger ages. I mean, do you feel like a lot of the demand is coming from society here in Saudi Arabia?
Absolutely, yes. And I think societies across the globe, but for Saudi for sure. As you can imagine, and launching a new product, we do a lot of surveys. We interviewed a sample of our customers and potential customers to see, and we saw a common thread of parents who are very, very keen to provide safety tools for their children. They want to provide them with a SIM that goes into their tablets, okay, and then they can, when they go out in the evening, out it, but they want it in a very safe way. So this is one of the things that gave us confirmation that there's a local KSA demand for such products and such a plan, okay, and this is where Amman came live.
With almost all the business models we talk about and all the innovations we talk about in the kingdom, we always find a link back to Vision 2030. Is there a link here?
Of course, okay. So we're very lucky to operate under the local authorities, okay, with the sponsorship of the Ministry of ICT and the Commission of Space and Technology. We always see them to push us for more innovative products and services, not only to provide data and minutes. And this is where I think the licensing of MMO, such of us, okay, where we provide innovation to the market. So all of this being sponsored and being encouraged, okay, by the local governments, okay, and where we operate, and this is where we're very blessed, okay, to be supported by the Vision 2030 in general and by the Ministry and the Commission.
Let's talk a bit about how you're performing. I mean, what sort of growth and revenue growth potential are you seeing here in the kingdom?
Quite substantial. So MVNOs, a mobile virtual network operator, is a business model. It's across the globe in many, many countries. In Saudi, the local regulation sees MVNO as a way that promotes more growth, okay, the Saudi market for telecom services, provide also innovative products that doesn't exist, okay, if without the competition and the new licensed MVNOs. So, and as we see a couple of years ago, and what we also forecast future, we have potential to grow even more and more as we innovate, okay, across the product line of telcos.
So for people who don't really know much about MVNOs, and I have to confess I'm one of them. I hadn't really heard much about MVNOs before now. Does there tend to be a journey that companies go on from being an MVNO towards going full network and solo, or does that not tend to happen?
So telco is quite regulated, and end of the day is there is in any country will be limited number of mobile network operators with facilities, okay, towers and operating frequencies. So the way to intensify more competition and to have more brands in the market is through virtual network operators. And in our own strategy, we don't see in the foreseeable future that we'll have a network operator. Our focus really on the marketing, sales, and innovative part of the side of the value chain of the telco, where we innovate like Aman, and we provide other services, okay, in KSA.
And when it comes to that model, and you mentioned at the beginning of this conversation that you're active in markets right across the GCC, across the region, any lessons learned from Virgin Mobile's successes, or perhaps lessons learned from setbacks in any markets in the region? So
actually, it's quite a benefit for us in Virgin Mobile Saudi that we have exposure and market experiences across GCC. So Virgin Mobile is active in Kuwait, UAE, and we have a sister company in Oman under another brand name, Friendly Mobile. So we have a shared experience across the GCC. What we see is that there is demand for MVNOs or for new products and services where it doesn't come from the main players. And we're very delighted and very happy, okay, to grab this opportunity and get global brands like Virgin Mobile with its extensive experiences, brand philosophy and understanding, and again, challenging the status quo, okay, and providing, like Aman, something that is not typical from a service provider, okay, globally.
And what are the advantages? What's the benefit of being an MVNO as opposed to going full network? What's the proper term actually, as opposed to being MVNO? What's the inverse?
So MNO.
MNO,
which is yes, okay. And
what's the advantage of being MVNO as opposed to MNO?
Well, I think it's MNOs and MVNOs are quite different, okay. And actually, in the telco, we work all together as all service providers, okay, and we work. But if I want to give you an example of what the advantage of MVNOs is, that the focus on customer experience, the focus on providing new things to the market, probably the cost structure of an MVNO will be much lighter, which means that we can provide very cost-effective and plans, okay, versus others. Also, we have a great brand, Friendly, okay, which specializes in our broader expat community in Saudi Arabia, and our advantage of MVNO is that we go in areas where no other players go, and we focus on these communities wherever across the kingdom.
And just lastly, I mean, you mentioned Richard Branson. So yes. Richard Branson earlier in the conversation, obviously someone who's known internationally. I mean, Virgin seems to have an increasing interest in this market. What do you think is on the horizon for Virgin in Saudi?
So we had the pleasure of Sir Richard Branson visiting us last year, okay, and we had a very interesting conversation with him. There is ambition for more Virgin brand operations in KSA. It's under discussion nowadays, but he sees the value. Virgin Group of very, very keen, interested to be part of the Vision 2030 and the growth happening in the kingdom.
Well, that's all we've got time for. Thank you very much indeed to our guest today, Yarab Al-Saig, the CEO of Beyond One Saudi Arabia, the digital services provider behind Virgin Mobile. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Either it goes fast or not at all. President Donald Trump says he's willing to give peace a chance, but for how long? Options to reopen the Strait of Hormuz are being negotiated, but Can it be resolved before President Trump runs out of patience? That debate is coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Stay with us.
Sigrid Kaag, co-chair of the United Nations Foundation, former Deputy Prime Minister of the Netherlands and currently advisor to the Gaza Executive Board. Welcome to Al Arabiya.
Thank you, Talal. Delighted to be here.
After leaving the United Nations, you remain active in international geoeconomics and political affairs through different prestigious engagement. But can you explain to the tens of millions of our viewers in the region and around the world your role in the Gaza Executive Board that advises the Board of Peace presided over by President Donald Trump?
Yes. It's an independent role. It's also unpaid, as it should be, as it serves a purpose to provide, hopefully, the building blocks of peace and security between Israelis and Palestinians. Now, the remit of Security Council Resolution 2803, which established a number of the institutions, including the Gaza Advisory Executive Board, obviously has its limitations. A practical one is, in the entire era and recent developments of recent months, the board has yet to meet, the Gaza Executive Board. So, in earnest, I can't tell you very much. Individual members, including myself, have spoken to one another. We're trying to support and shore up the political, policy and financial support to the National Committee of the Palestinians, which to my mind is the centerpiece from a viewpoint of legitimacy, political credibility, as well as the connect that is essential between Gaza and the West Bank. Ultimately, this is not only about the alleviation of immense human suffering by Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, but also about the future of a Palestinian state, alongside a safe and secure Israel. So it remains a lot of work. If you look at the facts on the ground, I think nobody could suggest significant progress has been made. Fortunately, the living hostages and the bodies of the deceased have been returned in the first phase. The negotiations on the disarmament by Hamas, as well as the withdrawal by the IDF, I cannot speak to this in public. I'm not privy to that level of information. But ultimately, civilians in Gaza are kept prisoner time and again in an ever-shrinking physical space. Living conditions are hell on earth, with no prospects of significant change in sight. And this, to my mind, if there's one message to your audience, it's a reminder how and why international humanitarian assistance aid cannot be conditioned or tied to political progress. Individuals, Palestinians in Gaza, have rights: the right to food, the right to proper shelter, to medical care, the right to education.
There are those who argue that since the adoption of Resolution 2803 on the 17th of November 2025, that endorsed, of course, the US-backed comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict and authorize the establishment of the Board of Peace as a transitional administration and to deploy a temporary international stabilization force (ISF) to secure Gaza, to oversee demilitarization and to protect the civilians. They argue that since that date, which is over 7 months ago, no ISF and stabilization force has been formed, no real end to the Gaza conflict, with approximately 1,000 Palestinian civilians killed since adoption of 2803. On the reconstruction, no large-scale structural construction has formally begun in Gaza, and efforts remain heavily focused on planning debris removal and navigating daily immense security and humanitarian challenges. Do you agree with them?
I think it's an accurate description, particularly based on first-hand reports by the United Nations, as well as other credible entities, international and national non-governmental organization. You can see that the death, the types of injuries, the absence of significant volume that is relevant to people trying to survive, or actually some call themselves already the living dead. This is not something that we could call success. I think the premise of a first step of success was President Trump having imposed a ceasefire with a number of indicators of a plan forward, the 20-point plan, but each detail, and we know that through any complicated diplomatic process, requires negotiations, requires technical details, requires further benchmarks. So far, we got stuck in phase one, between phase one and phase two, I would say, as an international community. I am not involved in the details, as you know. And I would say the serious concern, and rightfully so, is that Palestinians in Gaza risk being forgotten. Since the Israel-United States attack on Iran, Iranian response, and what is now called the Iran war, political attention, economic attention and focus has immediately shifted, rendering Security Council Resolution 2803 and the full implementation of that resolution, rendering it a significantly lesser priority.
Sigrid Kaag, what would you say should happen now to improve the lives of the Gazan people?
Well, it's a response that you can hear from any NGO representative, or I believe a UN official, or most other countries. Massive influx of aid, unconditional, not dependent on whether the negotiations proceed well or less well when it comes to the disarmament by Hamas and the withdrawal by the IDF. The encroachment by the IDF into further shrinking the space Palestinians are permitted to live in, that needs to be altered straight away. And of course, the death toll, it keeps rising. That's one. Second part is early recovery materials need to be allowed in. The amendment of the existing dual-use list risks impacting second and third tertiary negative consequences for all civilians from a health perspective, education, pure survival when it comes to the absence of forms of decent shelter. I could go on and on. The Economist a few weeks ago had a very sad but very telling title. In Gaza, only rats are allowed to roam free. Just picture that for a second, and then you can imagine what it is like to be a Palestinian civilian trying to survive one day more in Gaza without any prospects of serious change, let alone improvement in sight. Last but not least, medical evacuation. Some countries in the region have performed miracles to allow patients in, to have them treated free of charge, to bring their relatives. The list of seriously injured Palestinians in Gaza, I believe, is now around 140,000, but correct me if it is less. It's a serious number. Each one has a name, a life, had hopes, and they need to be treated. We cannot look away.
I'd like to move to Iran, which is a place you visited in February of 2018 as a Dutch foreign minister and met with President Rouhani in Tehran at the time. And at the time also you expressed the EU continued commitment to the JCPOA. What is your take on the latest development in the Gulf and on the Switzerland diplomacy, and where and when did we, or diplomacy, failed us in case of this conflict?
Well, I think 2018, and since the withdrawal by the Trump administration, the first Trump administration of the JCPOA, we've seen, of course, a rapidly changed environment. But I think we also have to look at where we are now, or since the terror of 7th of October, the onslaught on Gaza, and the continued suffering, as well as all the reactions, counter-reactions, the military hegemony established by Israel versus an Iran and a regime that is fighting for its survival. All these are aspects to take into account. Where we are now, I believe that we have seen once again that a war without proper strategy and strategic objectives, let alone a political strategy, definitely runs into a serious set of issues. That's one. We've also seen that asymmetry is weaponized, be it geographically or otherwise by use of proxies. The third part is that there is a return, and by necessity, to diplomacy, from coercive diplomacy to actually proper diplomacy, which means you need to sit down with your adversary, you need to figure out where compromise lies, how it can be legitimate, not only against international law or treaties, but also how it can be legitimate in the eyes of the different populations. So you have a chance to build a path forward.
On Lebanon, you served from 2015-2017 as the UN Special Coordinator for Lebanon, during which, of course, a period of constitutional paralysis. Lebanon's situation, of course, today is different, with the election of new president, the formation of new government headed by our previously judge, an ambassador here to the UN, Nawaf Salam, entirely different from the one you experienced. But how do you read the current developments in Lebanon and the way forward?
First of all, I think the government of President Aoun and Prime Minister Nawaf Salam have made a few bold moves in the interest of the country, in the interest of the state, and reinforcing statehood, including the very difficult one, already covered under Security Council Resolution 1701, the need to have the monopoly of state established over all arms and armaments. That, of course, is domestically a tough one, given the fact that regional allies, Iran and Hezbollah, and domestic equations do not necessarily match up, certainly in the last 2 years. And this is a difficult one. So I don't think the question is how to read. The question is more what and how the international community could support and where they need to focus. And you need to be mindful of the complexities and the sensitivities and the history of Lebanon.
I'd like to move to Syria. You know it very well. You led the OPCW United Nations Joint Mission in Syria in 2013 and 2014 with a team of 100 experts that successfully oversaw the removal of Syria's declared chemical weapons under active wartime conditions. That mission, of course, I remember interviewing you on the last day from Cyprus, on the last day of the removal of the last remnants of the chemical weapon, declared chemical weapons from Syria. And of course, we know what happened afterwards. That mission met its stated objectives, but however, Syria subsequently used chemical weapons again against its people. What does that history teaches us about the durability of internationally verified agreements when the political will to enforce them is non-existent?
The mission at the time had stated agreed objectives set between the Russian Federation and the United States of America, confirmed by the Security Council, carried by a treaty, the Chemical Weapons Treaty, and led and implemented by the joint team which I led. So we did what was agreed. If the parties have agreed to leave remnants or to not touch certain areas, that's a second phase. The second part, and it puzzles me a little bit now in the negotiations or the start of talks around Iran and, of course, the importance of its nuclear enriched material, I believe there are good examples, including the Syria mission, whereby the international community, in this case the IAEA, maybe the UN, and a few other actors could team up, provide for the leadership, provide for a verified, monitored implementation plan that ensures whatever is agreed gets acted upon and reported back to the Security Council. That triangle is an extremely important one. Ultimately, yes, political will is always important. Political will to monitor, to call out when violations occur, to have sanctions if need be, and where needed. And. That's a long list, but you can negotiate that.
Sigrid Kaag, we thank you for your time. We thank you for your insights, for this exclusive interview, for sharing with us your thoughts And we also thank you for your history of service to the Palestinian people and the people of the region. Thank you so much. Thank you.
My duty. Thank you, Tara.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room. I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We faced many dangers while covering the events in Kursk. We followed the developments of the battles on the fronts, and we were with the civilians, documenting their suffering in their homes, which they refused to leave, and in the shelters they had fled to. We were right in the midst of the battles. Ever since the Ukrainian incursion in August 2024, Al-Arabiya team was exposed, just as it was while covering the Ukrainian incursion, to the dangers of Ukrainian weapons, while covering the path of Kursk's liberation. Kursk is the Russian region that Ukrainian forces entered in an attempt to shift the balance of power in a war that has been going on for more than 3 years, where the Ukrainian army occupied it and advanced deep into Russian territory. As we were the first to cover the events that shook Kursk, we followed everything from the very beginning. To get the most accurate details, we went to the commander of the Special Chechen Akhmat Forces, General Abdi Alaudinov. Given the importance of this figure on the battlefield in the Russian army, the road to him was surrounded by complete secrecy, both regarding the location and timing of the meeting.
A NATO military staff committee prepared an operation to occupy the nuclear power plant and the city of Kurchatov, where this station is located, by encircling Kursk and Belgorod. This meant that this entire area to fall under the control of armed Ukrainian groups, according to NATO's plan.
The Ukrainian forces' incursion into Russian territory led to massive waves of displacement, large numbers. Temporary shelters received tens of thousands of citizens who had left their homes. The greatest difficulties were in evacuating people with special needs, the chronically ill, and the elderly who need constant medical care.
I can't hear anything. I can't hear. She is 95 years old.
Waves of displaced people continue to arrive at shelters, fleeing the danger of the ongoing battles, while medical teams check the newcomers.
I was in a coma. My blood sugar rose above 600. Yes, I went into a coma because my medicine ran out.
The affected people did not hide their anger toward the authorities in Kyiv and spoke about Ukrainian drones that tormented them day and night and turned their lives into hell because of their sheer numbers in the area where they lived.
The situation is bad. The drones are hovering above us. Here we are. They are bombing us heavily. The drones are flying. I didn't know where to go. I lost my mind. As soon as I hear gunfire, I can't sleep. Where can I escape to? Where should I go?
Ukrainian drones were targeting everything that moved on Kursk's territory for fear of the Russian response.
A large number of villages and towns have been liberated and cleared. Work on this axis is still ongoing in all circumstances.
Aid continued to flow successively from various Russian regions to those affected in Kursk.
No housing, no shelter, no help at all. We survived thanks to my husband who works. We rented a place and managed to stay however we could.
The Ukrainian incursion left behind many displaced people who suffered from losing their shelter and sources of income. On the other hand, the Ukrainian advance prompted a rapid response from Russian forces to stop it and regain control of the situation.
When we reached Kursk province on the Sudzha axis, there was no unit to confront the enemy. No unit had faced the enemy. Because it had succeeded in breaching the defense lines along the border and managed to occupy a wide area in Kursk province, it even came within 15-20 kilometers of the city of Kursk.
Курской области, и он от Курска находился там в каких-то там 15, даже 20 километрах.
Kyiv was counting on forcing the Russian command to move its forces from Donbas toward Kursk, which would allow the Ukrainian army to regain the territories it had lost on the fronts. But the Russian winds blew against what the Ukrainian ships desired. Ukraine. Russia continued its advance, and mobilization was carried out from all parts of the Russian Federation to confront the situation in Kursk. This enabled the fighting forces on the Donetsk front to seize larger areas, because the Ukrainian Army Command had thrown its elite forces into Kursk in an attempt to move the battlefield into the Russian interior.
We launched large winged drones in addition to small drones to specifically cover the front sectors. Our 2 drone units, they specifically highlighted the size and movement of enemy convoys. At that point, we organized our lines on the Martinovka axis, and thus we, as Akhmat forces, stood directly in the face of the cannon. We were the ones who stopped the enemy's first convoys.
Russian reinforcements arrived successively in Kursk territory, and the confrontation began between the Russian army and Ukrainian forces in order to stop the latest expansion inside the province. Russian fighter jets filled the skies of the region around the clock, dropping glide bombs that inflicted heavy losses on the Ukrainian army in lives and equipment.
The enemy threw everything. He had to limit our strength. He was throwing large numbers of his elements daily in an attempt to breach our lines. But as we see, over 7 months, the enemy was unable to create any breach in our forces, the forces of Akhmat.
And indeed, the general revealed to us some of the secret correspondence between NATO officers that Russian intelligence agencies managed to intercept, which highlight the role of the Chechen Akhmat forces in standing against attempts of Ukrainian advance in Kursk and foiling the approved plans.
Thanks to the Akhmat forces, a great deal was done in general. I don't want to go into details.
The Russian army began to limit the advance of Ukrainian forces and succeeded in encircling the areas controlled by the Ukrainian army at the last point in the depth and on both flanks of the contact line.
At the beginning, the number of populated areas they occupied exceeded 80 settlements. They couldn't hold this area, so they advanced to new territory.
In October 2024, operations to repel the forces began, and the Russian army started liberating towns and villages one after another. While maintaining the positions it had taken after, it managed to form a defensive line that besieges the Ukrainian forces from 3 sides, leaving them only the western withdrawal route to Sumy province, from which they had entered. We head to the town of Kazakia, Lochnia, with the Chechen Akhmat forces that participated in its liberation. This town witnessed fierce battles between the Russian and Ukrainian armies after the Russian army intensified its efforts to liberate several towns and cities in Kursk province. After expelling the Ukrainian forces from the town of Kazakia Lochnia, which we entered days after the Russians took control, the military warned us of the danger of the mines the Ukrainians left behind, probably to hinder the advance of Russian forces and facilitate their withdrawal.
Why is attention drawn to the need for caution before taking any step here? This is because the Ukrainian army violates all internationally recognized laws and conventions by using prohibited weapons against infantry units known as butterflies. Mines of this size are difficult to notice among the grass. They are very small, but capable of amputating a foot. There are many weapons that the North Atlantic Alliance used to support Ukrainian forces, and these weapons were found on the ground of this province where Ukrainian fighters left them behind and withdrew to other areas.
We positioned in Soldatskoye, then headed to Cherkasskoye Porekhnoi, where fierce clashes are taking place. We succeeded in repelling this attack over 2 full months. Then we advanced toward Martinovka, where we fortified along the main road.
In the towns recaptured by the Russian army, the Ukrainians left behind large numbers of their dead following the bloody confrontations, at a time when some civilians refused to leave their homes and flee with the Ukrainian forces toward Kyiv. Many destroyed houses and military equipment left behind by the Ukrainian army. Of course, it must be noted that this town was inhabited by thousands of citizens who were displaced during the Ukrainian incursion or the Ukrainian advance at the beginning of the crisis in August of last year. And when the Russian army returned to retake this town, about 180 citizens were living in it and were evacuated, and only about 6 people remained in this town no more. It is clear how brutal this war is, but I prefer to hear from you what happened to you.
I became like this. My house burned down, so I took refuge with my brother.
Why didn't you leave despite the explosions we hear?
I didn't leave because I decided to stay on my land, in my village.
Among your relatives, did you lose anyone?
My brother disappeared when he went to work on the 6th of August and never returned after that. But thank God, our soldiers told me they found him alive and in good health.
After the withdrawal of Ukrainian forces from most towns in Kursk and their entrenchment in the border city of Sudzha and its suburbs, the Russian advance froze and the battles of attack and counterattack continued until the beginning of March 2025.
Indeed, the enemy entrenched across all areas of Kursk province. What can I say? They brought their elite forces and reinforcements from NATO. The United States brought all of this.
Every time the enemy tried to seize more territory, he failed. And in the end, we tightened the noose around him in a specific area. We were forced to stay there for a longer period in a back and forth within the framework of a line between 2 and 3 kilometers. We would advance, then retreat, which resulted in them suffering heavy losses. In just 1 month, their losses reached up to 10,000 personnel.
A qualitative and surprising turning point after a unique operation that caught the Ukrainian fighters. Through the infiltration of Russian forces via the giant gas pipelines that had been disabled by the battles, allowing them to reach the rear lines of the Ukrainian forces and completely encircling them.
The fighters started to draft a plan and worked on using the pipe in the operation. Regarding the distance which separates the start point and end point is 15.7 kilometers. The operation forced our soldiers to wrap themselves with certain ribbons, similar to what the Ukrainian soldiers do. Then the soldiers came out from the back lines, which caused enemy soldiers to panic. They even rushed running anywhere they can, wearing their underwear or shorts or even flip-flops. The surprise aspect had an important effect.
The unique gas pipeline operation lasted 6 days. Those who carried it out were able to cross in 2 days, but waited 4 more days until the other units arrived before launching the attack, in order to tighten control and the siege from the front and rear of the city.
The plan set by Alla Oldinov, which is called the pipes, when Ahmad's soldiers slipped through the back lines, caused enemy soldiers to run away from the battlefield.
We're on the lookout and confronted the enemy's attempts to advance on our lands. Our efforts were not limited to repelling the enemy only, but went beyond that by repelling his forces so that he would retreat to the positions from which he had infiltrated.
The Russian army expanded the encirclement of the city of Sudzha through the infiltration operation via the pipelines at the same time that the ground forces were carrying out their assault on the city. The Ukrainian forces lost their most important positions and some surrounding towns and withdrew to the border villages with Sumy province, leaving behind vehicles and equipment and thousands of casualties between killed and captured.
At first they came from the war committees and from police departments with draft notices for military service. If someone failed to report, he would face a financial fine. Then they threatened with imprisonment. I'm not sure I could have continued. They selected some capable people, about 20 individuals. As for me, I am just an ordinary soldier. In fact, most of those who accompanied me in this training course had not originally undergone military service. No. I was injured while I was in Britain. That's why I spent most of the training time sitting and did not participate in it.
The battles of Kursk resulted in thousands of dead, wounded, and prisoners on both sides, yet the defeated side always suffers the greater losses in equipment and lives. Russia alone transferred from Kursk 6,000 Ukrainian bodies without compensation, as a positive step from the Russian side.
Each side will claim that its losses are few and that the enemy suffered greater losses as a participant in the event from the inside. But as an eyewitness, I can confirm to you, regardless of how it may appear, that the losses of Akhmat forces were indeed limited.
We entered the city of Sudzha with the Imam of the Chechen Akhmat forces, who is working on evacuating the citizens who refused to flee to Kyiv before the Russian army recaptured the city. Let us document the situation up close from the hottest points of confrontation.
Young men gather people from the villages, and sometimes do so under drone and artillery shelling. This puts their lives at risk. We are extremely grateful to them. We are very thankful to them.
Inside the city, those who could escape the shells and drones fled from Sudzha to safe areas in Russia at the beginning of the crisis, while those who could not leave remained under Ukrainian forces' control.
They were roaming among us here since early October and boasting that they would hold a referendum for the residents of the Sudzha area and the entire Kursk province on their desire to join Ukraine.
Electronic jamming has become one of the most important defense methods against drones, and positioning systems securing protection for stationed units and vehicles carrying jamming devices. Of course, a drone in the upper area. The devices detect the drones that make us run from these drones that may put us at risk in this coverage. Snipers load their ammunition in preparation to fire at the drones that are hovering over Sudzha. A shell falling now near us, and the Russian soldiers trying to hunt the drones. This is shrapnel scattered from the shell, constantly in this border area. On the Kursk front, we are talking about the city of Sudzha, the last city of Sudzha, on the border with Ukraine's Sumy province. From the first line of confrontation, from point zero. The Ukrainian forces' insistence on holding the areas they occupied led to more suffering for the residents amid mutual shelling. The Ukrainians withdrew to the villages adjacent to Sumy, destroying the bridges behind them so that the Russian army could not catch up with them. This is the bridge that separates the eastern part of Sudzha from the western part, where Ukrainian military convoys used to move. And clashes began in the heart of Sudzha with the encirclement of the fighters, which tipped the balance in favor of the Russian army, which took full control of Sudzha. The destruction of the bridges pushed those working on civilian evacuation to intensify their efforts and take risks by crossing the river to transport those stranded on the other bank, on foot under shelling and drone attacks. The random Ukrainian shelling affected everyone here in Sudzha and its suburbs, leaving victims destruction and displaced people, including the disabled Svetlana, whose last moments in Sudzha were captured by Al Arabiya's camera before her evacuation from the heart of danger.
I am disabled. I don't know what to say. My daughter takes care of me. We had everything. Our tables were full. We had tea. I never went hungry. The windows were shattered in the room adjacent to the hallway. Our apartment has 3 rooms. A shell penetrated the roof of the house. My daughter was hit by 6 fragments.
Volunteers of the Popular Front transported the elderly disabled Svetlana to the nearest evacuation point, to transport her to safe areas, far from the shelling. Shells falling near the evacuation point forced everyone to take cover from the horror of the shelling, leaving Svetlana to face her fate on the ground. At the same time, an injured man came running asking for help. Doctor, here's the doctor accompanying us.
I saw them. They were stealing and looting, then burning everything. They were all bandits who came from Sumai, relatives with their cars, and stole everything, even underwear, with crosses on their faces. They were the savages. Do you understand? What wonderful people there, like butter on bread. They were ready to flatter in the most vile and despicable ways just for a piece of bread under the second occupation. And all of them are wonderful. When they beat people to death or prevent the burial of the dead. For some they are kind. For me, these people cannot be kind.
The disabled Svetlana was transferred to the city of Kursk for medical care, and she was lucky. Unlike many who died in Sudzha or lost their loved ones due to the shelling, that did not stop even after the Ukrainian forces withdrew from the city and its suburbs. Shells and rockets falling from nearby Ukrainian forces near the city of Sudzha until this moment, and civilians are terrified, and fear and panic hang over the entire area. Move away, move away. Get inside, drone. How do you distinguish your enemy's drones? Russian drones fly with red tape stickers, while enemy drones have no stickers. Also, our drones fly at low altitude, while enemy drones fly higher. This is not one of ours. Drones have become the masters of the situation in modern battles, and the rules of the game have changed, where their use has spread in this war, pushing both armies to form teams for drone control and others for defensive interception to reduce their risks, where neutralizing them has become an urgent priority. Extreme fear and caution as drones fly at low altitude. The Ukrainian forces are a few kilometers away from our position in villages. I hit it. It fell. It fell. Move away. The luggage is burning. What is burning there? The things are burning. We need water. Don't touch anything. Be careful. Did the luggage burn? Yes. Yes. Move the ammunition away. Explain to me what you have in your hand.
This is an OS-4 from enemy drones, a suicide one. It flies using optical fibers, which allows it to stay outside the jamming range, and it can hit the target from a greater distance. One can say that with these devices, they are killing us.
How does the drone drop bombs?
One way, unmanned aircraft. As you see here, the shell is fixed, and here are the optical fibers. And while it flies, it releases these fibers. The camera spots the target, dives on it, then explodes. With a mixture of explosives or any incendiary material, which causes shrapnel of varying sizes depending on the type of explosive material. The larger the materials, the more terrifying their effect.
There it is. Wait. The sniper tries to shoot down the drones before they hit their targets, but some of them explode even after being shot down. They seek to find us, detect our positions, and then destroy them. So it is better to blow them up. That is why our eyes are always fixed on the sky. Everyone is afraid, and we are also afraid, but we have no choice. To return home alive and with the hope that everything ends peacefully.
Military operation management has changed now, a different military template from what is known. Drones, and specifically combat formations based on electronics, have come to occupy the most important position because it has become impossible to conduct any combat operations without a highly advanced drone unit. And this is an important point. If you have a very advanced drone unit, this automatically means your opponent has the same capabilities too. So you must have an advanced radio-electronic unit to be able to counter enemy drones. These two components complement each other, and they are in continuous competition.
In this place, the residents who remained in the city of Suja gather for their evacuation, where volunteer teams and the Russian Ministry of Emergency Situations arrive to evacuate civilians since the Russians took control of the city, and they are transported daily. As individual cases or groups sometimes. The number of displaced people who reached the city of Kursk exceeded 500 displaced people, including the sick and elderly and people with special needs, in addition to those injured by rocket shrapnel and shells of the bloody battles. Volunteer teams linked to the Russian army, as well as the Ministry of Emergency Situations and social institutions, are working on evacuating the civilians who remained in the city of Suja and its suburbs.
Let the lady get inside, brother. Let the grandmother stay in her place. This is your place, Grandma. Yes, sit in your places. As for you, get in.
How many people did you evacuate today?
Today, 6 people. And the work is still ongoing. We will send 3 people now. And here, the car has arrived. As you see, there was an attempt to target us with a drone. At this time, the situation is dangerous. Since the shelling is ongoing, we are working to evacuate civilians as quickly as possible. And you too, be as careful as possible. You saw how a drone was shot down.
As we entered the area, we came across an old woman who told us her house was destroyed by a Ukrainian missile.
Right here in this spot, the fire was blazing. Artyom was trying to extinguish it.
It is clear the house was completely destroyed. Yet the lady is still here taking care of the sheep and chickens, refusing to go to Kyiv with the Ukrainians or even to evacuate to Kursk after the Russian army entered. The imam managed to convince the lady whose house was destroyed to leave dangerous Sudzha and head to safe areas toward Kursk. He promised to take care of her animals until the crisis ends and reconstruction begins, so she can return to her home. She agreed and left with him, reassured, even falling asleep safely on the way. And so, the evacuation of citizens from dangerous areas continued in Kursk to safe areas. Vehicles arrived successively from the city of Sudzha, transporting stranded displaced civilians in the city to safe areas in Kursk province.
For 8 whole months we struggled to get any heating. We would cut trees to get firewood and put it in the stove to cook whatever food we could to stay alive. The Ukrainians treated us badly. Even the water we got from the river, they put barbed wire on it to prevent us from reaching it. And finally, we started to feel some joy when the shelling decreased. The shelling was continuous, including with drones. They were bombing civilians.
The main and decisive confrontations were in the first 2 days. After that, the enemy fled from the confrontation, so all that remained for us was to pursue his trail, clear the area, and advance. There were 3 towns that remained in the enemy's grip. What they did was they directed bombers towards Sudzha and nearby towns to continuously bomb our forces in an attempt to target our forces and limit our advance.
How far are the Ukrainian forces from Soida city? I think we managed to repel them outside the border village. Black smoke is rising. Are they hitting this area? The border is not far, in principle, and long-range shells can hit the adjacent areas near the outskirts of Sumy. So we are close to Sumy's border. The turn towards Sumy is close from here. Didn't you see it on your way here? It is possible to head to Sumy from here. Most likely they are shelling us from there.
The cells that we have not yet eliminated, whether Akhmat forces or others, are still retreating towards Sumy province and to liberate Kursk. Only a few villages and towns remain, which means that clearing the area is only a matter of time and nothing more.
The Ukrainian forces' entrenchment inside Kursk province near Sumy pushed the Russian president to visit the province, directing his fighting forces to defeat the enemies and complete control over the entire territory of the region.
Our first mission in the current situation is to completely destroy the enemy as quickly as possible after he entrenched himself in the lands of Kursk.
The border between Ukraine and Russia, and here we are talking about Sumy province and Kursk province. Shells are falling continuously from the nearest points on the border confrontation line between Russia and Ukraine in Kursk province, where continuous fighting and non-stop shelling between the Russian and Ukrainian armies. The Russian army advancing to liberate the entire Kursk province, while the Ukrainian army is trying to withdraw completely from Kursk province. It is also trying to infiltrate the other side south of Kursk, toward Belgorod province. The battles continued, and Russian fighters along with North Korean forces increased pressure on the positions where the Ukrainian army was entrenched on the outskirts of Sumy province. until the Ukrainian forces were gradually expelled from the towns where they had entrenched themselves.
The units that were at the forefront, some of them from paratrooper units, were directed to liberate the 3 towns we mentioned. I can say here that they performed excellently and succeeded in uprooting the enemy completely from the area. This was done in coordination with an infantry unit and a paratrooper unit.
On April 26, 2025, the head of the Russian General Staff announced full control over all territories of Kursk province.
To the Comrade Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, today the last town in Kursk province was liberated from Ukrainian military units, and thus the complete destruction operation of the units of the Ukrainian armed forces that invaded Kursk was completed.
After the army liberated the entire territory of Kursk, it continued to infiltrate inside Ukrainian territory, controlling several towns in Sumy province to create a buffer zone, with battles continuing until now to push the danger away from Russian territory, especially since the Ukrainian forces infiltrated Belgorod province and are trying to return to Kursk territory.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
Either it goes fast or not at all. President Donald Trump says he's willing to give peace a chance, but for how long? Options to reopen the Strait of Hormuz are being negotiated, but can it be resolved before President Trump runs out of patience? We'll put it to our panel here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Once again, we're getting conflicting reports, not only on the progress of the Iran talks, but if they're actually happening at all.
And right now they're talking to us about making a deal, but if we didn't do it tough, there would be no talk. You can't bribe them, you got to beat them, and we're beating the hell out of them, but we'll see how it turns out.
Not so, says Iran's foreign ministry.
Mediators may convey messages from the American side to us regarding the current developments in the region, but at present we have no negotiations with the American side.
Iran says the US is stuck and struggling. It's an interesting assessment when you consider it alongside reported remarks from the top US military commander in the Middle East. He says the bombing campaign around the Strait of Hormuz has reached its limit of effectiveness. As the region and the world braces for what comes next, we'll ask, is an all-out war between the US and Iran back on the horizon? What concessions need to be made to avoid it? And has Iran's strategy of targeting its Gulf neighbours backfired? Joining us for the debate is Dr. Dania Thaifa, Executive Director of the Gulf International Forum, an independent Washington-based institute. Mir Mohammed Ali Khan is joining us, an investment banker, author and political commentator. And rounding out this Counterpoints panel is Josh Hammer, Senior Editor-at-Large at Newsweek and host of The Josh Hammer Show. To all of you, welcome to Counterpoints. Well, trust is low. Both the US and Iran have defined strong red lines, and US President Donald Trump has renewed threats to use military action if the talks fail. It's certainly not an ideal starting point for fruitful negotiations, but reviving the Iranian Memorandum of Understanding was never going to be easy. There's a lot of mixed messages coming from both sides, which isn't unusual in these situations. But one thing does appear to be clear and consistent, and it's that neither side, it's in no one's interest for this full-scale fighting to resume, but how to avoid it. Mr. Ali Khan, let's start with you. Maximalist demands are being made by both sides. Who needs to make concessions to ensure that we get this memorandum back under control?
First of all, thank you so much for inviting me. Secondly, this should have been thought before they signed an MOU, that who's demanding what. I think a framework was already on paper, the 14 points. And it is after that, one side says the other side broke the MOU. They both keep blaming. Trump has always been, and I used to be a Republican in America, by the way, you know. I don't think I'm a Republican anymore after Trump. He keeps threatening, and the whole disagreement came at point number 5, where in actuality, Iran and Oman were to decide a way in 60 days how Straits of Hormuz should be handled. And then what the popular belief is that Iran broke the agreement, and the other side says that Americans were escorting the ship, which they were not supposed to. So you see, a main-scale war, I live in this region, a main-scale war in this region will have devastating effects because this region, especially the GCC region, was a very stable region in the entire Arab world. I think it was the GCC, the only time they had a war was 1991, the Gulf War. After that, the whole region is prospering. We in Pakistan, we share borders with Iran. So we have a serious threat because we have signed an agreement a defense agreement with Saudi Arabia to protect them. And
so
we have
would you like to see Iran making more concessions in that case? Do you think that they should be doing more to keep the situation calm?
What is it that America is asking of Iran? Let's be very clear of that. The whole idea here is we have no idea who's asking what. What if America comes out and says, these are the 5 things we want Iran to agree to? So all of us, people, public commentators and everyone, research analysts, defense analysts, can at least evaluate and say that, okay, this is not right. America should make concessions, or Iran should make.
We just have got a little technical glitch with Mr. Ali Khan's connection there. So we're going to reinstate his internet connection. While we do that, Josh, let me go to you for some response on what Mr. Ali Khan has been saying there. Do you think that the US hasn't made it clear now what it wants and who should be making concessions to ensure that we don't end up back in this regional chaos again?
So, Melinda, I kind of reject the premise of your first question, not this question, but the premise of your first question that you asked my co-panelists was essentially, what do we have to do to get us back, to get the MOU back on track? And I object to the premise of that question because, to me, the MOU was actually flawed from the start. I was never a particularly big fan of this MOU. I viewed it as making far too many concessions right off the bat. Immediately, the U.S. naval blockade was lifted on Iranian oil exports. That, to be fair, that has since been put back into place. But a lot of the damage was done when it came to the immediate financial relief, when it comes to billions of dollars of Iranian oil exports, unfrozen Iranian assets in banking institutions overseas, in Hong Kong and elsewhere. So I was no fan of the MOU. But to your other question right now, which is, has the United States done enough to make clear what we are asking? I think the question is both yes and no. Donald Trump has been very clear when it comes to making demands about a free Strait of Hormuz. That has been the number one target for the administration for weeks now, arguably for months now. And he has expressed quite clearly that he does not want the strait to be subject to acts of international piracy, to be subject to the whims and the capricious acts of the IRGC and various other de facto modern pirates when it comes to tolling and fees and things like that. But having said that, what I will say is I've been critical to an extent of the administration for not making it crystal clear from the outset what exactly the United States is seeking to accomplish here in this Iran operation. Trump did that to an extent way back on February 28th, the very day that Khamenei was assassinated. He spoke from Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida, and that was the clearest articulation of what we're trying to do, the way that we've seen. But since then, it's been at times clarity and at times, frankly, lack of clarity. From my perspective, Melinda, the United States' goals ought to be fairly clear. I've been saying for months that they should be, first and foremost, the clearing of the Strait of Hormuz for sure. Two, the end of Iran's funding to its terror proxy network throughout the region, Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, and elsewhere. Three would be an end to the ballistic missile threat to the GCC, to the Gulf, to Israel, frankly, to Eastern Europe, and to all that are within roughly 2,500 miles, which is more or less how far we think they can shoot their ballistic missiles. And four, some resolution has to happen when it comes to the nuclear issue. There's still about a half a ton of 60% enriched uranium, which is just one step short of getting to fully 9% enriched weapons-grade uranium ready to mount on a warhead and potentially launch on an international continental ballistic missile, which they also don't have yet. But the point is, there are a lot of goals here, and I do wish the administration at times would be a little clear when it comes to what we are seeking to do. At this point, it seems to me like getting back to an epic fury era full-scale military confrontation is exceedingly unlikely. So that kind of leaves the open end of the question as to what exactly we're doing and what does some sort of resolution potentially look like. I don't really know the answer, to be honest with you.
Dr. Ellie Cohanim, thank you for being back with us. We've got your connection re-established. I'm going to come to you in just a moment. But Dr. Thafer, let's come to you first. Do you agree or disagree with Josh's assertion there that the original Memorandum of Understanding wasn't a good one to start with and that the US gave too many concessions in the first place? And second to that, what do you think needs to be done to ensure we don't return to that chaos we saw in the region in March and April?
Yes, I agree that this was actually a memorandum of misunderstanding. It seems like both parties assumed different conclusions from Article 5 of the Memorandum of Understanding. And so it is very concerning what is the actual goal of this MOU, and are we trying to move back to having another MOU that really, in my view, solidifies that Iran almost won this war because the MOU offers so many incentives to Iran. Also, when you talked about concessions, I think that Iran has overplayed its hand, if you will, in the Strait of Hormuz, because Iran always will have the capability by virtue of geography to disrupt the Strait of Hormuz. I think that's enough leverage in terms of securing deterrence. And now it's overplaying its hand by disrupting the international community over and over, the international economy, over and over, and now is trying to escalate horizontally through the Houthis. So I think that in some ways, if you're going to continue to be a threat to the international community, you're going to be more isolated, and Iran will have to be addressed with a more aggressive posture. So the problem that we're in right now, we're in a no peace, no war situation. And it's a very uncomfortable middle ground that doesn't resolve anything. And actually, Josh outlined the key issues that are supposed to be negotiated in this war. Actually, the priority is supposed to be the nuclear issue, which has been kicked down the road because obviously this war has so far strategically hasn't achieved its objectives. But also there was the objective of the missile arsenal and the regional proxies, which are really far down the road, or not even a consideration in this MOU. So so far this war hasn't reaped any fruits for the US or Israel, for that matter.
Josh, has it not achieved its strategic objectives? Has it reaped nothing for the US?
So look, I agree with much more of what Dania said than what she did not say. So let me start off there. But I see it at least slightly differently. To be clear, I have expressed frustrations in my own show many times over the way that President Trump has vacillated since prematurely calling a ceasefire on April 8th. The United States essentially spent 40 days engaged in warfare and then 70 days of negotiations, leading to this MOU that I think was flawed from the get-go. And then we were bombing for 2 nights, some assets, and now we're calling it off. It's very difficult to know what to make of this policy that at times I think can best be characterized, frankly, as schizophrenic. And the downside of that, really thinking ahead, is the message that this sends to America's many enemies around the world. What message does this send, frankly, to Xi Jinping in Beijing? I'm sure that he is eyeing Taiwan perhaps a little bit more closely than he was prior to the war. By the way, that was not always the case, actually. Immediately after the strike of Khamenei, for the first week or two after that, there was satellite imagery showing that the PLA, the People's Liberation Army, the Chinese military, they were engaged in the fewest aerial flyovers and maritime voyages in the Taiwan Strait over the past 2 or 3 decades. There was essentially no activity because they were so deterred. Now, frankly, if I'm being candid, I think it's actually the opposite. So the message that this sends to America's enemies is not a good one. But where I disagree slightly, I mean, let's be real. There clearly are at least some tangible wins that have happened as a result not just of Epic Fury, but also Midnight Hammer last June. We definitely have done some damage of an amount that we can agree to disagree when it comes to the nuclear facilities, Fordow, Isfahan, and so forth. Khamenei himself is a pretty serious scalp. He's been the leader there for essentially as long as I've been alive, going back to 1989. That is a major scalp. The regime is clearly damaged in meaningful ways, but it's a mixed result at best, which is why I continue to say that the best result for America, if we have the fortitude and the will to do so, would be to actually finish this job on our own terms, which thus far we have not seen a true willingness to do that.
Mr. Ali Khan, what do you think of what Josh has said there? Has it been detrimental for Iran? I mean, has the US achieved what it wants to achieve and Iran is quite crippled?
When has America ever been able to achieve clearly what they wanted to achieve? What did they achieve in Afghanistan? What did they achieve in Libya? What did they achieve in Iraq? What did they achieve in Syria? I mean, the world is absolutely confused as to what America wants. American hegemony is absolutely going towards arrogance. What they say is, let's finish this on our terms. What are your terms? To get somebody into submission? Are those the goals? To absolutely bring a country down by the military might and American military might. Anybody has to admit it has the strongest military might in the world. I was recently in Iran. I think what America has done by the martyrdom of Ali Khamenei is that they united the entire country. I spoke to tens and tens of leaders in Iran. And their point of view was that the entire country may not have been that resilient or may not have been so united as they showed the unity this time by coming out for the funeral procession. So, the whole plan or the arrogance was that we'll kill Ayatollah Khamenei. 3 to 4 days, everybody will be on the street. They'll topple the so-called regime, and all will be hunky-dory after that. Doesn't work like that. This region, not every country collapses. Just because Venezuela collapsed doesn't mean that because Trump keeps giving kept giving examples of Venezuela in the beginning. Iran, I am sure there were lots of countries who were saying to the Americans that don't do this. And Netanyahu has been promoting this for half of my life. Literally half of my life, I've been hearing him that they're 2 days away, 15 hours away, 30 seconds away, or maybe they're 2 seconds away, sarcastically, that Iran is ready to, is developing a nuclear weapon. What is America going to achieve that they had not achieved?
Okay, let's ask Josh that. What's your answer to that question, Josh?
Listen, Iran is the largest terrorist regime on the face of the earth. They've been trying to kill Americans, at times horrifically successfully, for 47 years now. I think it's worth noting that when the regime first took power in 1979, there's a lot of chatter here in the United States. People say, oh, the United States is fighting a war on behalf of Israel. And I always feel compelled to say that actually, no. When the mullahs first took power, the radicals who took over in 79, their very first move was actually to storm the United States Embassy, and they commenced a 444-day hostage crisis. They've been killing Americans since at least 1983, the Beirut barracks bombing, and on, the death toll from Qasem Soleimani, hundreds of American dead soldiers and Marines in Iraq with the roadside IEDs. There's actually a man currently sitting in a federal jail cell in New York City right now, a Pakistani national, for taking orders on behalf of the IRGC for trying to assassinate Donald J. Trump. So ultimately, this regime is a massive threat to the United States and to all of our interests there. I'm not necessarily saying that we commence this with the intent of trying to foment regime change. But I outlined my goals earlier in a conversation with Linda, which again are a free, straight end of terror financing, end of the ballistic missile threat, and above all, as Dana correctly says, and some sort of real resolution to the nuclear issue, because this is fundamentally an apocalyptic regime. It is a regime that has their own, shall we say, highly idiosyncratic view of eschatological ends. And unfortunately, the problem with these people is that this is not engaging in Cold War diplomacy with the Soviets back at the time of the Cuban Missile Crisis, because the Soviets could be deterred by something known as mutually assured destruction. Not so the case with this regime, and we have to make sure they do not get their hands on the most dangerous weapons known to man. There's a lot to be said about Trump, and again, I've been critical at times of how he's handled this war, but at a really kind of gut level, I think he understands that these absolute fanatics cannot get their hands on a nuclear weapon.
Mr. Ellie Cohanim, I'm going to throw it to Dr. Thafer in a moment, but I feel like you wanted to respond to some of Josh's comments.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Americans and all pro-Israeli people keep saying that Iran keeps killing Americans. What is America doing in Iraq? That's my first question. What business does America have with Iraq, having their soldiers there? And wasn't Straits of Hormuz free before America attacked? When was any given time, ever Iran intercepted any ships or threw rocket launchers on any ships? Third point is ballistic missiles. Israel can have ballistic missiles, but Iran cannot. Wow. Absolute arrogance. Everybody can have ballistic missiles. Iran can't. Everybody can have nuclear weapons.
Terrorists cannot have ballistic missiles and nukes, and Iran is run by terrorists. It's pretty much that simple.
You call them terrorists. I call Netanyahu and IDF terrorists. And what the world has seen is what they have done in Palestine. You will absolutely say there is no genocide. It bothers me that a person of Jewish faith who have faced Holocaust are inflicting Holocaust on other people. How could that be? That is the most baffling thought that has always come to my mind.
Okay, so you obviously don't know what you're talking about. I'm happy to kind of actually go through Geneva, talk about what genocide actually means under international law. I'm happy to cite all those statistics there, but frankly, I feel like I would just be shouting into the wind. We're having a conversation here about Iran and the United States. I'm really sure why you brought Israel. I can only assume that you saw a Jewish co-panelist and immediately wanted to seize the conversation, steer it over to the world's Jewish day. But I thought we were having a conversation about Iran and the United States, and frankly, that's where I would like to keep the conversation, if at all possible.
Indeed, we will. So,
Israel
Dr.
attack Iran? Should I now bring Israel into the thing? And don't say you're speaking into the wing. I am speaking to you very respectfully. You want to disagree. You disagree respectfully. That you don't agree to my points. Simple. We don't have to say that I saw a Jewish person and I brought Israel. First of all, Judaism and Zionism are completely two different things. Okay, I grew up in America. Don't play this with me, thinking somebody says,
Sir, you should not engage me on the relationship between Judaism and Zionism, because you're going to lose that.
And I am just going to put a pin in that. You've both been able to give your perspectives on it. I don't want us to descend too far off topic, so I'm going to steer us back onto Iran specifically, as we've got a lot to cover before we run out of time. So, Dania, I'm going to bring you back in here. Dr. Thaifer, give us your perspective on the Strait of Hormuz. We've heard from each of your co-panelists about whether or not this is a strategic success from Iran or whether this is an act of international maritime terrorism. Do you think that Iran is holding the world to ransom over the Strait of Hormuz? And did the US hand them that opportunity too willingly?
Yes, I think that, it's not Iran's right to have a veto on the international economy. And mind you, Iran's rhetoric is that it's always going for South-South solidarity. But which economies paid the highest prices for the disruption of the Strait of Hormuz? It was the global South, not the global North. So even Iran is targeting the people it's supposedly supporting in its asymmetric warfare. Mind you, that more than 80% of Iran's attacks were on 9 sovereign Arab states in the region. Again, goes against Iran's narrative that it could have attacked Israel, right? But only less than 20% to Israel. And the reason being is Iran is looking for the easiest pressure points, and everyone else is expendable in Iran's strategy and its asymmetric warfare. And so I think the Strait of Hormuz is not a right for Iran to disrupt. And, even the fact that the Gulf states who are sitting within the Strait of Hormuz, who are locked there, for example, Kuwait and Qatar, who are the most hydrocarbon wealthy Gulf states, Iran has went ahead and practiced economic warfare against them by blockading them by virtue of the fact that they have hydrocarbons. So I think Iran is not playing fair and also it's counter to the Iranian narrative of South-South solidarity, and the other question you should ask is, who is Iran really fighting for? Iran is fighting for hegemony in the regional order. And it's very clear. And Strait of Hormuz is actually part of that story. It's not separate from that story.
But may I, if you allow me?
Please.
First of all, this new narrative that Iran is being unfair, it attacked Kuwait, it attacked Qatar, it attacked Saudi Arabia. Let me ask you a question. If you take over my neighbor's house and you start throwing grenade in my house using that neighbor's land, I'm not supposed to say something or attack back? Why are 17 American bases in this region? Where were the rockets being thrown from into Iran? And what Irani hegemony? When was Straits of Hormuz, ever since this government in Iran came into picture, when did they once use Strait of Hormuz as a weapon to attack anybody else's economy? Irani economy has been attacked thoroughly by America. America says that it really wants to make Irani people's lives better. Lift the sanctions, give it 10 years, and then ask the Irani people if they're happy or not. This rhetoric that, why did it attack Kuwait? Why is Kuwait allowing a third world country, a third country to use its bases and attack Iran? What should Iran do?
All right, let's get a response from Dr. Thaifer on that.
Thank you. Well, first and foremost, when this war started, the Gulf states lobbied against this war, and they said that was against their interests. Second, there was an agreement with Iran that they would not allow any U.S. attacks from their territory. Now, what did Iran do? Within 10 minutes, mind you, I was in the Gulf when it happened, Iran pushed buttons and attacked the Gulf states, all 6 of them to varying degrees. and specifically certain ones more aggressively. I will say that after, I don't know, dozens of days of being attacked, I think it's the Gulf states' right to be able to respond to an attack. I don't think Pakistan would accept Iran to attack its territory, regardless of who's in its territory, and not respond in any way. So I think, you are kind of conflating and reducing the situation. In terms of the Strait of Hormuz, yes, it was open before this war, and I'm in disagreement with the start of this war in the first place. So I'm not saying that this war was serving, the Gulf states' interests, the U.S. interests, or the international economy's interests. But I would like to mind to you that Iran could have just used this leverage and said, look, I can disrupt the international economy. The MOU was very favorable to Iran, and Iran could have taken that, had sanctions relief in there. It had release of assets in there, even some reconstruction fund down the road. But Iran chose to play its hand and wants to have control over the Strait of Hormuz because it found that it was more leverage than having a nuclear weapon. And it wants to flip the equation in the region. It wants to make sure to expel the U.S. out of the region, to make sure that it has regional hegemony. And so it's trying to create this incentive structure for the Gulf states to decide that the U.S., having the U.S. there is not in its interest, so Iran can have complete regional hegemony. And so that's just obvious. And I apologize if that doesn't go along with your perspective.
No, I really welcome your point of view. It has nothing to do with neither I am an Irani government nor I have any stake in this thing other than the fact that I want regional peace. My simple point is, if Iran wants hegemony, in the past 47 years, a sanctioned country with terrible economy, how could it create hegemony? And the people who want hegemony are the Americans who have put bases surrounding Iran. Well, let's be very realistic. A country surrounded by American bases wants to create hegemony where they have no air. But
if you think about the Iranian proxies that have been operating all throughout at certain points in Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Yemen, I mean, isn't that a little bit of hegemony tentacles?
Isn't America fighting through ISIS? Who created ISIS? Wasn't America fighting through ISIS? Please don't be surprised and don't act like you have no idea.
Sorry,
about
what is your allegation that the United States created ISIS? Is that literally what you're saying right now?
Created. You go to Iraq, you talk to them. You go to Syria, you talk to them. I have been there. I've spoken to everyone. And who was fighting ISIS?
Okay, there is simply no sort of open and public evidence to support that. So,
and I didn't know Netanyahu was on the panel.
And he absolutely is not. We have Josh Hammer, who is certainly not representative of the Israeli government. But I should say, for the record and for clarity and for legal reasons, that there is no evidence that the US created ISIS. They were fighting ISIS via CENTCOM. So we're going to put a pin in that part of the discussion because, Josh, I want to bring you in again. Iranian foreign minister says the United States is stuck and struggling. I mean, 5 months into the war and they still can't get the strait back open, can't get Iran back to the negotiating table. Have they been exposed a little bit here?
Sorry, they being Iran? Or
they being the United States military.
Look, the U.S. military is still the greatest fighting force on the face of the earth. Melinda, but we saw...
If they are, then why are we in this position 5 months on?
Because a ceasefire was called prematurely by the commander-in-chief on April 8th, 2026. Well, what happened between February 28th and April 8th was overwhelming military might. We saw America dominating on the military field. We saw that happening for about 35 to 40 days. So the fault in this case lies with our leaders and not seeing the job through. The functional analogy, Melinda, of what happened, to kind of borrow a soccer or football analogy, as the rest of the world calls it. We just had the World Cup. The analogy here is coming out of the locker room with a 4-0 halftime lead and then begging for a draw or begging to go to penalty kicks. That's essentially what the United States just did. To me, it remains absolutely inexplicable as to why we called the ceasefire on April 8th. We had our foot on the jugular of the opponent. When you're in a situation like that, you go for the win. You don't actually go for a tie game. Unfortunately, after that 35 to 40 years of overwhelming military dominance, we engage in this back and forth, this diplomacy, including in Pakistan, where the vice president went there and tried to negotiate for essentially 22, 24 hours with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, couldn't get a deal. Why? Because the other side are a bunch of apocalyptic fanatics. Then J.D. Vance almost went a second time. They called it off because we didn't even know who at that point was purporting to represent the regime. And then we got this MOU, and it's just been kind of one plot twist after the other. But when it comes to the actual firepower of the United States military, no, the United States military is the most overwhelming force on earth. They proved it in Epic Fury, and if they wanted to unleash hell again on an enemy at the commander-in-chief's wish, they could absolutely do so at a moment's notice.
Dania, do you agree with that? Seeing as you say, the Gulf states are the ones who have been bearing a lot of the brunt of the US's actions.
Well, I think if Trump saw that he was on the path of winning the war, I think he would have continued it. I think it was. I mean, if you're here in Washington D.C., there's so many wargaming scenarios and assessments of what would happen if the U.S. has attacked Iran. This is not a novel issue that has been discussed in the policymaking community. And I will say the overall assessment was it was too risky, that Iran would conduct asymmetric warfare as it did, and it would disrupt the Strait of Hormuz as it did. And unfortunately, I think the plan that Trump had, he thought there was going to be some sort of overthrow of the government, didn't work. And I think he thought as time would pass that this war would be more costly to the United States. And what I see now is that he kind of escalates, and when he sees gas or oil prices high, he de-escalates and sees if there's room at the negotiation table to have some more favorable terms. And then perhaps would escalate again. But I think this middle sort of interregnum period of no war, no peace is very problematic for the U.S., for the international community, for the Gulf states. And it just doesn't seem like there has been a real strategy beyond the initial strategy that wasn't successful for the U.S. to achieve its goals.
I just want to bring one thing up.
Please.
Josh talked about Pakistan. I've served as a federal advisor in Pakistani government. So I have firsthand information of who walked away, who's a maniac, who's what. Simply put, with time at this point, because of sensitivity, I will not say anything. But soon enough, the world will come to know who walked away, who abruptly started a press conference while the Iranian side was waiting in the room. They were in two separate rooms. There is so much more. Just using derogatory terms just because you don't like any government is just an opinion and that opinion.
I'm sure the world will wait with bated breath, waiting for the guy who says the United States created ISIS to be proven correct when it comes to who walked away over in Pakistan. I'm sure we're all going to find out.
I am sure the world is waiting for a absolutely pro-Israel point of view, where everybody is a terrorist, everybody is a maniac. Everybody is killing Americans. While
the IRGC is formally designated by the United States and the European Union as a terrorist organization. I am not speaking on behalf of anyone other than my own country, from my own perspective, from my personal capacity.
Who gives a hoot what America designated? Who gives a hoot what America designated? You're the judge, you're the jury, you're the executionist? Wow, the arrogance. America designated them. Wow.
Go to the European Union.
ICC designated genocidal Netanyahu a genocidal maniac. But when it comes to that, all of you say, no. ICC should be dismantled. Well, the American authorities should be given a wake-up call.
Actually, the ICC just dismantled their own chief prosecutor for sexual harassment, which is neither here nor there. I suppose that shows you about something about the endemic corruption in the institution.
Well then, Josh, there has been talks, allegations, suggestions, analysis about who was pulling the strings at the start of this conflict. We've seen Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu meet Donald Trump in the White House for their first sit-down since, in the Oval Office, or in the White House, I should say, since this war began. How much of what happens next in Iran do you think is reliant on how that meeting between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu went?
I think it's actually not going to be particularly determinative, to be honest with you. The Trump-Netanyahu relationship is at an interesting place. I would say I think Trump and Netanyahu at a very personal level actually like each other quite a bit. They've known each other for a very long time. They've known each other for decades. They're actually very similar figures in some ways. They're both nationalists for their own countries, but they've both been persecuted, frankly, relentlessly by their own deep state, by their own prosecutors, by their own courts. So they have a lot of biographical similarities. I think that Donald Trump is clearly frustrated with the situation with Iran and when it comes to the Middle East. I will say, Melinda, that you're alluding to the run-up to February 28th and the Khamenei strike and did Israel kind of pull America's strings, this whole broader conversation. So Bibi was in Florida in late December. He was actually at Mar-a-Lago, I think even on New Year's Eve. The reporting that was contemporaneous at that time from the New York Times and Axios and various other American media outlets was that, if anything, Trump was actually the aggressor in that conversation, that he was the one who was saying, it's go time, let's go ahead and do this. But I will say this also. The one thing that my co-panelist here, my pro-Iran co-panelist, the one thing that he said that I actually agree with, probably the only thing he said that I agree with, is that the Venezuela operation actually, I think, had a major role to play when it came to America's decision to pull the trigger on the Khamenei strike. So the Venezuela operation happened about a week after the Netanyahu-Trump meeting at Mar-a-Lago. And it was just an astonishing success. An astonishing success. Delta Force going in there, seizing Nicolas Maduro, bringing him back here. And I do think that there definitely was some arrogance, some sense that we could do more or less the same thing over in Iran. To me, that was probably the number one precipitating factor when it came to the decision to actually launch this strike to take out Khamenei and the war that followed, along of course with the regime's butchering of tens of thousands of their own citizens. But when it comes to the present, fast forward to the present, I don't think that the meeting this week between Trump and Netanyahu, frankly, is going to actually have a huge impact on what Donald Trump does from here, in fact it goes. Okay. Dania, do you agree or disagree?
Agree or disagree that
with regards to the outcome of this meeting between the president and the prime minister, do you think it's going to have a direct impact on what happens next?
I mean, I think whether Netanyahu is in Israel or in the United States, I don't think would change the course of what would happen in this war. I'm sure that's going to be one of their many topics of discussion, but certainly, you know, you have to say that Israel is the U.S.'s number one ally. And if you listen to, if you read the national security strategy of the United States, the adjective that's used to describe the relationship between the U.S. and Israel is it's an ironclad alliance. So certainly they're going to be discussing the war and areas of mutual interest when it comes to the war. But I think there's many other files that the Americans and the Israelis would discuss.
We're almost out of time, so I want to bring us finally, before we end up, back to a regional and Gulf state focus. And to wrap up our discussion, Mr. Ali Khan, I want to ask you, has Iran miscalculated with regards to the targeting, as we've been talking about earlier, of its neighbours in the Gulf? Did Iran miscalculate with that strategy and has risked becoming further isolated from the broader region?
You see, war is a chaotic situation, and historically within the time when war is going on, there's always blame thrown on who miscalculated, who was right, who was wrong. It doesn't matter at this time. To me, I think both parties should sit down, come to a conclusion, and both sides should show that they're willing to come to a peace agreement. Just because America is mightier in a military strength, I don't think America should bully anyone. And just because Iran can close down Straits of Hormuz, I don't think I think Iran and Oman should sit together. And as it is in the MOU, they should sit together and come up with a way how to manage it. And please save tens and thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of millions of people in this region to live in peace. We can't afford any more war, especially in this region.
Josh, has Iran miscalculated by targeting its Gulf neighbours? And is it now on the path of just complete regional isolation?
Listen, I would love to say that Iran has grossly miscalculated because, again, this is a regime of fanatics and lunatics, and they have lashed out not just at American bases, but at civilian infrastructure all throughout the region. And Dania is correct that Israel took incoming in the first stage of the war, but their incoming fire actually paled in comparison, above all, to the incoming fire taken by the United Arab Emirates, the UAE, which took by far the most incoming missile and drone fire of any country in the region. But frankly, Iran has struck now, 12, 13, 14 different countries. So on the one hand, yes, they absolutely should be isolated on the merits of their many, many terrible deeds. On the other hand, I do worry that because there is a less than clear resolution, I think that's a very polite way of saying it, there's a less than clear resolution to this conflict with the United States, that there's potential for Iran to actually feel a little bit more emboldened. So I don't know what that means actually when it comes to the GCC, when it comes to the Gulf itself. On the one hand, a lot of these countries have taken more incoming fire. On the other hand, maybe these same countries now see Iran as being able to withstand some very mighty blows from what Iran refers to as the big Satan, we here in the United States, and they've been able essentially to live the tale. I'm not really sure, frankly, which way that cuts. I know which way I hope it cuts, but the actual calculus, I think, is a little bit unclear.
Dania, wrap us up and give us your expert Gulf perspective. Was it a miscalculation? Has it changed forever the future trajectory of regional strategic alliances, security assessments? Are we in a different region than we were in February?
As I mentioned earlier on, that this is not only a war between the U.S. And Iran, or Israel, the U.S. and Iran. This war was really targeted towards recreating a new regional order. The Gulf states, they took a very uncomfortable position. They didn't join the war because they didn't want to be left holding the bag for this war that they believe was a U.S.-Israeli war. So they didn't capitulate to what Israel probably would have liked, which was the Gulf states to join the war. At the same time, they haven't agreed to Iran's terms of expelling the U.S. and allowing Iran to have the power dynamics in its favor. So they didn't completely tilt over to an Iranian-led regional order. But what I will say, based on that MOU and the incentives that were offered to Iran, it does appear that the Gulf states are looking at a future that they will have to engage Iran and deal with Iran. And I think from their perspective, an economic integration scenario would be the way to move forward should that MOU or any term similar to that MOU become the roadmap forward. That's still very unclear. We haven't seen the end of this war. And so there's a big question mark when it comes to regional order, who are going to be the decisive actors, and what the Gulf capitals will decide. But they're certainly going to have a vote in the direction of the regional order.
You're right when you say it's still very uncertain. The only certain thing in this conflict at the moment is uncertainty itself. Your diverse perspectives are always so appreciated here on Counterpoints. Dr. Dania Thaifa, Executive Director of the Gulf International Forum. Mir Mohammed Ali Khan, investment banker, author and political commentator. And Josh Hammer, Senior Editor at Large at Newsweek and host of The Josh Hammer Show. To all of you, thanks for being here on Counterpoints. And thank you to you at home for tuning in to this episode. Keep up to date with our latest Counterpoints debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And of course, don't forget to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
This place might control the future. Welcome to Greenland. So what's hidden here that everyone wants? At first it looks empty, just ice, snow, nothing happening, but even the name is misleading. Greenland's around 80% covered in ice. Sources say it was named over 1,000 years ago by a Viking called Eric the Red, who wanted to attract settlers, so he called it Greenland to make it sound more appealing. Basically the world's first real estate marketing trick. But today, the real value isn't the name, it's what's under the ice. Greenland holds massive reserves of rare earth minerals, lithium, uranium, copper, and even iron, the same materials used in electric cars, smartphones, renewable energy, and modern weapons. In other words, Greenland isn't empty, it's a warehouse of the future. Now, here's the bigger question. What happens as the Arctic melts? New shipping routes are opening across the top of the world, linking Asia, Europe, and North America. Russia is already developing and using northern Arctic routes to move exports between Europe and Asia. And China is investing in Arctic trade with Russia to find shorter alternatives to traditional routes. That puts Greenland right in the middle of future global trade. Then there's politics. Greenland belongs to Denmark, but it governs itself and could one day become independent. The United States already have a major military base there used for missile detection and space surveillance. So what if the US controlled Greenland? It would control critical minerals. It would sit on the world's next trade highways, and it would gain a permanent military position between America, Europe, and Russia. So Greenland isn't just ice, it's resources, it's leverage, it's power. And that's why this frozen island might end up shaping the future of global politics. Greenland was never green with grass, it was green with value. Future may prove it was the most accurate name Eric the Red could have chosen.
Saudi Arabia's hospitality sector is continuing to expand at pace, and Rotana Hotel Management Corporation, one of the Middle East's leading hotel management companies, is accelerating its investment in the kingdom with a growing portfolio. Well, as tourism, pilgrimage and business travel continue to grow under Vision 2030, what opportunities does the kingdom present for hospitality investors and operators? Well, we're joined now by Eddie Tanous, who is the Chief Operating Officer at Rotana Hotel Management Corporation. Thank you so much for joining us on Al Arabiya English. Let's start by talking about Rotana's portfolio here in Saudi Arabia. Seems to be growing pretty fast.
First of all, thank you for having me, Tom. It's good to be here. It is growing very fast, and Rotana has been in the kingdom for more than 10 years now. Today, we operate 13 properties across 8 different cities in Saudi Arabia, and we have a pipeline of solid 10 new properties coming online in the next 3 years, which will put us in about 11 cities across Saudi Arabia. We are obviously very present in the main cities, in Riyadh, in Jeddah, in Khubar, Dammam, and of course in the holy cities in Mecca and Medina. And our pipeline is heading towards the secondary and tertiary cities as well that are now a very exciting ground for us to get into.
You mentioned Mecca and Medina. I noticed you've got a project in the pipeline which is called Residences by Rotana in Mecca. Tell us a bit about that.
So our presence in Mecca, Tom, has been there for a few years now, and we are in the best location in Mecca, in Abraj al-Bayt, one of the 7 hotels that are there with direct access to the Haram. The most exciting opening for us in the Holy City this year was the Jabal Omar Rotana that just opened, the first Rotana brand that opens in Saudi Arabia. Before that, we were entering Saudi Arabia with our 5 other brands. In Medina, we are also walking distance from the entrance of the Haram with Al Manakha Rotana, which opened a year ago as well. And we are continuing to focus on the holy cities because the holy cities have a very special attribute to them, and they are very resilient, and it's obviously a big part of Saudi Arabia's tourism industry. The project that you are talking about, Tom, is our first entry into Saudi Arabia with our residences brand, and it's going to be in Tahrir City. We are very proud of the partnership we have there, and it's going to be our first, as I said, residences component into Saudi Arabia, and we're very proud to be associated with that as well.
So I'm getting the impression from you that you're expanding pretty rapidly across the kingdom and indeed across the GCC. What sort of opportunities have you identified, not just for expansion, but also for partnerships?
Expanding, as a Rotana, today we operate 77 hotels across the whole region and beyond. We have a few properties in Africa and some in Europe. Saudi Arabia is by far our fastest growing market. And the reason being, we truly believe in Vision 2030. I know that we mention this every time we talk about the kingdom, but this is really what we believe has been the pivoting moment for Saudi Arabia's tourism industry, with the Crown Prince and His Highness also, and his announcing Vision 2030 and putting a lot more emphasis on the tourism sector's contribution to GDP, because this is where it all starts at the end of the day. And as an operator that was born in this region and that is from the GCC, we don't feel like we need to be part of Vision 2030. We feel like we should be within that vision. We should be a catalyst for that vision. So this is where the opportunity comes in also for us as a company that wants to grow. Saudi Arabia has so many different opportunities for growth, whether with the private sector or with the public sector as well. And this is something we need to emphasize on as much as possible. The private sector in Saudi Arabia is very prone for growth in the hospitality industry. And it could be sometimes overshadowed by the amazing announcements on the private sector announcements with the big giga projects. But our focus and where we see the opportunity is to balance this relationship and the partnerships between the private sector and the public sector so that we have sustainable growth in the kingdom.
Is it important to have Saudi partners?
You cannot do it without having the right partnerships in Saudi Arabia. We take a great deal of effort into understanding who we want to work with. Our association, for example, with Sumu Holdings in Saudi Arabia, arguably one of the largest today or largest growing private investors. Our partnership that we just signed with Zawiya and for the Mecca project, our existing partnerships are very important. I operated, Tom, a few years ago in Saudi Arabia. I was based in the kingdom, and I understand how important it is to have the right ownerships that share the same value system as you do as a business or as an organization. I'm not saying that as a private investor or as a private entrepreneur, you cannot enter the country coming from outside. You can, and I think there's a lot of opportunities and a lot of facilities that have been created in the last 3 to 5 years for investors to come into the kingdom and do business there. But like any other country, it's very important to have the right relationships inside the country.
I want to ask you a very general question. What makes a Rotana property successful, and how do you go about measuring that success?
That's a great question, Tom. We always say hotels can be bricks and mortar. Without people, without the culture in them, you'll never come back. So Rotana is a company that has managed to put itself in a very good position against the big reputable companies that came in internationally into this region. And the reason being is because we've been very loyal to our mission, our vision, our culture. It's all about people for us. It's all about how do we take care of our employees? The region has gone through difficulties in the last few months, and I can proudly say that despite everything, the first focus was take care of the employees, take care of the colleagues. And I'm proud to say we haven't lost anyone due to this, most recent crisis. I'm giving this example, it's a bit off topic, but I'm giving this example to show you that it starts there. It starts with really creating a culture of people. And then once you have that, when the guest comes to our hotels, of course, it's very important to have the product. It's very important to have, the basic needs for travelers that are used to staying at 5-star and 4-star and 3-star hotels. We need to have those for sure. But it's the human element that makes the difference. And this, I believe, has been our biggest win throughout the last 34 years, and we continue focusing on.
You mentioned that elephant in the room. Very difficult not to talk about current regional geopolitical tensions when talking about hospitality. But we'll come back to that in just a moment, because you touched on another point there, which is about your people. And I want to ask you about how easy you've found it to recruit the necessary talent here in Saudi Arabia. Are you mostly hiring locals?
We have a very big drive to hire local talent, but I will tell you, Tom, we try to do that in every market we are in, because one of our pillars in terms of the service culture that we have is we want to be authentically local to our customers coming in. And again, we are a company or a brand that was born in this region. So I'll give you an example. One of the programs that we have is called the 5 Senses program, where we want our guests to feel something different related to the region that they're visiting, related to the 5 senses. And in order to achieve that, you need your manpower, you need your colleagues to understand the real culture, to be from that culture. In Saudi Arabia, obviously, there's a balancing act between the minimum requirements that the Ministry of Tourism or the Ministry of Labor is basically asking the hotels to have, but there's also our own ambition to make sure that we are relevant in the market, we are relevant to the local talent. And I really enjoy working with the Saudi talent. I did when I was based in Saudi Arabia, and I continue to do so. But like any other country, each country has its own motivational boxes, as I like to call them. In Saudi Arabia, what you need to do is you need to deliver a very long-term vision for the talent. You need to show them where this career will take you. A few years ago, I don't think the hospitality industry was the most sought after for the young talent in Saudi Arabia. I think today we're in a very different place. And I think with the training programs, with, again, sharing that long-term vision and where a front desk agent job can take you in 5 years or in 7 years, we've managed to keep our good talent in Saudi Arabia and promote it for the younger generation coming in. So okay. I'm not saying it's easy, but in any country it's not easy, but I will say we have seen big wins over the last 3 to 5 years.
Okay, let's go back to talking about geopolitical tensions here in this region. I wonder what's been the impact on Rotana and how have you gone about mitigating it?
The good news, bad news. Good news is, we've seen crises before. We've seen COVID. We've seen the 2008-2009 financial crisis. Yes, this crisis is of a different nature, and I'm not going to go into that because I'm not political by nature. But what I can tell you, Tom, is in every one of those crises, including this one, local demand has been the big savior for us. And this is the same in Saudi Arabia as it is in the UAE, as it is in all the other countries that are impacted. During COVID, and I hate to mention COVID because this feels like a lifetime ago, the biggest win that Saudi Arabia had was the self-generated business from the local business moving from one city to another. We focused on businesses that are staying in the country. We focused on long stay business. And so far, I'll have to tell you, it hasn't been as bad as we thought it would be. We definitely want things to be over and things to go back to normal. But we've leaned a lot on the local business, on the domestic demand that we have there. And as a brand that's very well known in the region and in Saudi Arabia, that helped us a lot.
I just want to ask you in the remaining minutes that we have to tell us what your main takeaways were from the Future Hospitality Summit, Eddie.
I always like being at FHS. Future Hospitality Summit is one of those exhibitions that I like to call boutique. They're not the biggest exhibitions, but that gives you an opportunity to have quality discussions with partners. The biggest takeaway for me this year was that things are continuing to move forward. Development doesn't stop, and that's refreshing. Because obviously, if you sit in front of the TV and watch the news, you could get into a point where you feel things are slowing down. Development is not slowing down. There's still a great deal of demand, both from developers, operators, but also suppliers coming into the market with new ideas. I must have met at least 3 or 4 suppliers coming in talking about initiatives for sustainability, talking about initiatives for artificial intelligence or technology that is going to improve guest experience. So all this is continuing, and that was a really good takeaway for me from this latest FHS.
Well, thanks for sharing that with us. Just as we wrap up, and we started talking about your portfolio, and you told us about Residences by Rotana in Mecca. Of all of the projects that are in the pipeline, perhaps you could just tell us which one you're personally most excited about.
I don't want to be biased, but one of our newest brands is called Edge. And this is a fresh lifestyle, not too fussy brand. And I'm very proud of our relationship and our partnership with Me'mar Hospitality, who's a big developer in Riyadh. We now have 2 properties open in Riyadh, one on Olaya Street called Nova M, and the other one is called Edge Arabiya. If you visit these properties, Tom, you'll know what I'm talking about. It's moving a little bit away from the traditional big lobbies and big chandeliers and creating some really nice DNA into the property, a nice lifestyle. And if you go to the Jeddah streets and if you go to some of the Riyadh streets, you see a lot of homegrown coffee shops, a lot of homegrown nice F&B concepts. So you see that Saudi Arabia is really becoming about the local touch. And these brands, the Edge brand is growing into that direction as well. So I love the fact that we are growing with 8 properties with Me'mar in Riyadh, and another one coming up in Jeddah in Al Balad area, which will be perfect for that brand as well. So again, I cannot be biased about any of our brands. I'm proud of every relationship we have in Saudi Arabia, but those are close to my heart because I think it's something new and it's something different.
Well, you've just given me 2 very good ideas for something to check out because it's not very far away from where I am right now here in Riyadh. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for your time. Eddie Tanous, the COO at Rotana. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Tom.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
The US has conducted more strikes against Iran in response to the attack on US military bases in Jordan. CENTCOM says it fired at dozens of IRGC targets, which Iranian media says has killed 3 people. Meanwhile, Pakistan, who have acted as mediators, continue their attempts to bring the US and Iran back to the table. Take a listen.
We are doing utmost to bring the parties back to the Islamabad MOU so that all irritants can be removed in the light of the spirit of the Islamabad MOU and the Pakistan-Qatar joint statement. We encourage the parties to exercise maximum restraint and fully adhere to their commitment to resume technical level talks for the implementation of the Islamabad MOU in line with Pakistan-Qatar joint statement of.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Olympian and broadcaster Samantha Murray and Shane McGinley, news editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight. Shane and Samantha, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. Samantha, let's actually start with you because we've seen more US strikes on Iran, and these strikes and attacks from both sides that we're seeing, it feels like an escalation. Do you think that the conflict could end anytime soon? Where are we right now?
Yeah, thanks for having me back on the show, Leigh Ann. That's right, it feels like this conflict is broadening. This is now 153 in the war, US-Iran. And what we've seen over this week is different parts of the region being targeted by Iran, Iranian-backed militia. And then came the US response last night, which the US claims was quite devastating, quite short in time, and we've heard of human loss caught up in this on Kashmir Island, a two-year-old dying and the parents as well. But it's interesting how this has evolved throughout the week, where we've had the strikes from Iran on Jordan, and then earlier in the week we had the Houthis in Yemen getting involved with the Bab el-Mandeb Straits. The escalation in Egypt, and then we've had constant attacks in Kuwait and Bahrain, and then the US retaliation itself in Iraq with Iranian-backed military there, and then finally, just last night, to Iran itself. So it feels like it's almost continued, broadened, gone full circle, and incorporated everybody in this region right now. And taking a step out from this, we have to wonder what this game is for at the moment. Is there an end in sight, or is this about a political power of keeping the war going on both sides? And where in this can there be diplomacy? We know Saudi Arabia joined forces with the US this week, but they have urged for de-escalation and diplomacy. Prince Khalid bin Salman visited Washington shortly after those attacks and reaffirmed Saudi's position as a peaceful one and wanting diplomacy for the region. And that's certainly what we all hope for, but it's uncertain at this point. We don't know really where this is going to go and what the next attack will be. What we do know is that Iran is suffering at home. The Iranian people, Iranian resources, life is difficult for people in Iran. Their strategic setup here of going for the US bases around the region, perhaps now it's backfiring on them, as Saudi Arabia has stood up and actually got involved with this conflict in a military perspective. So we're waiting right now to see how it's going to unfold and who's going to make the next move.
And this is the difficult thing. It's very difficult to read at the moment, as you say, because things do appear to be broadening across the region. And let's talk a little bit about this, actually, Shane, because obviously we saw those attacks by the US on Iran. But many analysts that I've spoken to are saying actually those US attacks on Iran are proportionate at the moment. They're not going into full escalation. It was 2 hours of attacks. It was targeted strikes to degrade Iran's military capability, which they've said time and time again. And then when we have a look at Iran, they're striking back US bases in the region. So right now it feels like everyone's doing it in a contained manner, even though it is spreading regionally. It doesn't appear to be full escalation. Israel is not involved on the US side.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment, but I think Pakistan's comments as well, and you showed a clip of it just a few minutes ago when they're saying about they're trying to revive the negotiations. And I can see why they stumbled, because a lot of the fundamental issues have not been addressed. The nuclear power, the Straits of Hormuz, all of these proxies. If anything, I would say it's gotten worse, because we've gone from one strait being blocked to the Red Sea. And I think the most worrying development in the last few days has been this strike on Egyptian territory, because Reuters was reporting how the concern is that this will escalate to potential attacks on the Suez Canal, which then would be a third energy pathway which would be threatened. I think the staggering thing is that the oil price has barely moved, and I think traders have just become sort of immune, and all of these sort of crises are sort of just wash off their backs like a duck. But I think the reason I am not as optimistic to you, which is quite rare when we've been chatting over the months, is there was a piece in the Wall Street Journal talking about how the US Central Command was preparing 2 weeks of an air campaign in Iran, and that was building up, and it does feel as if that is sort of slowly moving towards that goal. But the only saving grace, I think, if we were to look for any kind of piece of optimism, is the fact that the Saudi delegation was in Washington, and I think they've been on the record as saying that they want to de-escalate what is happening. So I'm not as optimistic as I would normally be, and because there's just been no movement on the fundamental issues, and the geography of the war is expanding almost by day, it feels like.
And we'll pick that up with you, Sam, but actually the Prime Minister of Egypt says that they have secured alternatives to cover energy demands after attack on gas vessel. And as Shane just pointed to that is indeed the Suez Canal. And we've seen the Strait of Hormuz, Bab el-Mandeb, and potentially the Suez Canal. And I guess one thing that this region cares about, the Gulf region, is how much oil and gas they can export out of the country. And this is something that's fundamental to economies here. Yeah, this is a war of economy right now, and Iran knows it, and that's their play on the chessboard. That's what they're going from the beginning with this. When you zoom out, you think, well, America has the military might. Why can't they take control of this? As Trump arrived with such optimism and said this was going to be very, very quick at the beginning, and take over the Iranian regime for the people and for the region. It was going to be a safer world. It feels very different today. Could this be a different kind of war, a war of taking time, playing a political game, and Iran thinking, actually, if we can keep nudging this along, it's less advantageous for Trump. If we can sustain this war and keep going with our strategy points, yes, we're upsetting our neighbours, and we're not doing ourselves any favour in terms of our ideology and probably long-term diplomacy. But if we can nudge this closer to the midterms for Trump, it's going to be worse for him than it is for us. And meanwhile, the neighbours here are having to think, well, where are we going to sit with this? Because everyone here just wants regional stability. Saudi Arabia, I came here as an expat on the hopes of transformation, optimism, opportunity, and it's such a wonderful place to be right now. And Saudi wants de-escalation and return to normal life in safety, especially for tourism, when we think of the flight routes that are opening up now from Riyadh, and everyone wants to get this thing going, and all the things that we're looking forward to happening here in the region. We've already seen the esports World Championships be relocated because of this conflict. Meanwhile, Iran, it seems, wants it to trickle on by. And I think that's a really valid point because, of course, the midterm elections coming up in November for President Donald Trump. And I think Iran thinks as long as we can spread this war regionally, it will hurt Donald Trump at the ballot box and he could potentially lose the House. And then it will become more and more difficult to keep on funding the war with Iran. But thank you so much. And then what happens with the nuclear deal? Because then if the House of Representatives changes in its balance, is there going to be this big importance on a nuclear deal and reassigning that? Yeah, there's so many unanswered questions to come, and I think Donald Trump's in that situation where he's looking for an off-ramp desperately, but not possibly getting it at the moment. Japan's Prime Minister says rescue crews are in a race against time after a powerful earthquake struck Kumamoto Prefecture, killing at least 13 people. Emergency teams are continuing to search collapsed buildings, including a shopping mall and also a paper factory, where several people remain trapped. Authorities have warned the death toll could rise as aftershocks do continue. Dr. Ellie, let's start with you, because aftershocks and a massive explosion took place after this earthquake. What's the current situation right now in Japan and in Kumamoto?
Well, again, as you said, we're still seeing aftershocks, but the point is that these are not only aftershocks. The authorities have warned that it could be a continuation and potentially even an increase in the intensity of the earthquakes that we are seeing, even reaching up to 7 degrees on the scale. So it is not simply the repercussions or the fallout of the main earthquakes. It is a continuation of other things. Definitely the efforts have been ongoing. Definitely we have hundreds of people that are still trapped, and we have thousands that have been evacuated and that are now living in shelters with the support of the government authorities. In all of this, I think the number that we are mentioning, which is 13 people dead, definitely a tragedy for every person that you lose, for his family, for their surroundings. But it's still quite a significant number, because it's too little for such a huge mass of earthquakes, for such a continuation of earthquakes. Japan has really learned how to cope with earthquakes and how to possibly minimize the damage to the maximum. I was reading some statistics saying that Japan on its own have more than 20% of the world earthquakes that are 6 degrees or above on the Richter scale. But still, the number of deaths, the number of casualties have been decreasing continuously and have been really, let me say, acceptable, between brackets, sorry for the word, but it could have been much more. So Japan has a lot to teach the world on how to deal with major earthquakes, but also, again, all of this preparation, all of this infrastructure definitely comes to its limits, and definitely we are seeing a lot of damages, but also casualties, unfortunately.
Yes, and like you do say, Dr. Ellie, when you look at Japan, it's really on the ring of fire, which is something that you can obviously see. There's so many tectonic plates there. But right now, we talk about earthquakes. We know it's a race against time to really find survivors. Meanwhile, thousands of homes always are without power, without water. It's a very difficult situation for those living in Japan.
Well, we are definitely still in what you call, in these cases, the golden window, which is 72 hours after the main earthquake, where you have the highest chances of finding survivors, of making a difference of some of the people who are still, unfortunately, under the rubble. Having said this, Japan, as Ellie said, is one of the most advanced countries in dealing with this. And they have a preparedness that is absolutely overwhelming and mind-blowing. So that it's part of the nature of the day of how things happen in Japan. Earthquakes have been shaping the country, the nature, the society since ever. But even though with such a high pressure on infrastructure and with such high heat now, even such a great country has problems in dealing and keeping the same preparedness. Having said this, and to continue on what Dr. Ellie was saying, the magnitude only means death when you are not prepared. A much weaker earthquake happened a few years in Haiti, and the death toll was unfortunately much higher. It was like more than 100,000 people dead. And now you have such a high magnitude earthquake in Japan, and having 13 deaths till now, it could rise a little bit, but it means this country has been prepared for this, this kind of events in a formidable way, and they can only be loaded, and it's really impressive how they deal with this.
Yeah, absolutely, because Dr. Ellie, what Wissam just said there is very true, and you also pointed to that. Obviously, there was that recent twin earthquake that we saw in Venezuela, which has been devastating. Thousands have been dead, and we look at Japan, and we look at the preparedness of Japan. I had some guests on yesterday who were on W News Extra, and both of them had lived in Japan, Dr. Ellie, and they said the people's preparedness is unbelievable. From school age, they taught on how to deal with earthquakes. So people there are extremely well versed.
Very true. It is a culture now. It is part of the education. be it parenting or be it school curriculum. They have continuous training, they have pre-warning systems, they have the infrastructure development, the kind of engineering, the kind of, all of the setup is accommodated to deal with such catastrophes, because you know they're going to continue to happen, because you have no way of containing them. The only way is to be prepared. And to be prepared, as Wissam said, will make the whole difference between life and death for so many people. And the younger you train children, the more information you give them, the more training you give them, the more they are equipped to survive in such circumstances. And again, as I said, Japan has a lot to teach the world about that, about other things also, but definitely about facing earthquakes more specifically.
And if you allow me one last thought, maybe philosophical a little bit, somehow every people on this planet...
Of course, Wissam.
Every people on this planet, they have their own kind of resilience. I mean, Japanese have been fighting with nature, with earthquakes. Other people have developed resilience against political volatility. Other people have developed resilience against financial problems. Think about Africa, how people can survive and manage to be happy and live regardless. Like people in the Middle East, like in Lebanon, for example, who can turn something of a war into an occasion to keep on living somehow. Because you cannot wait for sustainable equilibrium to start living. This is how life is. And
or how you cope with the absence of electricity, like what just happened.
Oh, did you have a bit of a power surge, Dr. Ellie? We're glad you're back. But,
thank you.
But Wissam, I must admit that's just such a true way to look at life. You know, every country faces its battles, and it's the resilience of the people that keep it going. And that's something quite remarkable.
It's the same resilience, but it's a different game. It's a different register, but the same human spirit that reflects itself, projects itself in many different stories.
Yeah, absolutely.
But let me add to it the component of the political scientist. Wissam is the philosopher and I'm the political scientist. We have to see how governments are equipped and equip themselves and their people to prepare. Eventually, we have a government to take care of our, our problems. And we have seen during this crisis, to go back to the Iran-US crisis, how well the Gulf governments have been prepared and how well they take care of their people, and how, how long their vision was in order to prepare for any kind of problems that they might face. So again, electing the right people, choosing the right leaders, and the leaders having the right vision will make a lot of difference for the life and well-being of their people.
Yeah, great points. Thank you so much. I can't add anything to that because they were just both amazing, philosophical and political. And the number of millionaires living in the UK has fallen to its lowest level since 2008. The Adam Smith Institute used data which measures the number of British adults with a net worth of at least £1 million. The think tank has put the decline down to rising interest rates after the COVID-19 pandemic. Elena, I find this an absolutely fascinating study that's been done. Tell us how it was all measured. And really, these statistics are quite concerning, aren't they? Let's be honest.
Yes. Since we're both from Europe,
yes.
it makes us both very angry.
It does make us up. Yes, earlier.
One thing I want to say in advance is this study was taken from a right conservative think tank. So I feel like this we have to take into consideration when we answer that. But even though Britain doesn't know how many millionaires live in UK, but we've seen a very interesting trend. So I have some numbers. Of course, those numbers are estimated, but 2021, the same think tank said there are estimated 1.07 million millionaires in UK. So 2025, only 4 years later, we have only 442,000. So the question is, where are 600,000 millionaires? Where did they go? There are a few explanations for that. Of course, some people left the country, and the others, they got lost due to inflation. So even though they have the same amount of money, but everything is more expensive, and in comparison to that, things are don't have the same value anymore. So they are not millionaires.
And it's really fascinating, isn't it? Because you say we've got the 600,000 millionaires that are missing, and when we have a look at this Adam Institute study that was done, it cites factors including the non-dom tax status. So the Labour government abolished that non-dom tax status, higher taxation, because we must think that now we have a Labour government in, and Labour traditionally have higher taxes. We know that is true. And it also says a lot welcoming environment for wealth creators, which is aspirational wealth. And this has been a big criticism from the parties that are in opposition in the UK, that also businesses don't want to go there because they have to pay higher employment, higher national insurance. It's just costing them a fortune. So, and higher taxes. So businesses are moving out of the country because they just can't afford to do business in the UK anymore.
Yeah, this was actually the first thing that came to my mind when Andy Burnham was elected by the Labour Party to be the next MP, because he was even more on the left side than Keir Starmer, and people in Europe, they're continuously voting more on the right side. So people voted for something completely different what they actually got in the end. We have the same thing in Germany as well. But the main problem here is that taxes, they want more taxes now, and people already leaving the country. And for me, when I look at my perspective, I'm happy to pay taxes. I am happy to pay 50% of my income for taxes if I get something in return. But then we see on the other side, bureaucracy in Europe is rising, the economy is going down, all of the infrastructure, we have migration problems, all of that combined, people really ask themselves, for what are we paying that high amount of taxes?
And I think a lot of people are then looking to the right to then vote in because they think that economically they will feel that in their pockets. But it'll be interesting to see, because Andy Burnham very much on the left right now when it comes to campaigning, and now he's Prime Minister. Will he go more centre? Because this is often what they do, but that is another debate. Michael, meanwhile, a so-called group of patriotic millionaires in the UK have written a letter to Andy Burnham declaring they're proud to pay. OK, could this make a difference?
So I love this idea, not so much because of the letter alone, but because of what I think that they should be doing.
Go on, Michael, go on.
I think they should be putting their money where their mouth is. So bring together, I don't know how many of these millionaires signed this petition, but let's bring together, say, a nice, decent number of, say, 25 to represent the group. And then we'll throw in a Labour politician or 3, as well as a Conservative politician or 3, and also even a Reform and a Green as well. Make sure that you have a nice mix of people who help create policy within the country. What they then do is they then figure out, okay, how much money, if you are a millionaire, how much are you prepared to donate? And where do you think that should go? So it's almost like a way where you can fast track it rather than waiting for the government to figure out what is the best way to spend money and how for that money to get there, which we all know in democracies usually takes an awful long time. How about we have these guys agree on how much money that they are going to donate and then where it's going to be spent. Should it be spent on the national healthcare system? Should it go to fixing potholes? Should it go to the national defense? Are there other areas that these men and women would like to donate to? And with the help of the politicians, you hash it out. You get in there, you roll up your sleeves in that sort of stereotypical way that you would hope people who are prepared to work would handle this approach. And they are going to then come out within, say, 60 days with policies. And they know that these, however many millionaires, are going to donate this amount of money, and it's going to go directly into these specific areas. That, to me, is a way that the government could think outside the box. It's also an opportunity for the new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, to really set the tone and to say that we are the can-do government, And we will work with anybody to make sure that the money that's available is going to go to the best resources so that people are going to feel the benefits the most.
So I like that idea, because if in an ideal world, if they could possibly do that, they could give a lot of money. You know, Andy Burnham says he wants to tackle homelessness. They could really help homelessness charities, food banks, older people. They could help with nursery care in the UK. All of this is extremely expensive. But Alina, I like what Michael's saying, but do you not think that there's another thing that Europe could do, and it could actually get people into work? There's a huge problem right now with younger people just not entering the workplace. They're taking benefits from the government and they're living off this rather than actually going out and doing those lesser jobs that they think they're better than. There's been a huge problem with this in Europe. Do you not think there should be more pressure on getting people back into the workforce?
Yeah, but I feel like we should not blame those young people. Our chancellor from Germany, he also said people in Germany have to work more. Yeah, okay, then I am willing to work more, but then there needs to be, please lay out the right conditions for work. So what the problem for the young people is that it just doesn't make sense for them to work more. So they say, okay, what can I get? It's very hard for me to even build up some wealth for my future. This is it's close to impossible due to taxes and the inflation and so on. Then what else can I do with my life? I will probably never be as successful as my parents when it comes to building myself up. So, okay, then at least I enjoy my life. And why should I work more when it financially doesn't make sense? Yeah. So there are so many examples for people who work 3 days a week. And if they would work more, especially when they have children, in the end, because of taxes, they have less than before. Yeah. Why should they do that? It just doesn't make sense economically.
No, yeah, and that's such a good point to make, because I think this is the position that young people are stuck in. I think the people coming up now are the first generation who are not going to be as wealthy as their parents, because obviously the boomer generation did extremely well, and we just don't see that feeding through now into the younger generations. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that, Michael and Alina. Summer holiday plans have been disrupted as wildfires continue to spread across both France and Spain. Hundreds of thousands of people have been evacuated and tourist accommodation has been cleared as officials warn visitors to stay away from the hardest hit areas. Flights are still operating in Bordeaux, but smoke and fire continues. Conditions are causing disruption on the ground. Take a listen to what firefighter commander said.
Conditions are fairly favorable, but we must remain cautious and highly vigilant as we are forecasting very high temperatures from tomorrow. A 42,000 hectare fire generates immense heat and it cannot be extinguished overnight. The extinguishing process will stretch over several weeks, maybe even months, similar to what we experienced in 2022. Today's mission offers us some respite and provides us with a window of opportunity to maximize our firefighting efforts.
Jono, more than 300,000 people have now been evacuated across both France and Spain. What have authorities in both countries now been saying?
So they've changed the tact on this, and we spoke about these last week when they were somewhat in their infancy, these fires in Spain and in France as well. But they've changed the tact on this completely. The priority now is protecting lives. So previously we'd spoken about how they were putting fire breaks into place. They were trying to extinguish the flames that were already going. Now they've had to shift away from that simply because it's become unmanageable. It's just so astronomical. And we can see from these absolutely daunting videos that have emerged, it's really shocking. 300,000 people have gone to spend the night in sports halls, exhibition centres and shelters, that kind of thing. So it's moving towards areas that are more populated. So we're seeing Bordeaux, for instance, is becoming now in the line of fire, quite literally, when it comes to these wildfires. And Spain has said, look, we've got several regions that are now going to be under this massive emergency warning as well. Now, on the French side, there's been something that I've never heard of before. It's something called a pyro cloud. So this is a thunderstorm within the fire, and it actually creates its own unpredictable, highly unpredictable weather pattern, which is lightning, rain, that kind of thing, that basically it's a microclimate in itself within the fire. And you might think that's got to be a good thing, right? Rain, it's going to quench the fire. Well, not so much, because it's the lightning more than anything else. It's an electrical storm within this fire that's causing further fires to break out. So the authority have said, right, well, we're not going to try and quench all the fires anymore. We're going to look at areas that are heavily built up, and we're going to try and protect those, so put fire breaks in around that area, basically dampen that area down. And they're trying to, you have to understand the scale as well. And we heard there from France, it's about 45,000 hectares. For Spain, it's about 77,000 hectares. So that's about the size of, to put it in city terms, about Singapore or about New York City. It's about that size. So it's astronomical, the size of this as well. And again, they're beyond direct suppression. These fires cannot just be contained. The crew has to focus on getting people out of the way of the fire and protecting those bigger areas, those bigger places where there are malls and people living and large housing estates. So they've got to do that instead of extinguish the blaze. So it totally has changed. Now, tourists are being told, listen, you got to check, you got to make sure that there's no smoke, road closures, rail disruption where you are travelling to. But the reality of this is, although Bordeaux is heavily affected, if you're in somewhere like Toulouse, it's not so much, you don't know that this is actually happening. So yes, it is big on the scale, but if you look at 77 hectares in comparison to the absolute scale of France or of Spain, that's actually not a massive amount of the area. But the problem here is that this is not isolated. This is not something that's just happened once. This is now an annual challenge, and normally a reserve for, in the last couple of years, we've heard of Greece having these fires every year. Now it's going further and further towards France and Spain in these areas as well. Southern Europe has been way more affected by these fires in the last recent years, which is a concern.
I did speak to a travel editor a little bit earlier, Lisa Minot, and she was actually in the south of France on holiday speaking to me, and she said that the area that they were in, they've not been affected at all. They're at a campsite they go to every single year, and authorities have been handing out leaflets, and they've just been telling them to do practical things in case the fire reaches them, like making sure they have a fully charged phone, they have petrol in their car, or their car is charged sufficiently. So people are still on holiday, as you rightly say, Jono, but they have been given some travel advice while they've been on the ground. But Gemma, what are weather experts predicting for the week to come?
The news isn't good. It's only going to get hotter. So the broader weather patterns across France and Spain over the coming week, they're expected to be dominated by another major heat wave. Temperatures climbing sharply from tomorrow, and then, getting higher as we move towards the weekend. So obviously this renewed heat increases the fire risk further. So in the southwest around Bordeaux, which is where we're seeing most of the areas most affected by the current wildfires, now that region is expected to experience some of the most intense heat, with perhaps highs of around 42 degrees. In northern France, now that's an area that includes Paris, they're looking at highs of maybe around 40 degrees on Wednesday. There is the slight chance of rain, but, with wildfires this, huge, this hot, and as Jono said, with these, mini climate storms occurring, that's unlikely to bring any kind of widespread relief. Excuse me. In central Spain, around Madrid, you've got temperatures perhaps climbing to about 43 degrees, very low humidity. And then southern Spain is actually where you're going to see the highest temperatures, around Andalusia and Seville. They're looking at highs of about 45 degrees Celsius. So what we're going to see, we're seeing this heat wave intensifying. It's not dying down anytime soon, at least certainly not this week. Both countries entering these prolonged periods of exceptional heat. Little rainfall is predicted, and then continuing extreme wildlife fire risk. So it's not looking good, at least not for the remainder of this week.
And also, Jono, just one quick final thought from you. Farmers have actually been helping firefighters really battle these big fires that we are seeing across France. And a lot of it is going to affect agricultural areas.
And the issue will be not now, but it will be actually further down the line. It may not affect some places where you think it might, but there will be things like vegetation will be an issue. I know the issue from back in Ireland right now, where similarly it's a dry spell and there's a bit of a drought going on. There's a hosepipe ban which seems to come into place after 3 days of dry weather, but still, the issue will be that they don't get a second cut of things like hay. You probably won't get silage, which means that the winter will be very, very harsh for farmers. So it's in their best interest to come to the fore and to try and help out with stuff like this. And from a crops perspective and point of view as well, the land is likely to be very difficult to try to dig into that. Come autumn, that's very unlikely you're going to be able to do much in that ground unless you have substantial rainfall, and it won't be very fertile through the next couple of months as well. So of course it's in their best interest to make a difference. What's impressive though is that vineyards will actually do quite well out of this, historically speaking, provided it's not obviously overly dry for a prolonged period of time. I'm talking 8 to 10 weeks. Vineyards actually do quite well and ends up being a quite bountiful fruit afterwards. They're much smaller grapes that will be at vineyards through the next couple of months, but that in fact makes them sweeter for any beverages that they might be making from that. So it can be some way beneficial, but for the majority of farmers who are relying on crops or who are relying on livestock, it will be a detrimental autumn, and then even worse when it comes forward towards the winter for their livestock and for their crops.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Melinda Nucifora. Coming up, as the wars in Iran and Ukraine drag on, Donald Trump says he doesn't need Benjamin Netanyahu, or Bibi, for intelligence on Pickaxe Mountain. A pointed remark that's fueling questions about his relationship with one of Washington's closest allies. Tonight, we'll unpack what's really behind the rhetoric, and we'll also be looking at the Trump-Zelensky meeting and what it could mean for Ukraine's air defences. Plus, Saudi Arabia's joint overnight strikes with the United States on Iran-backed militia targets in Iraq, with Riyadh insisting it doesn't seek escalation but will respond to any aggression. We'll bring you the latest developments and analysis, all of that coming up in this edition of GNT. Hello and welcome to the programme. Yesterday was a busy day for US President Donald Trump, who held separate meetings with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. For Donald Trump and Netanyahu, it was their first face-to-face meeting since the Iran war began 5 months ago. The closed-door talks lasted nearly 90 minutes and were described as positive, with Netanyahu calling them excellent. But behind the public display of unity, there were signs of tension. Ahead of the meeting, Trump made some pointed remarks saying, and we quote, "I don't need Bibi for intelligence on Pickaxe Mountain," criticising Netanyahu for speaking publicly about activity at the Iranian nuclear site. So, where does the relationship between Trump and Netanyahu stand? For more on this, I'm joined by Itamar Rabinovich, former Israeli ambassador to the US, joining us from Tel Aviv. Ambassador, thanks for your time on the programme.
Thank you.
President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu described their 90-minute Oval Office meeting as highly productive. How significant was it, after weeks of reported tensions between the two leaders, that they both had quite glowing remarks about their meeting?
I think they both found a way of controlling the tension. The tension is there. It is a result of their decision to go together to a war that has not been successful. They also have different views of the way to proceed from this point on, but they both understand that they cannot keep airing the differences, that they have to control the differences. President Trump sent a couple of pieces of advice to Prime Minister Netanyahu through an interview to Fox News, setting limits on the meetings. Netanyahu obliged. It was a private meeting. There was no face-to-face, group-to-group, no media, no photo op. It was all very controlled to send a message from Trump's point of view that, yes, he was having still a good working relationship with Netanyahu. Both countries were cooperating on a number of issues in the Middle East, particularly with regard to Iran, but Netanyahu is not being drawn by Netanyahu. Trump is not being drawn by Netanyahu. Trump is an independent actor. He is the senior partner in this relationship, and Netanyahu must listen to him and cannot even try to drag him into matters or issues that the United States does not want to be in.
Interesting, actually. There's a couple of points there that you make that I want to pick up on. Firstly, that interview with Fox News that he gave shortly before their meeting. He said he didn't need Prime Minister Netanyahu telling him how to handle Iran. So you don't think that that was just general President Trump posturing? Do you think that he was trying to send quite a clear message to the Prime Minister?
Yeah, it goes back to two different points. One was the unsuccessful result of the war. And second was the New York Times report a few weeks ago describing how Netanyahu and the head of the Israeli Mossad dragged Trump into an adventure against the advice of some of his advisors. Trump was very much insulted by this, and he's made a point of demonstrating in a number of ways that in this relationship, he's the boss, he's calling the shots, Netanyahu has to listen to him and to oblige him. And the preparation for yesterday's meeting was one of these steps. Actually, if you look at it closely, it's quite insulting to, on the eve or a couple of hours before the meeting, to receive that kind of message via Fox News is not the most pleasant situation for the Prime Minister of the country.
The other aspect that I wanted to pick up on is that issue you raised that no press were present in the room, not even for those typical handshake shots and those welcome comments. It seems highly unusual for two leaders who aren't particularly media shy. Do you... I thought that perhaps President Trump may have wanted to come out and publicly, you know, show his force there. Why do you think he wanted to do it behind closed doors?
I think there was a lot of business to be done together, and that was done during a meeting that took an hour and 20 minutes on a very busy day, a meeting with Zelensky, the memorial for Senator Graham. There was a busy day, but the meeting did take place, and there was a substantive discussion for an hour and 20 minutes on a range of issues. All of that was done. But, you know, if you bring the media in, and some of them may ask embarrassing questions and may get embarrassing answers, I think Trump wanted to be fully in control of this meeting and its perception.
Both leaders say that after this meeting that they remain united to prevent Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons. But do they also agree on how to achieve that objective? America says it's still exploring diplomacy, whereas Israel has said in the past it doesn't really see that as a viable path.
I think Israel is much more committed, or Netanyahu and Israel, for that matter, much more committed to this issue. After all, we live near Iran and we are the potential victims of such a device or the repercussions of Iran having such a device. The United States is safely behind an ocean. And therefore there is a greater Israeli commitment to this issue. And I think that Netanyahu would like to see a much more assertive action than the one that Trump is willing to take. And let's remember, at the background of it all is Trump's desire to end this war and to go back to business, to deal principally with the congressional elections of November, which are very important to him. And the shadow of this war and crisis is hanging over this. He would like to be out. I would say he is so eager to be out that the Iranians, who, originally are the people who invented the bazaar, know how to take advantage of it. And they keep pushing the buck all the time, taking advantage of Trump's eagerness and his inability to devise a way that would bring them seriously to the negotiating table. Let me also add that their proxy in Lebanon, Hezbollah, became active again during the past 2 days. There's also been an interesting American-Saudi attack on pro-Iranian militias in Iraq. The fact that the Saudis, who've been a bit ambivalent about dealing with Iran, took action together with the United States, military action, is also interesting in its own right.
Do you think then Israel is perhaps concerned that President Trump wants to get out of this so quickly that the US may try and wrap this up before Israel feels confident that its security goals have been achieved?
I think so. I think that if you look at it from Israel's point of view, the Hormuz Straits are of prime concern to the United States. The nuclear issue seems to be secondary in that regard. Let's remember also that Iran is determined to create a linkage between the Straits of Hormuz and Lebanon. There is an Israeli-Lebanese, with the Lebanese regime negotiation. Israel is withdrawing from some of its strongholds in Lebanon, and the committee, according to the American-Iranian Armistice Agreement that needs to monitor this, includes, lo and behold, Iran. Iran is the promoter of Hezbollah, and it's also given the task of supervising the Israeli compliance with the Armistice Agreement. Quite ironic.
Iran continues to insist, though, that it will not surrender its nuclear ambitions. So what realistic options remain for the United States and Israel? What do you think their next step should be if both sides want this wrapped up successfully?
It doesn't have to be military action. There are two sieges in the Hormuz Straits. There is the Iranian siege and the American siege beyond it. I mean, if the United States has the patience for 3 or 4 months of a siege, the Iranian economy and the Iranian regime might collapse. If they collapse, the nuclear issue would be off the table.
Do you really think that the regime will collapse, though? They have endured so much pressure up to this point.
First of all, I can't make a prediction in that regard. I don't know, and nobody knows. But I think that there is a point at which every regime comes to a red line that it cannot cross. And if the economy continues to deteriorate, people continue to suffer economically and otherwise, there may be a point at which this regime would collapse. It could happen.
Well, there has been so much focus on Iran. Israel has continued its military operations in Gaza. Reports say that at least 1 Palestinian was killed, more than a dozen were wounded, and that a mosque and tents sheltering displaced civilians were destroyed. Has Israel breached the October ceasefire?
No, because Hamas breaches the October ceasefire. and no one seems to be taking them to task for it. Unfortunately, there's too much unfinished business in the Middle East. Iran is an unfinished business, Gaza is unfinished, Lebanon is unfinished. Three fronts where we don't have a finished business, and it's in everybody's interest in the international orders business that these issues be settled and we go back to normal business.
Do you think that there was a mistake made then in so much attention being turned from the US, from Israel, from the international community to Iran, that has left those other three fronts, as you say, almost unattended?
I think not. I think Iran represents a major threat. It's a country of 90 million people with a strong military and highly developed elite scientific military industrial capability. They can project. They demonstrated to all and sundry that they don't hesitate to fire rockets and other destructive weapons at their Arab neighbors across the Gulf. Almost all 6 members of the GCC have been victims of that. Closing the Straits of Hormuz or closing the Bab el-Mandeb, which is now threatened or announced by the Houthis, are major infractions of international law because these are international waterways. Who is going to enforce the international law? Only one country could do it. He tried to do it. So far, it has not been successful. So I think it's a lingering problem for the larger international community for global order.
There are also continuing reports of escalating settler violence in the occupied West Bank. The UN has condemned recent attacks, saying that it violates international law. Do you think that there is a risk of the violence spiralling there? And has the Israeli government done enough to de-escalate the violence?
No, I think it's reprehensible, it's dangerous, it should be stopped. You know, we have our own election on October 27. The government will run against the opposition. A lot is at stake. If the opposition bloc wins the election, there will be there will be a change in Israeli policy in the West Bank.
Do you think that it's heading in that direction? I mean, how do you think the election's going to play out then?
Well, again, nobody knows. That's that's why an election is an election. We don't know, but the polls indicate that the government might be or is likely to be defeated. There's now a leading figure in the opposition, Gadi Eisenkot, who for the first time receives not just more potential deputies in the parliament, but also in terms of personal rating vis-a-vis Netanyahu. For the first time, an opposition leader comes ahead of Netanyahu in terms of the Israeli public's preference. So it's a very likely possibility that this would happen. If it happens, it would be a major change in domestic Israeli politics and also in terms of regional politics, because if that happens, we will see an Israeli government that puts a greater emphasis on diplomacy rather than on military action.
Well, I guess that takes me to my final question, because the current Israeli government continues to face international condemnation over its actions in Gaza and the West Bank. Is Israel risking its diplomatic position at a time when it is seeking to maintain such strong international backing?
I think it is. I should fairly say I'm a critic of the current Israeli government, and I think it has inflicted heavy damage to our international diplomatic position, our position in world public opinion, and that, of course, from my point of view, is very unfortunate.
It's been really interesting having your comments there. Itamar Rabinovich, former Israeli ambassador to the US, thank you for joining us on Global News today.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
And now to the Gulf. Saudi Arabia's armed forces have carried out targeted overnight strikes against Iran-backed militia targets in Iraq in coordination with US Central Command. Riyadh says the action was in response to recent drone attacks from Iraq targeting Saudi oil facilities. In an official statement from the Ministry of Defence, Saudi Arabia emphasised that it does not seek escalation, but said it will respond to any aggression against the kingdom. For further analysis, I'm joined by Mick Mulroy, former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defence for the Middle East under President Trump, joining me from Montana. Mick, thank you so much for your time and your expertise. This operation was carried out jointly with US Central Command. Give us, first of all, a broad overview on just how significant this level of military cooperation between Saudi Arabia and the United States is.
So, Melinda, of course, this was precipitated by the attack on the U.S. base in Jordan by the IRGC right in the middle of what both sides thought, or at least the United States thought, was a pause. So it shows that the Iranians aren't really interested in that pause and feel that they're in a position where they can reinitiate the conflict without any real consequences. So I think that is the start of this. And yes, it is significant that the Saudis and the U.S. are working together to strike these PMFs, the Popular Mobilization Front, in Iraq together. It shows that there's going to be a growing coalition, not just of political allies, but military allies in this conflict. The Houthis, of course, the proxy of Iran, have been attacking Saudi energy infrastructure and Saudi oil transport. So they are in this war whether they like to or not, and so are many other Gulf allies. So this could be a big strategic mistake on the side of Iran. The president of the United States is making very clear, pretty extreme comments this morning on the need to restart a massive military operation against Iran.
Do you think it could be the start of things to come then in that case?
Yes, and that's why I was referencing the president's comments this morning. President Trump was saying emphatically that this is going to be addressed in extreme language, which I think was purposeful to tell the Iranians that they should have gone with the pause. There's also a question of whether the people that are doing the negotiations, the foreign minister, for example, were even aware that the IRGC were going to launch this attack because it's clearly not what the negotiators thought was going to happen. They were trying to get both sides back into discussions, and that is not going to happen now based on this surprise attack against U.S. forces.
Well, I mean, the US, yes, has been pushing diplomacy, but we have also repeatedly heard Saudi officials saying that they have been working to reduce regional tensions even long before these attacks, and stressed that it has never sought escalation. But the Saudi government has also said it has the right to defend its sovereignty. So what message do you think this sends to groups that continue to target the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
So I think it sends the message that proxy forces are going to be considered Iranian. So whether the Houthis came out before they started these attacks and basically swore allegiance to the new supreme leader, saying they'd follow his instructions. Then they started attacking Saudi oil transport ships, and then the Iranians started saying, well, it's not us. Well, I think what the Gulf countries are going to start saying emphatically by action, not just words, is yes, it is. So the Saudis did try somewhat of a détente, if you will, before this war started with Iran. I think that's clearly over, and it's the Iranians that made it over. So these countries are going to start shifting from trying to be the negotiators to end this conflict to being active combatants in this conflict because they have no choice. They're being attacked, whether it's Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, Saudi Arabia. This could build a giant military coalition, and of course, in addition to Israel, to go against Iran. Whether that will have the effect they hope, we'll have to see. But the United States has certainly flown enough new military assets into the region that they could carry out this attack that the president's been talking about.
Civilian infrastructure across the region has been repeatedly targeted during the Iran war, not just in Saudi Arabia, but across the Gulf. So how important is it that countries across the entire Gulf region can demonstrate that they can project military power beyond their borders when it's their critical infrastructure that's threatened?
Couple parts to this. So I think Iran's trying to send a message. Most of the Gulf countries rely heavily, for example, on the desalination process for water. So Kuwait, for example, about 90% of its water comes from this. In Iran, only about 3% of the water comes from desalination. So striking those facilities is sending a message, because it could have a humanitarian catastrophe for the consequences if they were successful in hitting most of these plants across the region. But the other part of this is rarely do you win by just defense. And right now, a lot of the Gulf countries have been trying to defend themselves, and that's it. And we're running out of course, defensive interceptors, which is one of the reasons why they believe this massive increase in military operations did not happen. At least that's been reported in the media. So the question is going to be, are you just going to sit back and try to defend yourself against a considerable missile and drone barrage, or are you eventually going to take the fight to the enemy? And I think that's where many Gulf countries are headed.
Do you think that these strikes could change calculations for some of these Iranian-backed groups operating, whether it's in Iraq, across the wider region? Is this a wake-up call?
I think it's intended to be a wake-up call. Of course, we've seen a lot of these groups get significantly degraded. Hezbollah, for example, Hamas, for example. The Houthis, of course, are pretty resilient, because that's where it really comes to these mountainous regions and the difficulty in taking the fight to them. But if the concentration begins in earnest, it can degrade their ability to strike these ships in the Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandeb, and also their ability to get resupplied by the Iranians. So that's going to take an international coalition, a military coalition, certainly a naval coalition, but also a political and economic coalition to do everything they can to reduce the Iran's regime's ability to fund itself. They came out this week and said that they sold $18 billion worth of oil. If that's accurate, that's unacceptable. That needs to change. We need to ensure collectively, the international community, that does not continue. And not just because countries agree with the United States. They can disagree with the United States starting this war. But this closing of the Strait of Hormuz and potentially the Bab el-Mandeb is going to affect every country around the world substantially. And the leaders of those countries are responsible for the people in those countries. So hopefully that will inspire them to join this coalition, even if it's not militarily, but politically and economically, to further isolate them by sanctions, secondary sanctions, seizing assets of the IRGC, commercial assets that are global. That is what's going to affect the calculations of the Iranian regime more so than military strikes. There's a part for military strikes, but ultimately it comes down to their ability to fund themselves, and that's primarily political and economic.
In a broader sense, away from perhaps this particular operation, what does the cooperation say about the current strength of the US-Saudi strategic partnership overall under President Trump?
So it's always been strong, and it's been strong for decades and decades. But I think this shows an increasing willingness to be directly aligned when it comes to Iran. There was some hesitation, for good reason, by most of the Gulf allies when this started, because they knew the consequences would be bared by them, and it has been. But now I think it's clear that they see the way out of this is not going to be through a negotiated settlement and conceding to everything that Iran demands. It's going to be a combination of those, and part of that is military. And they certainly have the capacity, and I think now we're going to see more of it, not just from Saudi Arabia, but potentially from many other countries in the Gulf.
Do you think that looking ahead, we could see that sort of additional cooperation extend to protecting shipping lanes, as that's become such an issue, energy infrastructure, and maybe even broader regional stability?
Yes, I think those are exactly the areas, Melinda, where this is going to be very important, because that is what is at risk right now. We've seen naval coalitions in the past whose sole purpose was to ensure the clear operation of maritime international waterways. And I think we're going to see a more robust version of that coming online very soon. I certainly would hope that's the case. Because again, this isn't about whether you agree with the U.S. starting this war with Iran. This is about the free flow of commerce around the world, which affects every country, especially the countries in this region. So it is in their own interest to join there and send a clear message to Iran that they're not going to be able to dictate terms to the region about how the region is going to be run.
Following the meeting between the Iraqi Prime Minister and the US President that we saw earlier this month, there was a lot of optimism that Iraq could be turning a page. Do you think that that optimism has now been dashed?
I don't. I think the government in Iraq would like to have complete control of all the entities, particularly armed forces, in Iraq. And I think that's also the case in Lebanon. The problem is they don't. And that's because of Iran. They send IRGC officers to bed with them, all these groups around the region that cause all the instability. So I think it was a very positive step for the meeting in the White House between the senior leaders of the U.S. and Iraq to discuss the way forward, but it's not going to happen overnight. And it's not all within the government in Baghdad's capabilities, quite frankly, to do. They don't want to see a massive civil war anymore. They want to see a massive civil war in Lebanon. But it's going to be a concerted effort to push back against the head of this state, which is in Tehran. They operate this way, thinking that they are going to be exempt from the consequences. They simply pointed, there wasn't us, it was them. That needs to change. Anything that these proxy forces do should be considered done by the powers that be in Tehran.
So will this joint strike then have a lasting impact on Iraq's diplomatic relationship with Saudi Arabia in that case?
I wouldn't think so. I imagine they are talking to them directly, basically stating that we understand that this wasn't supported by the government of Iraq. Because before this, there was also multiple drone waves launched by these militias toward U.S. military bases. So they have been involved heavily in this. We talked about the strike by the IRGC on the places in Jordan, but this has also been a near constant attack by these proxy groups, these militias, against U.S. installations. So I think that they'll probably discuss this directly, but this is going to continue because the Saudis have no real option. They were pulled into this by Iran. It wasn't their choice, but they have really no choice but to respond militarily. And I think more countries are going to come online with that concept and be very overtly involved in this war if it continues.
Mick Mulroy, thank you so much for your analysis. We appreciate you here on Global News Today.
Great to be with you.
We've heard the latest on the Trump and Netanyahu meeting. Now, what happened when he met with Ukraine's president? Volodymyr Zelensky described it as a good meeting, while President Trump said it was an honor to sit down with the Ukrainian leader. One of the main takeaways was a US promise to allow Ukraine to produce interceptors for Patriot air defense systems, along with other defense projects, something Zelensky expressed his gratitude for. The move comes as Ukraine faces a growing air defense challenge. Russia has stepped up missile and drone attacks, hitting cities, infrastructure and military targets. Kyiv says more Patriot interceptors are urgently needed to strengthen its ability to defend its skies. I'm joined now by William Taylor, former United States chargé d'affaires to Ukraine under President Trump and former US ambassador under Presidents Bush and Obama, joining us from Washington, D.C. Ambassador, thank you so much for your time.
Melinda, thank you for having me.
President Zelensky and the President Trump meeting went much better than what we had seen on that very first one back in February of last year. Before we get into specifics, give me your overall perception of the meeting.
You're right, Melinda. It was a very good meeting. And it turns out over the last 2 months, President Zelensky and President Trump have met one way or the other 5 times, 3 times in person. So this is a continuation, a recent continuation of these good relations, good vibes, good working relationship between President Trump and President Zelensky.
Why do you think we're seeing that shift?
I think it's very clear. The Ukrainians are doing well on the battlefield. They are winning on the battlefield. President Trump and many people around the world, but President Trump in particular, likes to back a winner. And President Zelensky now represents a country that is winning on the battlefield, is winning deep strike. It has the Russians on the back foot. Putin is looking vulnerable and like a loser. And so I think that explains the change.
President Zelensky says that President Trump has agreed to grant Ukraine licenses to produce Patriot interceptor missiles. If implemented, how significant would that decision be for Ukraine's war effort?
Incredibly significant. And the faster it happens, the better. The Russians every day and every night are lobbing ballistic missiles into Kyiv, into other cities around Ukraine, which is doing grave damage. And the shortage of Patriot missiles means that the Ukrainians can't defend themselves very well against these missiles. So these Patriots would help. Patriots right now would help. But the Ukrainians do want to be able to manufacture them themselves. They're actually, Melinda, they're not waiting for these Patriots to arrive. They are working on their own version of Patriots, but it's a crucially important element of their defense.
They have really managed to scale up their own sort of production, but, I mean, even if they're given the go-ahead, this isn't a quick fix. You said faster is better, but this is still going to take time, isn't it? Winter is coming.
It is going to take time, and that's why they're working on their own. They're working with Europeans on another version of a Patriot missile, of an anti-ballistic missile interceptor, because they need them. They need them right now. If they can get some of the technology from the Patriots, great. They can incorporate that into their own. But they're working very hard, and they've demonstrated that they can do things more quickly than the Americans can.
We also heard, we haven't had confirmation from the White House, but there was a suggestion from the Ukrainian team that they're offering to also share some of that sort of quicker, more nimble equipment and manufacturing ability that they've been able to demonstrate with their American counterparts. That's an interesting flip, isn't it?
It's a very interesting flip. And the Ukrainians have offered that and indeed are providing that to U.S. allies in the Gulf, which, of course, are fighting off, trying to defend themselves against Iranian drones. The Ukrainians know how to deal with those because the Iranians gave those weapons, gave those drones to Russia, and Russia has given them back to Iran, and Iran is now using them against U.S. allies. The Ukrainians are helping our allies defend themselves. And the U.S. government is working with the Ukrainian government to share that technology as well.
How difficult is it going to be, though, for Ukraine to scale up that kind of production during wartime? I mean, if it begins producing these sorts of Patriot missiles domestically, won't that just become Russia's latest target?
Of course it will, and the Ukrainians know that. So they will manufacture these probably underground. Some of them, Melinda, will probably be manufactured in other countries, maybe in Germany, maybe in Poland. But the Ukrainians know what to expect from the Russians. They will take measures to ensure that they can continue the manufacture.
Would allowing Ukraine to manufacture Patriot missiles represent one of the biggest shifts yet in US military support for Ukraine?
It would be a big shift. And again, this comes in the wake of, with the recognition of the Ukrainian success. Now, President Trump wants to reinforce that success. He wants to put pressure on Putin to come to the table to negotiate. And so this is a big shift and an important one for the Ukrainians.
We haven't had confirmation, though, from the United States on a lot of what has been said, because a lot of it was said behind closed doors, as all the important information is. But even those initial handshakes and smiles and welcoming comments, we didn't see that play out in front of the media this time like we have before. Does that say anything to you?
Not really. As you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu was also in, and they really didn't want the press in on that. So these two meetings back to back were very similar format. No, I think what you heard from both sides after the meeting, Zelensky and Trump, it was a very good meeting, very productive, and you saw what the Senate did, passing that sanctions bill after those discussions. So this is a very constructive, very positive meeting between the two.
You take me directly to my next question about those sanctions on Russian oil and gas. Could those measures really weaken Russia's ability to finance this war? Because we've seen sanction packages over and over, not just from the US, from the European Union as well, and yet the war machine continues.
The war machine continues primarily because the Russians got a big bump in revenue due to the war in Iran. Oil prices went up. The way the Russians fund their war is through sales of oil. And even though that has been constrained, the sales of oil, the export of oil from Russia to the rest of the world has been constrained and reduced, the increase in prices helped the Russians. However, as we know, those prices are back down. Before the war, before the Iran war, these measures, these sanctions that you mentioned, were really having an effect on the revenues going into the Russian economy. They were really having an effect. They were down by half, Melinda. So yes, they can have an effect. They will have more effect now that the oil prices are coming back down.
Do you think, as you say, oil prices coming down, we've got these new sets of sanctions, do you think that this could be that strategically important balance point, that maybe this could be the time that Russia is really going to start to feel it, and we could see a shift in Ukraine's favour?
We could very well see a shift in Ukraine's favor. We've already seen the shift in Ukraine's favor on the battlefield and in the deep strikes that the Ukrainians are using, again, their own weapons, firing deep into Russia at military targets, affecting the revenues, affecting the supply of military equipment, affecting the production of missiles. So we've seen that shift. And now we will see that further with these sanctions, these new sanctions. And that could put pressure on Putin to come to the negotiating table for a ceasefire.
We've seen deep strikes into Russia, but no real change along that front line. Why not?
So the front line has been stable, well, stable is not the right word, has been dynamic, but hasn't moved back and forth for some 3.5, 4 years. That's been stable. The Ukrainians have held off the Russians, and indeed now, Melinda, are pushing the Russians back a little bit. Here and there, they're pushing the Russians back. So the stability, it's a dynamic stability. It's moving, but not very much at all. And it's a tribute to the Ukrainian army stopping the Russian army.
You mentioned the peace process there. Do you think that that process can get back on track before Ukraine endures another incredibly difficult winter?
It will all depend on Putin. When Putin feels the pressure, when Putin realizes he cannot win, when Putin realizes that his economy is suffering devastating effects on his economy, when he realizes that his soldiers are being killed on the battlefield in numbers that he can't replace, when he realizes this, he will have to come to the negotiating table to end the fight, to enjoy a ceasefire. And that, yes, it could happen this year.
We have, though, seen President Trump's dedication to this peace process being put somewhat on the back burner, given the US has very much embroiled itself in the situation in Iran. So do you think it's going to need the US to get back on the front foot, or do you think that that time has passed?
No, I think that the attempt to put pressure on Putin to come to the negotiating table is reviving, at least in the Americans. We Americans are now putting some pressure on, and the Trump administration has indicated that they're going to send their two negotiators, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, to Kyiv sometime soon. This will be important to restart that negotiating process. It'll be important to get Witkoff and Kushner to Kyiv for the first time, Melinda. They've been to Moscow many times. They haven't been to Kyiv yet, and now they're talking about visiting Kyiv. That's an important move.
It is an important move. I wanted to bring that up with you because we heard that also from President Zelensky. It hasn't been confirmed by the Trump administration. But the very first visit by those two key negotiators to Kyiv, that could be a turning point in the US's push one way or the other, couldn't it?
It could be a turning point in the U.S. push. But again, the key is Putin. The United States and Ukraine. President Trump and President Zelensky both have made suggestions and demands, recommendations, offers to Putin. He's turned them all down. Putin is the problem. When he realizes he can't win, he'll have to bow to that pressure and come to the negotiating table.
What's it going to take, though, for him to realise, as you say, that he can't win? Because he's endured this for a very long time now. What's to say he can't just continue to wait them out?
His economy is getting worse and worse. He's losing soldiers on the battlefield. The ratio, Melinda, of Russian soldiers to Ukrainian soldiers being killed on the battlefield is 8-1. The Ukrainians are doing very well. The Russians are losing more soldiers than they can replace. That is going to catch up to Putin this year. The sanctions we talked about from the Americans, but also from the Europeans, is going to put continued pressure. His economy is going to dictate that he makes some change. He'll come to the negotiating table.
Do you think the domestic pressure is also going to catch up with President Zelensky? We have seen some very unhappy protests in Ukraine.
President Zelensky has strong support. You're right. There have been protests of the replacement of the defense minister. However, President Zelensky listened. And what he did was he got rid of the commander, the military commander, and put a new, younger commander in and a new, young minister of defense. So that combination has demonstrated to the Ukrainian people that Zelensky listens, that he hears their protests, he hears their concerns, he responds, he's made changes. He's done this before, Melinda. A year ago, he had the same thing, made a mistake, and the Ukrainian people went to the streets. President Zelensky listened. That same thing this time. He's in good shape until the war ends. The Ukrainians will support him until the war ends.
Is there, but one final question to you, is there the imputation that perhaps he got rid of the defence minister because he was looking like a popular potential successor to President Zelensky? Was this trying to remove a potential, I don't know, candidate?
I don't think so. I think the main reason that he had to make a change, that he saw he had to make a change, was that young Minister of Defense and the old general, the old commander-in-chief general, didn't get along, couldn't agree, indeed were working at cross purposes. Zelensky had to act. He had to act. He first made a bad decision and sided with the old general and dismissed the young defense minister. And then, as we said, the people came to the streets. People let him know that he had made a mistake. Zelensky listened, and he put in a young general, and he's trying to get the young Minister of Defense back in the government so that he can reassemble that team. So, no, I think he's got strong support.
Let's see if he can get that support over the line to potentially a negotiating table. It's been an interesting discussion with you. Thank you, William Taylor, former US ambassador under Presidents Bush and Obama. Thanks for being on the programme.
Thank you, Melinda.
Let's get some deeper analysis on the current state of play and bring in General Lord Richard Dannant, the former head of the British Army and former commander of NATO's Allied Rapid Reaction Corps, joining us from Norfolk in the UK. Lord Dannant, thank you for being here. Can you start?
Good afternoon. Delighted to join you.
Wonderful. It's great to have your expertise on the show, because I'm really curious to get your overall impression of that meeting between Presidents Zelensky and Trump, because we know they haven't always gone smoothly.
No, you're right. I think in very sharp contrast, this this last meeting very, very different from the first meeting, which was frankly toe-curling and embarrassment some 17 months ago when Zelensky first called on Donald Trump. I think the world has moved on a long way. The war in Ukraine has moved on a long way, and there was a much better meeting of minds. Meeting of minds because I think they both want something from each other. Zelensky, quite properly, wants more Patriot missiles or the ability to produce Patriot-type missiles in the Ukraine. And I think Donald Trump is desperate to try and find a way to end this war in Ukraine. So they both need each other, and this time they needed to agree, and I think that's what we saw.
Patriot missiles, as you rightly point out there, were a big focus of this meeting. But securing a promise from the president for Ukraine to produce them domestically in the future doesn't solve Ukraine's problems now. We're looking at, what, a 1 to 5 year lead time, aren't we?
Well, I think you have to look at the pace of innovation, of technological advance that the Ukrainians have demonstrated over the getting on for 4.5 years of this war. They've gone from requirement to inception to production very, very quickly. So I think if they are given the go-ahead to produce Patriot-type missiles domestically, they will get on with it very quickly. In the meantime, of course, they need to generate their maximum degree of anti-ballistic missile defences, counter-drone defences of their own, and other European countries, and of course still the United States are assisting them. That's absolutely invaluable. It's absolutely essential. And as far as Zelensky is concerned, he must go on protecting his people in the best way that he can, while on the other hand, continue the deep strikes, which have been very successful, deep strikes into Russia, which are having quite a significant effect on the Russian economy through influencing their supplies of gas and oil.
Zelensky has requested what we've heard from his readout from their meeting, that he requested an emergency winter package of Patriot interceptors from the US. He wants 300 of them before the end of winter. We haven't heard any confirmation or response from the White House about that request for immediate supplies. Do you think that's an unrealistic ask from the Ukrainian leader?
No, I don't think it's unrealistic. It was, put it this way, it's not an unreasonable ask.
No.
Whether it's unrealistic, well, actually, time will tell. But this winter is going to be the 5th winter of this war. Winter is a particularly difficult time. And if the Russians do what they've done in previous winters, they will put huge pressure on the Ukrainian population through hitting their electricity and energy supplies, in the same way that the Ukrainians are hitting the Russian supplies. But the effect in winter is much more severe on the Ukrainians. So quite rightly, Zelensky is asking for the right to make Patriot-type missiles domestically in Ukraine, but also to have an emergency supply in the short term. Of course, it's reasonable to ask, and I think, assuming that Donald Trump has got the capacity in the United States arsenal, then it's not an unreasonable thing to do to make those available and make them available really quite quickly now.
Well, I guess that perhaps is the underlying sentiment of my question there, whether or not it's unreasonable, because if we take at face value some comments made by the top US military commander in the Middle East, Admiral Brad Cooper, saying, that they are reaching limits of what their supply will allow. Do you think that the US is going to remain unwilling to hand over that valuable arsenal when they are struggling with supply themselves, given the extended conflict in Iran?
Well, of course, Patriot missiles aren't the only item in the United States inventory. And you're absolutely right to draw attention to the war in Iran. One war is overlaying on another. But I think certainly going back to Ukraine, focusing on Ukraine, it is quite clear that the air defense threat and their air defense capability is a very, very high priority. So quite rightly, Zelensky is making the case as strongly as he can. Now, it's up to American commanders in the Middle East region to make sure that they can use the variety of weapons available to them to make sure that they keep their ships, their bases as safe as possible from further Iranian attacks on their interests.
The front lines remain largely unchanged, but Ukraine is now, as you were pointing out in your previous comment there, showing it can strike deeply and successfully inside Russia. Do you think that that has changed the dynamic between President Zelensky and President Trump?
Yes, I think it has, because although Putin maintains a vice-like grip over state broadcasting media and therefore over what the Russian population know and understand, there is no doubt that the persistent deep attacks by Ukraine on Russian oil and energy infrastructure is having an effect. And it's a visible effect. I mean, interest rates are high, inflation is high, the availability of fuel is restricted, and it's having an effect on the Russian people. And at some stage, that is quite likely, quite possibly, going to have an effect on Putin and his decision-making. So that's one factor which might be drawing a ceasefire a little bit closer. As far as Trump is concerned, he is looking towards the midterm elections. He would like to be able to say that he's orchestrated a ceasefire in Ukraine before the midterm elections, in just the same way he'd like to say he's orchestrated something approaching victory or at least a ceasefire in the United States' favor in Iran. So there are practical issues in both these theatres of war, but there are domestic political issues that are probably the overriding thought process in Donald Trump's mind at the present moment.
And there also needs to be the domestic pressures also on President Zelensky's minds, because he has been under increasing domestic pressure from his people, especially after sacking the defence minister. Do you think that his meeting with President Trump is going to give him a domestic boost that he significantly needed?
Well, certainly the positive reporting of their meeting is going to help Zelensky back in Kyiv and back amongst the Ukrainian population. I think a lot of people have rather shaken their heads and rather wondered why Zelensky felt he ought to get rid of or needed to get rid of the defence minister, a young, very innovative, forward-thinking defence minister. Now, maybe it was quite as simple as that he was beginning to represent a threat to Zelensky himself. If that is the case, I think that's a shame, because I think in times of war, all the people at the top of a country need to pull together towards the common aim, which is safeguarding their own security and defeating the enemy. So back to your question, yes, I think the meeting in the White House will play well, and Zelensky will get a certain amount of kudos and credit for that.
Do you think it's going to be enough to quell that domestic unhappiness or discontent that we've seen, especially, as you say, we're going to soon be entering another very difficult winter period?
Well, I think Zelensky and his new defence minister and the new head of the armed forces, they need to sit down together and agree to work together and to collaborate together in the best interests of their government and in the best interests of their people, particularly as we're approaching another winter. Discord is not a good thing for Ukraine, and it'll only benefit Russia at a time when Russia is under pressure. Bear in mind, at sea, the Ukrainian non-navy has pretty much sent the Russian Black Sea fleet out of the Black Sea. The deep attacks we've been talking about have become increasingly successful. And although on the land, the land maneuver battle is pretty stagnated, it's not going Russia's way. Russia is still taking about 1,100 casualties every day, killed and wounded. And that's a very high number and probably unsustainable in the longer term.
If we turn our attention a little bit to Iran, because you sort of mentioned we have two conflicts overlapping a little bit here, we did see over the weekend that Ukraine attacked that Iranian ship in the Caspian Sea. The Kremlin has said that that should be considered an attack by Ukraine on Iran itself. With that in mind, can you see Iran targeting Ukraine in response, or perhaps Ukrainian allies in Europe?
Well, it's very difficult to predict what Tehran would do. Now, who do we mean by Tehran? I think we have to increasingly recognise that the power men in Tehran, in Iran, are the commanders of the IRGC, and they have got a much more hard-edged approach than the Khomeini government, bearing in mind that the new supreme leader has still not shown himself in public. So we've got to reckon that we're dealing with the hard-edged leadership of the IRGC. And what they will do or what they won't do is quite hard to predict. But Iran is lashing out in several directions. It's firing up its proxies, the Houthis again. It would like to continue to support Hezbollah in Lebanon to the extent that it can, and the remnants of Hamas. The real engine of war, of disquiet in the Middle East, undoubtedly is Iran. and undoubtedly is now the leadership of the IRGC. And it's unpredictable.
If you were still a NATO commander, would you be encouraging your NATO allies to have a heightened level of readiness, or perhaps to keep a closer watch on that issue?
Well, you combine the wider issues in the Middle East and the issues in Ukraine, and I think there's all grounds for a heightened sense of readiness. And it comes back to the issue which many of us have been talking about in the United Kingdom and other countries, and that is the amount of resource, the amount of money that Western countries are prepared to put into their defence budgets. And certainly as far as the United Kingdom is concerned, the current government, and we've just got a new Prime Minister, still seems to be reluctant to fund the defence budget to the extent that is needed. And of course, if you don't have a strong deterrent capability, you are risking, whether it's adventurism, further adventurism from the IRGC somewhere in the Middle East region, or further adventurism from Vladimir Putin in the wider European theatre. So it all does come back to the amount of preparation and readiness, and that's determined by the amount of cash that governments are prepared to put into their defence budgets. And it's not enough for most countries at the present moment.
If we just turn a little bit more of a focus onto Iran, we have heard from the top US military commander reportedly saying that the bombing campaign that the US has been conducting around the Strait of Hormuz area has reached its limit of effectiveness. Do you think that we're going to see a renewed or a changed military strategy from the US as it remains entrenched in this war with Iran?
Well, I mean, sadly, I think one has to accept that the United States has got itself into a war that, as much as they might like, or Donald Trump might like to declare victory from time to time, it's increasingly difficult to win. I'm sure defense planners in the Pentagon have known right from the start that the Strait of Hormuz was a very vulnerable point as far as the United States is concerned. I think Donald Trump has been much slower to accept the significance of the Straits. And of course, there's also now the Houthis threatening the Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandeb. So these threats and challenges to American power, challenges to Western influence are increasing. So I think the sensible strategic move by the United States is to find, probably through diplomatic measures, a way to wind this war down with Iran. Because winning it, I think, is going to be impossible. Losing it is unthinkable. So finding an honourable way to stop it is the sensible solution.
That is a sensible solution to war. Let's see if we eventually get ourselves there. General Lord Richard Dannett, that is a really interesting analysis from you. We appreciate your time. Former head of the British Army and former commander of NATO's Allied Rapid Reaction Corps. Thanks for being here on the programme.
Thanks, Melinda.
That's all we have time for on Global News today. Thanks for watching. Be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews and analysis. Until then, goodbye.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
He was just incredible. The best striker in the world.
For once, he put his finger in my face, and his finger is about as fat as that cup.
But he was like a little puppy, like trying to lure you in. You know what I mean? Come on, play with me. No, I've got nothing for you.
I hate predicting. I always get it wrong. So I go for an Arsenal win.
You can make an argument for the players that were playing ahead of me.
Welcome to the Dressing Room Podcast. Colton is on one of his away days. No doubt we'll have a lovely story about the train system in Bangkok coming up. We got an excellent replacement. One of the Chelsea's all-time greats. One of my best teammates to play with, genuinely. Ida Johnson, how are you?
Very good.
Yeah?
After those words.
Yeah. It's true. I've told you that before over a few
Very
drinks.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you get emotional.
Yeah.
That's when you mention how wonderful of a player I was.
Yeah.
He said I was one of the best crossers of the ball yesterday.
Yeah, I did.
No, that was
All
him.
true.
Really good play about him.
All right. I'll say that as well, though. Yeah. It's a nice start, isn't it?
He was unbelievable, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
A great player.
Where a joke.
Where are you living now, Id? Back
Iceland,
home?
yeah. Been there for 6-7 years now.
Yeah.
Can be tough at times.
Yeah.
Dark winters, very dark, very cold.
Yeah.
But something about, getting the full winter season.
Yeah. Is it nice?
And just a couple of weeks of summer was nice.
Is it dark all the time? Is it?
Yeah, during the winter, literally 20 hours darkness.
Have you ever been, Bridgie?
You've been?
I've been. I love
I've
it.
never been. I'd like to go.
It's one of the most beautiful places. What's that place I went to? The hotel with the Blue Lagoon.
The Blue Lagoon, yeah.
And
it's meant to be amazing.
Stunning.
When you see photos of it, it looks amazing.
Yeah, stunning.
Let's get a little festival over there or something.
Beautiful people.
There
Beautiful
are some
people.
festivals.
Yeah, festivals out there worth going to.
Yeah.
We like a festival.
You always bring it round to festivals, didn't you? Right.
Coming to see me is a festival.
It is. It is on and off the pitch. So listen. So home's Iceland now. You've got 3 boys, all playing professional football.
Yeah.
Around the world. I mean, that's got to be a job in itself, making sure you.
Yeah, it's good though. Gives me an excuse to travel a little bit. All played for Iceland. Different stages in their career. Obviously, the oldest will be 28 in May.
Did you play with the oldest? Didn't you?
No. That was me and my dad.
Oh, you and your dad. I didn't know if you
time goes quick, doesn't it?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, all professional. They're all got one boy at Blackburn. Was doing really well until he got injured. And my youngest boy is in Malmö in Sweden.
Okay.
All in the first team. It's great.
I remember you. Sorry, Bridget.
But it can be difficult. It can be difficult weekends.
Yeah. You told me this. Tell me.
So speaking of weekends, as in being on the phone, waiting for them to call, and it's either everything's wonderful after they played and scored and won, or we have to sit there for an hour. It's part of the game. Sometimes you play, sometimes you don't. Keep your spirits up. Blah blah blah. And you're just exhausted of being the positive guy all the time, or trying to be.
Yeah.
And then I've got a little girl as well, 11. She scores about 3-4 goals on average a game.
Do you know what? If you was a horse,
I knew you were going to say that.
You know what I mean?
Mate, women would be queuing up.
Four bloody kids all playing.
Don't know what it is. It's
Just shows
family.
you how good he was.
Yeah. But the thing is, I remember the story about you, for people listening. You played with you come on for your dad, right? And your dad's last game for Iceland, and your first game was that?
Yeah, it was my first game away in Estonia.
Yeah,
this is '94. Jesus.
Yeah.
So I substituted my dad for the national team. It was a big moment, first time in history, father and son in the same game, and we were meant to play 2 months later, which would have been in Iceland. So wanted this big moment to be in front of the home crowd. But just before that game, I broke my ankle, so it never happened. And my dad kept playing for another couple of years, hanging on, waiting for me to recover, but I never recovered in time. And the beautiful thing about that moment for me, for us, for everyone in the family is it wasn't set up. It wasn't. It wasn't a charity thing, or it was. He was genuinely one of the best players for Iceland, and still was at that time.
Right.
I was 17, just turning 18, coming into the full squad for the first time.
Yeah.
I remember saying to the manager, "I don't want a room with my dad." Because we used to have roommates for the national team. And we all know at times what we watch in the room when we're bored. Don't want to do that with your dad.
What's that? What are you watching?
was watching Loose Women.
Game of Thrones.
It's Hill.
Okay. Do you know
was he like as good as what you were?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like different times, obviously.
It's hard to compare, yeah.
He played in Belgium for a long time, went to France. He played in a time where you could only have 3 foreigners in every club, so it was always you had to stand out as a foreigner. He was really good.
Yeah.
Was Player of the Year in Belgium, top scorer. Played European Cup finals. Actually missed a penalty for Anderlecht against Spurs.
Did he?
Yeah, in the final.
I'm still stunned Spurs got to the Champions League final.
Yeah, that was.
Is that real?
We're talking about the 80s.
Okay, yeah, Glenn Hoddle and all that. Yeah, okay. Do you know what? Like that must have been. I can't think. Can you imagine playing football with Mickey? Did your dad play?
No. Well, played probably Sunday League.
Did he?
Yeah. He was quick.
Well, no doubt, yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen him, lively.
Yeah, bit of a madman, I think. But...
Mad Mickey, yeah. Oh, mate, what that was like, what a moment. Like, how was your mum? Imagine, yeah, that's it, your mum on that day, she must have been nervous.
Yeah. I can't even remember what she said.
It's hard to remember that far back when you get to
Yeah, I can't remember what happened yesterday.
Yeah, fair point.
But see, I mean, it's a proud moment. It's bittersweet. It could have been even bigger.
Yeah.
We would have actually played if I wouldn't have gotten injured. We would have probably played 10 internationals together.
Yeah.
Which would have made it an even more historic, even bigger moment.
Yeah.
Still big enough though.
Yeah, mate, it's incredible. Massive. I think I think that's a beautiful story.
Has anyone
I don't think it's ever.
No,
I don't think so. I think father and son. I think for club football maybe Rivaldo or something. He played until he was 50, wasn't he?
Mate, you can tell by his legs. I've seen him. Right. Well, listen, we'll get back onto you a little bit later, Ida, because we all saw each other yesterday at the Chelsea game, Manchester City. I'm going to start top of the table. We're going to start with Arsenal losing to Bournemouth, and that was on the Saturday. And I know that because I was in a pub in Highgate, which is Arsenal territory, and I was expecting, everyone was really excited Arsenal were going to win, and then it just was deflated. Everyone. But we have to give Bournemouth massive, massive credit. You look at their last few wins, Bridge, 5 draws and then a win against Arsenal.
I did say this.
You did say it. You did call it Mystic Bridge.
Yeah.
You did what?
They've upset him a few times.
Yeah, but you must have had something else you was going on.
No, literally that was it. That's all I go on, really.
Really?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I watched with an Arsenal fan, which was good.
Did you?
Yeah. And again, cheering when they got a corner. And I give them a bit of stick about it, and they went and scored from it. So I thought, I'm going to shut up now.
But the thing is, we've all been in them situations where you're going for a title, but I've never seen a club like at the moment where Arsenal, where it's been building up over the years, where they've stumbled at the last hurdle, and then it becomes a sort of, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. So every time I watch Arsenal now, forget the tactics, it's just the players. They're all looking. Everyone seems to be looking around for somebody else to take the game by the scruff of the neck. Do you know what I mean? And I think I look at Arteta, and he looks grey. Like, not in his hair, he's got great hair. But he looks, he looks
passionate.
He looks petrified. Do you know what I mean? How can you, but do you know what I mean? Think of the great managers you work for. You've got Barcelona, Jose. They never looked scared. Even they looked always in control. With Mikel, he needs to find a way, his body language. I think it stems from the manager. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, I think I've never really been in a situation where we were leading the whole season and then lose it. Maybe with Barcelona in my first season, but my Spanish wasn't good enough to understand what everyone was saying at the time, or didn't really have a feeling yet of what it meant to everyone. I think when the players start believing they're in trouble, I think that's the worrying thing, and they don't have a solution. As you say, I'm looking at you, help me out here, but you're looking at me as well.
Yeah.
And it seems to be going in the opposite direction rather than, dragging someone with you to grind out a result. I'm not a huge fan of Arsenal the way they've been playing, especially second part of the season. I thought they were winning games on all this set plays, and
but they were good.
They were not. They were very good defensively, but they were not convincing in how they were winning games. So it was inevitable, really.
Now, do they?
No.
They don't look as good the last few games.
All right, so here's the point, right? They have decided to play that, like, for me, they're like the Atletico Madrid of the Premier League, that type of football. They want to stop the game rather than. But I think they've got more quality than that. When I think of Odegaard, Zubimendi, Saka, Madueke, there's enough quality for them to play a bit more progressive football. So
they have played attractive football. They have played with much more freedom, it seemed. Periods last season. Start of this season, they look fresh and played with a lot of freedom. When you look at the team now, the way they play, it's all boxed in.
You
don't see anyone really, almost not enjoying themselves enough.
Playing with that fear.
You need to get that enjoyment. I'm trying to think of the situation in my, but for me, it was like, pardon me, it was like the relegation battles when I saw players mainly playing. It was never at the top of the table, because think of it, when you're playing at the top of the table, you're winning more games than you're losing by the fact that you're there. But when I've been in relegation battles at West Ham, that's when I've seen players just like top players letting the ball run out under their feet.
Yeah,
we played at West Ham one year in a relegation battle, right? And the West Ham fans are demanding, right? I love them, but we'd get booed off at half time because we wasn't winning, like against the team and things like that. They wanted you to do so well. And there was a particular part of the stadium, the Chicken Run, and we'd got a corner once, right? And the fans were like, used to give you so much stick and abuse you as you're going to take a corner. Nobody wanted to take the corner. So I'm looking around. My position was the edge of the box, right? And I'm looking around and I don't even remember. And then the fans are like, going, come on, someone take it. The ball's on them.
Waiting to give him some abuse.
Some of the lads doing it. Mate, so like, I've never seen it, but I look at this Arsenal team and I see that type of fear. No, like nobody's really wanting to get on the ball and make it happen. I mean, you've been in a few relegation, but Southampton, you would have been.
Yeah. I've always said this about Southampton. They always had obviously they got away with it while I was there, but it always felt like everyone they had a good unit where everyone gave everything the whole time. And when I was at West Ham, you felt there's a few players that probably didn't give everything.
Yeah.
But it's hard. I don't think I've been up the other end of the table where we're going to throw it away, I don't think.
No.
That I can remember. But definitely when you see it down the bottom, you can notice everyone's a bit worried about making a mistake. But that's what it looks like when you watch Arsenal at the moment.
Yeah.
It does look like they're playing.
Yeah, we chased Arsenal
themselves
back in the day.
Oh, yeah. The first season. The first season.
They were chasing the whole season.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden we got deflated because we saw they're not dropping points. And now it's completely the opposite.
Yeah.
The season after, we won the league comfortably.
Yeah.
Jose's first season.
Yeah.
And we never had one moment where we thought, we're in trouble here. We lost at Man City.
And
that was the only game.
Yeah.
The only game we lost.
Yeah. You never.
And the season after, we never got to experience the fear of, we let this slip away.
Yeah.
It's still wide open as well, isn't it? It's like, obviously, I thought, it's probably a couple of the best days of half term so far, seeing Arsenal. And City wins, to be honest. But it was like, the Arsenal fans, a lot of them, I've always said I don't hate them. A certain group of Arsenal fans I reckon there's Arsenal fans going to them, please shut up.
Yeah,
you're making it worse for all of us.
Yeah.
But even some of them now, they were so urged yesterday. You know what they said? Sack Arteta now.
What?
Yes, sack Arteta now to get a manager in to get it over the line.
Really?
That's what one of them said.
That would be the most rogue decision ever in history of football. If you woke up and it's like Mikel Arteta.
That's the thing. What we were talking about. Even the fans are going, what can we do? How can we stop this?
But
I think they've already lost the league.
Do you?
Yeah.
Well, see, I can't say that. No, I can't. Because I'm scared to say it in case it don't happen.
We're here to say our opinions.
Yeah. Feel free.
I always bring it back to, you're playing pool and you got a shot on the black, but your mate puts the cue down. I don't want to say anything too soon.
You're saying you put the metaphorical cue down and Arsenal win the league. Thanks for coming. Okay.
I was in the way end yesterday.
Look, in the end, it's still in their own hands.
They
have to go to Man City, get a result, and if they get a win, it'll be huge. Just don't see it happening. The way Man City played second half at the Bridge yesterday, I felt I was watching the best team in the Premier League.
Yeah.
By far.
Yeah. They stepped on the gas, didn't they?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Something.
Just the ability to move the ball around, the physical part of it. They're also Doku, how strong is he?
Mate,
Jesus.
He was dangerous. It was hard to see because he was in the way end, but he looked dangerous. He was obviously quite far away, but he looked dangerous every time he was getting the ball.
Dangerous?
Semenyo.
Petrifying.
I would have hated to play against him.
Semenyo run. He just eats the pitch up.
Like he's grabbing the turf. Yeah. Like he's moving the stadium. Right. So we was all at the game yesterday. Like, we're working.
I was kind of
working.
Yeah.
He ended up, he's messaging me. He's in with the City fans. Bouncing around.
Do you know what it was? It was one of them games.
And we got the same agent. How have you got this game?
I obviously played for both teams, but I wasn't actually going to go to the game, but my boy wanted to go. So then I managed to work with City TV, but he was in the away end and I was in the press bit, and I thought, wonder if I could just sneak into the away end. So I got in and I stood with him.
That's quality, geez.
He loved it.
Did he?
Yeah, because he's only ever been in West Ham, where they like sorted him out with some really seats high up, a bit corporate. So to be in the away end and experience like the atmosphere, like I was joining in with all the chanting.
Did you let him swear?
I was as well at one point.
Did you let him swear?
He wouldn't have been swearing. He's not that kid, but there's a couple swearing around him.
My boy wants to go because he wants to join in with all the singing and the swearing.
Yeah, well, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
my youngest probably would join in with the swearing, but
they've not been to the away game. The away games are where it's at. If you go, innit? So if you want to go, in.
The best chant was, "Are you watching Arsenal, mate?" I got right into it. I was loving it. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. But I really enjoyed it. Obviously, because I played for both teams, I'm a little bit like, I want Chelsea to qualify for Champions League, but I don't want to see Arsenal win the league.
Yeah. I had that feeling yesterday as well.
Yeah. Did you?
So I want Chelsea to be in the Champions League, but I don't want Arsenal to win the league.
Yeah, that's
I speak to 80% of the... Even I'd go as far as near 100% of the Chelsea fans would go, I'd sacrifice today just so Arsenal don't win it.
That was the only time Arsenal fans went to cheer for Chelsea as well.
It's strange.
That's wild. Can I quickly ask you about this? For me, the big moment in the game for me, from a Chelsea perspective, we get on, and from a Man City, was when Mark Guehi scored the goal. Right, it was a great finish. I will talk to you about the finish in a minute, being a centre forward. But I look at where Chelsea are as a club, and desperately trying to find a centre half, spending hundreds of £1 million. You had a kid in the building. He come over and spoke to us. Was you with him? No. He come over and spoke to us after. He's so assured he's a captain. You see him play. He's calm. He's come from at Chelsea from the age of 6. We sold him to Crystal Palace, and then now he's at Man City, and he looks like he's been there for 20 years. And he's the moment the jerky ball into him, and the finish was just sublime. And I'm looking at him and I'm just like going, how has this kid got a Man City shirt on? And he should be the team should have been built around him 5 years ago. Whoever's let him out the door at Chelsea needs to. If I'm the owner, I'm going, right, whose decision, or what collective of people's decision was it to think it was a good idea to let this kid leave the club?
They probably still ain't there.
Everyone will go, oh, it weren't me. I'm like, come on, because unless you find out who's doing these decisions will continue to happen, and you'll keep losing players like that. You need to do an appraisal on it.
That goal reminded me of, I don't like talking about it all the time, but it reminded me of my goal against Arsenal. Do you know what I mean? The playmaker just put it on a plate for me, and then me slotting it in the bottom corner.
Still to this day, I've never seen anyone happier to score a goal.
I never score, do I?
But I know. Do you know what?
I didn't know what to do, so I just sprinted in there.
I might get a picture of you scoring that goal on my house somewhere. Just find someone.
My mate got me one,
so happy,
and I'm running off, and then Hernan's behind me, but he's changed Hernan's face for his face.
I mean, if you don't celebrate those goals, Jesus.
No, yeah. Oh, we celebrated, right?
Wow. I didn't go out after that game.
Did you?
No.
That's probably why I was in a
I heard
bad
stories
way.
about you going out for a few.
Yeah.
We talked about it. You know, he woke up, the cleaner woke him up in China Whites the next morning.
China Whites, those were the days.
Yeah, they were the days.
Grown up now.
Well, yeah, anyway.
Yeah, and plus, it's Champions League. Arsenal, we hadn't beaten Arsenal for decades.
Yeah.
So everything came together that evening.
They just, it did come together quite well. And then, heroes is hero, they say.
Yeah.
City though, they just look, they look positive. You know, when we're at Chelsea, you go into games, you think, oh, we're going to win.
Yeah.
But they
look.
We ain't going to get beat. That's for sure. They look good.
If you see Man City in the March-April periods for the last 7-8 years,
incredible.
They always seem to be at their best.
Incredible.
And the exact opposite is happening with Arsenal.
But
you look at it, I mean, you can't. Unfortunately, you can't compare Chelsea to Man City now.
No.
But we should be comparing them because similar size clubs, or you expect Chelsea to be up there.
Yeah.
Look at the difference on the pitch yesterday in personality, in ability, strength, pace. Then you look at the bench. Man City, and you look at Chelsea's bench.
Yeah.
You can put whoever on for Chelsea today. It's not going to make a difference.
Yeah.
They're all the same.
Yeah.
They're all the same age.
Yeah.
No one stands out as in huge character or it's just bland.
Going to come on and change the game at all, yeah.
That's a fair point. You was quite strong on that after the game because do you know what I thought from you, Ida? When you said what you said yesterday, I thought you come from because we don't hear from you that much in this country talked about. You come from a place you were frustrated, weren't you? Because you're a Chelsea man.
I mean, there were emotions involved. It's my club still. It's where I have my best memories and what made my career at Chelsea. And I go to Stamford Bridge and you see, everything's still the same in the stadium.
Yeah,
not much change there.
Yeah.
Great to see some of the same people still working there.
Yeah.
That's what I like.
Yeah,
as in the feeling of
Jesus,
these people have been here for 30, 40 years and still going strong because they have passion for the club. And then I look at what's going on the pitch and I just see no emotions.
Yeah.
I doubt that the dressing room yesterday, I mean, you walk in the dressing room after a game, losing a game in that way, I would have been depressed. I would have been absolutely
embarrassed.
Wouldn't want to show my face for a few days. And I doubt that feeling is going on at this moment in time.
I wonder what it would have been like in that dressing room with the manager, how he would have been.
You have to remember, times have changed and it's a different environment in terms of, I don't think Liam's the type of guy who's going to really, just lose it. And sometimes I think there's a case for just an outpouring of emotion and anger. And it doesn't matter what's coming out of the manager's mouth. Because sometimes you're not even listening, but if he's smashing the place up, do you know what I mean? He's showing he might, it seems it can seem quite barbaric, but at least he's showing you cared. You know what I mean? Throwing a few things around. Do you know what I mean? It can't always be really nice. So don't worry, we'll do it again. I don't think he does that.
No.
But I don't know if any manager. I bet Pep does.
Tell me in the Chelsea team, one player who's at the peak of his career. I mentioned this yesterday.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
Who's at their best, at absolute top level in their career?
Okay, I got one player, and you mentioned him, Reece James, and he wasn't playing yesterday.
And he wasn't playing. So you got one player who's at his best,
at his peak years,
or he hasn't got a huge level to get to be at his absolute best.
Yeah.
The rest. They're all 22, 23, 24. They've got their best years ahead of them.
Yeah.
But who are they going to learn from to become better on a day-to-day basis? Yeah. They're all learning from each other at the same level. So who's going to challenge them?
And a young manager.
And a young manager. I don't see it. This project.
Yeah.
Don't see it happening.
Yeah, it's a fair point.
And all of a sudden, when you see a result like yesterday, you start to think, wow, miles away for challenging at the top.
Who was, maybe even before you come to Chelsea, in your career, who was that Was there a particular anyone that stands out who drove you?
Look at the characters. When I joined, Dennis Wise.
Yeah. Yeah,
Marcel Desailly.
yeah.
You know, Marcel Desailly didn't have to speak.
Yeah, yeah.
He just it was enough for him to give you a glance, and you go, oh,
yeah.
he's not happy with me.
Yeah.
Gus Poirier, Gianfranco Zola, Jimmy Floyd.
Yeah.
We joined at the same time. And the list goes on. Jody Morris, he was a character.
Yeah, yeah.
He went in.
Yeah.
1,000,000%.
Yeah.
Every tackle.
Yeah.
In training. In games. Everything. Dennis Wise.
Yeah,
I was so happy and so relieved. I was so scared joining Chelsea just because of Dennis Wise.
Really?
Yeah. I thought he's going to do something to me. He's going to kick the shit out of me. And I was lucky because I ended up renting an apartment in the same building as Wisey was living. So he sort of took me under his wing rather than giving me sticks. So he protected me.
Yeah,
I think.
But that's because he would have seen what a player he was. I don't think Wisey would have looked after everyone, but because he loved Chelsea, and he's like, I need to make sure this kid settles in because he's going to make us better. Do you know what I mean? So it's a little bit.
And back to the point of, so why do you think John Terry became such a great captain? His football ability, of course, but the things around the dressing room, around the club, he learned it off Dennis Wise. Because Dennis Wise ran the show here for years and years. JT took over. Who are they learning from? This generation. There's no one there. There's not a character there. Reece James, how long has he been captain? Since he was 20, 21?
Yeah, maybe.
Who did he learn off as a Chelsea captain before him?
Yeah.
Did he have someone in the dressing room that he goes, wow, this is the way I'm going to do it?
Yeah.
And how many players, how many young centre forwards have an experienced guy in front of them where you go, wow, I'm absorbing information. I had Franco Zola.
Yeah. Oh.
I mean, I watched him that much that I ended up playing instead of him at times.
Yeah.
So I had so much respect, but
I
was going to play my minutes.
Yeah.
I don't see these things at Chelsea at the minute.
Because if you've got players of the same age, there's no mentoring of like natural mentoring. You know, I had the same thing at West Ham. I had players I looked up to. Like I had Stuart Pearce come into the dressing room. Mate,
I think it was that era, wasn't it?
John Moncur I had similar things with John Moncur. What a player he was, right? And I sort of come in, took his position, and he could have been like. But he would help me. He would point little things in my game, do you know, that needed to improve. So that's so crucial. You must have had people in your career.
More step-overs, even more.
I think it was that era, though. I think most teams might have had it. Like I would have had John Beresford, Stuart Ripley, Jason Dodd, who was their ages. There was always an older...
Yeah.
And you always noticed it when you did in-house, you did experience for young lads.
Yeah.
It was the experience that won most of the time.
Yeah.
Always.
And then sometimes it wasn't always pleasant. Like
in Chelsea now, they're all in the same team.
Yeah. Yes.
They've only got one age group.
Young against old. Yeah, to be fair. And it doesn't have to be pleasant. I remember Jimmy, I love Jimmy, mate. If you didn't give Jimmy the ball at the right time, I remember once he put his finger in my face, and his finger is about as fat as that cup.
Do you know what? I think he's much more relaxed now. He doesn't play football. He's a great lad, Jimmy.
I love Jimmy. I love Jimmy.
Lad.
And he was.
He would fight you though. Probably.
Yeah. If you didn't give him the ball, oh my god!
But that's one thing I learned quickly when I joined Chelsea with Jimmy Floyd is just give him the ball.
Yeah.
Find him.
Just find him.
And at times it was annoying that I speak fluent Dutch.
Really?
So I couldn't get away from him. If I didn't listen to him in English, he would just speak Dutch and go, here we go. We once had a fight. He got annoyed. He got annoyed in a game. I score.
Yeah.
And he felt I should have passed him the ball 5 minutes earlier.
But
10 minutes,
scored.
But I've scored.
Right.
And he come over and said, you happy now? Well, yeah, I've scored.
Pass me the ball then.
Stamford Bridge. About me. I need my goal. Yeah, I'll do my best, Jimmy. Honestly. I love Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank. I love him. I love playing with him. I love being around him. I still speak to him.
Yeah,
I do as well.
At least once a month now.
Brilliant stories. I could listen to you all day, but quickly back to this week's football. This week upcoming massive game, Manchester City against Arsenal. Predictions?
What, me first?
I'm looking at you. I'm not giving either a moment pass here, am I?
I hate predicting. I always get it wrong, so I go for an Arsenal win. No, do you know what? Looking at the way everything's going at the moment, it's hard to say City won't win. But mate, anything can happen, can't it?
Go on.
I mean, I'm not even going to go for prediction.
Okay. All right. Blank
I said it before. Arsenal wins, so I usually get it wrong.
So it's literally whoever wins the Premier League.
Yeah, basically. I think that's it. It's over. It's this game and that's it.
I don't think that's the case, though.
I do.
I think. Nah.
I do. 6 points.
So
if they win the game now, there's 3 points in it.
We're all forgetting how hard the Premier League is. Nobody, apart from you, predicted Bournemouth is going to beat Arsenal, right?
Yeah.
As much as good as Manchester City are, can they
City
win another
City needs to win every
6
game
games in a row?
Every game.
See, I still think Arsenal win the league. I think Arsenal go there, and off the back of winning in the Champions League against Lisbon, and I think they go there and they nick a point.
I'm doing the old.
0-0 or 1-1.
Arsenal got a shot on the black.
Yeah, I know.
And I'm putting McHugh down just before they
go
take
on,
the
Mikel,
shot.
just put it away. What do we have in the bar? Okay.
Yeah. I don't see Man City dropping a single point from now to the end of the season.
It's in Arsenal's hands, really.
Right, okay. So you've gone Arsenal for your psychological thing.
Yeah.
You've gone Man City, and I've gone a draw.
The good thing is I've enjoyed watching those Arsenal fans that have been celebrating and giving it loads. So now it's just being really angry.
There's a lot of anger in North London.
Yeah, there's a lot of anger going on.
Even if you just drive through North London now, Spurs and Arsenal, the anger levels, frustration.
And like I said, we've got a few Arsenal mates that we really like now.
We love Arsenal mates.
We love our Arsenal mates.
We love them.
I feel bad for them going through this little spot, but I'm quite enjoying it. Not your pain, but other people's pain.
Right, listen, we're in North London, so we're going to go over the road to Tottenham. We cannot talk Tottenham without the Spurs legend that's to my left-hand side. Mate, De Zerbi's coming in. They was absolutely dreadful, I thought, at Sunderland. There was no manager's bounce. It was like, you know the bouncy ball? It was just one of them flat ones. Bang, it's hit the floor, no bounce at all.
Medicine
ball bounce. And Sunderland just looked like a breakaway and score at any moment. Romero, I was watching the game with Julian Lescott as a centre-half, and I always like to lean on that. If I was centre-forward, I always ask what Ida would want, but centre-half, Julian, he's got a good eye for a centre-half. And he said, he's just wild. You can't trust him. I know he's a World Cup winner, but he could have been sent off. Brobby was, when
how strong is he, by the way? Brobby. Jesus.
But why wrestle him then? Why wrestle the strongest man in the league?
Yeah.
But Romero was desperate to show him that he's, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I looked at Tottenham, and it looked like a mess still.
Well, it's not going to happen in 1 week, is it?
I know
with
that.
the new manager.
But usually, you know what I mean?
You'd like to see at least a little bit of structure.
That's a positive. There's only 1-0. That's a positive.
Only one. But how many games now that they haven't won?
I don't think they've won in... Is it 13 or 14? I think it's 14 now. It's a long, slow, arduous fall from grace.
What was someone saying earlier that the manager coming and said something about he needs to be a father figure? Or
I think he's right there.
Yeah.
I think he's come in and he because he's a smart guy, De Zerbi. I've interviewed him and he seems like a manager you'd want to play with. I've watched him work. When he was at Brighton, we went to do a tactical day with him, and he's, you watch a manager like you'd like to play. He was on. He was energetic, and he was doing a tactical thing. You know where Brighton used to get the centre half dunk to go and roll into midfield, and it was like all the patterns of play he was doing, where he'd hold the ball, dunk, and then a bit of movement there, bang, bang, and it was. But obviously he had months and months to set this system of play up, he hasn't got no time to do that at Tottenham. So I think he's smart when he said, I need to be their father or their brother, because what's going to get the Tottenham players out of this isn't tactical change. It's going to be an emotional thing, right?
Tactical genius is not going to is not going to save him at this time of the season, at this point in the season. It's just basic stuff, isn't it? It's just go back to basics.
Yeah,
it's simple to say, but find some kind of defensive structure. Don't concede goals. I just think they're in such a slump that they're starting to believe it could happen.
Yeah,
a lot of I've spoken to a lot of Spurs fans, and they go, "Wow, we're too big to go down just because of the stadium. The stadium will still be there.
Yeah,
the team will be in the Championship.
Yeah,
I think it's happening.
You do, don't you?
Yeah, I do. And I mean, I'm a Chelsea fan,
right?
So if you're a full-on Chelsea fan, you love seeing what's happening at Spurs.
Yeah.
I'm not quite there because I like the fixture. I like the Chelsea-Tottenham.
Yeah.
I want them to be in the same league.
Yeah.
Or for Spurs to be at least in the Premiership.
We could swap them with Millwall if you like that.
That might be happening as well.
Imagine that. Oh God.
No, but do you know what I mean? Yeah. They're not. No one's too big to go down.
No. Manchester United have been relegated before. You know what I mean?
They all have.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But I'd still want the Chelsea Spurs fixture next season.
My thoughts on it, right? So the teams around them, West Ham, the club, and when I say the club, the players, the management, all the backroom staff, the fans, more importantly, understand what a relegation battle is because they've been in it. Nottingham Forest have been in relegation battles. Leeds have been in relegation battles. Tottenham have not really as a fan. So when you go there, there's no experience at the club. The only player I can think of in that squad who's experienced relegation battles, jumps off them up, is Richarlison. He's been at Watford and Everton, and he looks like a bit of a cannon as well. So the players they're like they're sleepwalking into it. They don't realise. Does that make sense?
They must do though. Come on.
Yeah, but they're not playing like they are. They're not.
What you mean. That's probably why they need that manager who's going to be that figure to snap them out of it mentally. And like you said, getting them doing the basics right.
Yeah. Has he been in that situation as a manager?
De Zerbi? I don't think so. Brighton, he was in Italy before.
They got them
Marseille.
as well,
the difference, you look at West Ham, they're picking up results.
Yeah.
And we were going through this earlier with a Spurs fan in the building. He was looking at their next fixtures.
Yeah.
Oh, they don't look too bad.
Yeah.
But you haven't won for. How can they not look bad? I don't see you winning.
Yeah.
Every game.
If we look at at the last few months,
true.
So it's all right. Just trying to stay positive.
Yeah.
But you're not feeling that positivity, are you?
Yeah. It's true.
It's sort of a bit of a blag positivity.
Yeah. It's like delusional. Like they still think they've got Gareth Bale and Glenn Hoddle playing for them.
Modric.
Yeah, Modric, you know what I mean?
Imagine that.
And they're going, we'll beat them. We've got Glenn. That was the 80s.
Tottenham Arsenal fans hate us.
But it's the reality of it.
Yeah. Listen, I'm just trying to think, if they went down, would it be the biggest, since the Premier League started in 92, I think it would be the biggest club to go down. Can anyone think of anyone who's been in the Championship? Leeds, Tottenham are a bigger club than Leeds, aren't they? You know, like in that sense. I think with a structure around it. But going back to what you said.
Stadium.
Yeah, and the stadium. They love the stadium and the megastore. They've got the biggest megastore. No, I heard that from a Spurs fan the other day.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but we got the biggest megastore in the Premier League.
And go-kart.
Yeah, go-karting.
Right, okay. Have a go-karting team building session.
Yeah. Anyway, West Ham look like they're picking up results. Leeds are the one for me where I think they could get sucked in. And the reason they're playing Man United away tonight, Wolves at home, Bournemouth away, Burnley at home, Spurs away, Brighton at home, and West Ham away.
And why would Spurs away scare you though?
It wouldn't scare you, but if you're Leeds and you because the thing with Leeds is they've been patting themselves on the back all season and they've just been sucked into it last minute. So I think only for psychologically could that be. But listen, they'll probably look at that and they'll probably think Wolves at home, Burnley at home. We can win them 2 games. We're safe.
You look at the
39
squads.
points.
Would you take, obviously with like the way it's been going, and obviously Tottenham is like on a bit of a slope. But you look at that squad, and you think, how are you getting relegated?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
How?
It's
and they haven't yet. So I kind of see them getting out of it, but I keep saying that every week, and it's just not, something's just not clicking.
Well, listen, it's going to go right down to the wire, that's for sure. And I think goal difference will come into play as well. And we'll have a lot of fun with it from now to the end of the season on both ends of the table.
Not sure the watchers will.
No, they won't. Just a quick one before we move on. We put a little poll out, a little poll for the punters, and I don't know what you think, right? Win an FA Cup and be relegated, or just stay up. Like, what would you want as a player? I won't tell you what my and Bridgie's stance were.
We're opposite.
Well, when you put it, just stay up.
Yeah.
If you had asked me this before the season, I said, well, of course, staying up.
Yeah.
Getting relegated and having that on your CV is just horrible.
Yeah.
I think it's almost embarrassing.
Yeah.
If you were,
I was embarrassed, mate. I was very embarrassed. Yeah. Had me at
getting relegated and winning a cup is it's fun and it's nice, but surely the pain of relegation should be bigger than the joy of a cup.
And I think fans could vote differently because they obviously
we've got the results in. That's what you're saying, right?
If you'd asked the question before the season, I'm pretty sure no one would have said, let's just get relegated.
Joe did.
But
I said, I think to myself, right, I've been relegated once in my career, played for 20 years.
How embarrassing was it?
It was so embarrassing. Right, but I've won some trophies as well, right?
Yeah.
And I was like,
and you're working for the FA Cup at the moment, Emirates FA Cup.
I am, That's not coming to my. That's not coming to my thinking. I think the joy of winning something. I'm quite positive, and
I get what you mean. The joy, but there's no chance I'm taking relegation.
And I think because of the situation they're in now, the answers would be much different than what they were before the season.
Yes, okay.
Now they're almost. I'll accept it now because we've got a moment.
To be fair,
it
could happen with one of the teams.
Well, right.
Leeds are in a chance getting relegated.
Nottingham Forest is still in Europe.
Yeah.
Nottingham Forest is still in Europe. So anyway, we put it to the voters, to the listeners, and it was 42% would win the cup and be relegated, and 58% would say no cup but stay up. So it's tighter than you think.
It's tight, yeah.
Listen, I think it's
all different.
Glass half full, glass half empty. We've done the league, but we got a very special guest. We got some listeners' questions. But what we like to do, we do homework with our guests. And Bridgie's got a little fun fact for you.
Yeah.
Do you want to fire away?
Yes, I met this guy, Nick, a year ago. Good lad, works in fashion. And his cousin, who, with his dad, they've been all over the world watching Chelsea, 08, Munich, Porto 21, all over the place. And his cousin named his second kid Ida after you.
Baby Ida.
Baby Ida.
Yeah.
Really?
As an English kid.
That's brilliant.
Yeah. It'll be rogue. I bet like his brothers are called like Harry, Frank and Ida.
And he'll probably end up playing football.
Please tell me there's a Jimmy in there. Jimmy and Ida.
If he has another one,
that would be brilliant.
And Joe, thing is, 2 days later, when you were born, not when you were born, when Ida was born, he went to, can't remember which one it was, but one of the finals. Porto,
yeah. That's quality. Yeah. It's a bit like, does he know about Lil Wayne?
Well, whether this makes or not, I don't know.
I think it's brilliant.
I basically went to Antigua and had a really good time. And the guy who was working at the place we were staying, we become quite good friends and everything. We had a few drinks and we got on quite well, and he's a Chelsea fan. And I think his actual first name of the kid is his dad's name.
Right.
But then it's like Earl Wayne, so he's kind of named it. So they call him Little Wayne. And I was trying to talk him out of it, to be honest, because I'm not sure about the name Wayne. But we got on really well, and he's he's got there's a little Wayne running around in Antigua.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. So
Spreading
we both
the love.
got one gigs.
Spreading the love. Right, we got some questions for you from the listeners. Who is the best player you've ever played with? And you've played with some players. Listen, the list of players you've played, or just give us a little rundown on. Give us the top three. Give us
I wish I could go back to the teams you played.
All-time top three that I've played with.
You've played with.
I bet that's hard,
mate.
Hard.
Have you seen?
Yeah. Give him 5.
Ronaldinho, Messi, Brazilian Ronaldo.
Oh my!
There you go. Bloody hell.
I don't think you can find a better front three in the history of the game.
That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable.
I don't think so. Right,
if you had to pick one, would it be hard to pick one of them?
What, Messi's the best.
Yeah.
Messi is the best in history.
Yeah.
Number one.
Yeah. Do you know
Mate,
what?
that's some free, innit?
Yeah. Wow.
That's ridiculous.
Like, that is like.
It was just Ronaldinho. Just the fun, the joy in someone's eyes every day, just kicking a ball around.
Yeah.
And he used to do this. We've all seen it. Do you remember the Jogo Bonito and Nike adverts where they're messing about in the dressing room?
Yeah.
He started doing that at times.
Right.
And he sort of starts, volleying the ball towards you to get you involved. And he's doing all these tricks and dragging it from the back and over his head.
Just pass it back to him.
There's one touch back. Do not want to get involved. I don't want to get involved. But he was like a little puppy, like trying to lure you in. You know what I mean? Come on, play with me. No, I've got nothing for you. I've got nothing that you cannot do.
What was that like? Because you left Chelsea in 2006.
20 years now.
20 years.
Wow.
That's amazing, right? And you went to Barcelona, and like you said, you come across a young Messi. So what did you know the moment you saw him there was something special about him? Because whenever I've played against him, I thought this is a different species of footballer.
Yeah.
Like there's something very special.
And character.
Yeah, really?
Yeah. He's different.
Really?
Different to what people think.
No, it's good. Great to have around.
Yeah.
But sometimes he would just sit there, or even in training, a moment where things stopped, and he would just be staring at the same point for about 3-4 minutes.
Really?
And we've started like possession game,
right?
And it's like he was half in a different dimension.
Yeah.
And then he was on, bang, goal.
That's how he plays, though. Even to this day, like
it's the weirdest thing.
I covered a game for Argentina at the World Cup, and the pundit I was working with was hammering him. He can't run. He was first half. He was like, it was a Mexico game. He can't run. Look at him. He's killing his team. And I'm like, just wait. And then he literally, I was like, oh, what's wrong with him? Has he done his hamstring or something? He did not run for the first half. He must have been doing what you've done and was looking around. Then he got the ball and he went bang. I was just like, mate, it's just I've never seen a player like it. Have you ever seen a player can just walk and play?
No.
So he's the number one eyed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He has to be.
Yeah. I think so.
I think he's done things in the game, modern game even.
Yeah.
You can't make it up.
Yeah.
There's goals. Well, every season for Barcelona, but I can't remember what season was it. 2010-11.
Yeah.
Where he I think he went past the whole Zaragoza team.
Yeah.
And still had the power to just slot it, drill it in the far corner.
Yeah.
And just individual things that they even know what he's doing.
Yeah.
But they're just the timing of it.
Yeah.
And just the sharpness and quickness. And he's just a level ahead.
And what about R9?
Oh, he was just... We signed in the same week for PSV. I was 16, he was 18. I was a young boy and he was a man. Right. And his power and pace, technical ability was just unseen at the time.
Yeah.
I think purely because of his injuries that we don't speak about him enough.
Yeah, I know.
He was just incredible. The best striker in the world.
Yeah. The best number nine.
Best number 9.
Of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Them 3 players you've said are the 3 best players I've seen on the pitch. Do you know what I mean? I played against Ronaldinho and Messi. And at the World Cup, we didn't play, did we, against Brazil in 2002, but I saw him up close and I was like, that's just different gear, this geezer.
body movement,
Yeah.
step overs.
He run past Danny Mills once. I think he run past him 3 times. I don't know how he did it. He sort of run past him, run back and run past him again.
I remember the time when Ronaldinho did the step over on Ash, and Kieran Dyer got off the bench and started clapping.
Oh God!
But they scored 5 seconds later. He just sat back down.
Do you remember the Messi nutmeg? Was it Milner? Sorry, James Milner. It was Barcelona, Man City.
Yeah.
And I think Guardiola was taking a year off and he was in the stands.
Right, okay.
And Messi dropped the shoulder and just megs him quite slowly.
Right.
And they go to Guardiola in the stand and he's just going, oh God. you could feel the pain that he was living through James Milner.
Yeah,
I'm hoping I'm getting this right, or whoever it was. I don't want to pick on James Milner.
Yeah, it might not have been you, mate.
But we've all been made.
Thank God
it was only in training.
Yeah. Oh, mate, do you know what? I think at that time, you playing for that Barcelona, that's my favourite football team in my lifetime. The way that I would have paid, to come and play for you at Barcelona. If I could have had a loan deal for 3 weeks, like
don't pay me. I'm going here.
I would have done
weeks.
it. I swear, I would have done it. I would have done it. I would have loved to have played there.
The levels in training, the joy was incredible.
Yeah,
and you know when you're younger, and you're picking the side you're going to play with, and you see your teammates and go, we're stronger than these.
Yeah,
just in training.
Yeah,
divide the team, two teams.
Yeah,
you could never. I mean, Messi, Iniesta, Busquets.
Yeah,
but it's Thierry Henry, Yaya Toure, and Puyol in my side. So we're not even in trouble against them.
Yeah.
So it was never. How do you say that? An imbalance of training. It was just pure top levels, and you had to be.
I hate to be a defender in that.
You had to be
against that every day,
mate. Imagine that.
I actually had a moment where I had a difficult time in the first season. Criticised a lot. Did the worst thing you can do as a Barcelona player. Missed the sitter at the Bernabeu.
Did you?
Took me a while to recover from that.
Really?
Yeah. And then the way the team was developing and the way Iniesta and Xavi were just playing, I come to a certain moment where I thought, I can do whatever I want in training, as much as I want. I'll never be as good as them. They're just at a better level than me. Really? So I just needed to accept that.
Yeah.
And play whatever role I was given.
Yeah.
And once I did that, I was free. I felt great. Would have obviously loved a few more minutes, but you can make an argument for the players that were playing ahead of me.
Gaffer, why am I playing?
What's going on? Seriously. There was no knocking on doors. It was just be ready when you get your minutes.
Yeah. To be fair though, mate, like that is like I said, like I think it's the best club side I've seen. Yeah. We got a. This is a bit sideways from Barcelona. Phil has asked, when you signed for Bolton, did you know where it was? We're random. I don't know what Phil was.
I knew the second time I signed for them.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You did. Yeah, you went back there.
Yeah.
You had a great time at Bolton though. That's where it was.
I love Bolton.
Yeah.
Bolton was
great. What players
great.
did you play with there?
Wow. We were in what we call the Championship now.
Yeah.
So it was Gudni Bergson, Icelandic guy.
Yeah.
Remember him? I'd been injured for 2 years, and I was just showing signs of being able to recover and play.
2 years out.
2 years out, on and off, but 2 years. And the doctors in PSV said I'd never play at a high level.
Really?
I should concentrate on my education.
Who proved them wrong?
I still need to concentrate on my education. So Colin Todd.
Yeah.
Gudni Bergson told Colin Todd, listen, it was the biggest talent Iceland's ever seen.
Right.
He's back in Iceland.
Yeah.
Looks like he's fit. Can get him on a free transfer.
Really?
So Colin Todd sent someone to Iceland to have a look at a game. I was about as heavy as I am now.
Really?
I needed to really work on the physical side of it.
Yeah.
So he said, come and train with us for 4 or 5 days in Ireland. Do that. And this is it was just brilliant. Peter Beardsley was there.
Wow. Wow.
My first training session with Bolton Wanderers was with Peter Beardsley. I just looked at him going, I've loved you all my life.
Yeah.
He was just unbelievable.
Young people won't realise how good Peter Beardsley is.
And it was just great.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of players, Dean Holdsworth, Klaus Jensen had just signed.
Good player in.
Per Fransen.
Yeah.
So the few Danish boys, Scott Sellers was there.
Yeah.
So there was loads of names.
Right.
Like big names come towards the end of their career. But it was great. It took me a good 6 months to get into things, fully fit. But as soon as I started playing, started scoring, and after 18 months, I was at Chelsea.
Yeah. Incredible. So can I just quickly ask you about your 2 years out? As a young man, you're the best talent in Iceland. And then you're being told by doctors you might not. That must have been really.
Is that the ankle break?
That must have been really tough for you, like mentally, emotionally, and everything.
It was. And when I think about it now, I don't know how I got through it.
Really?
I always had this belief that it will be okay.
Yeah.
You will recover eventually. And maybe it's that belief, or even at times people must have thought he's lying to himself. He's never going to recover.
Yeah.
But I always thought I would.
Yeah.
And I just needed to get away from people saying you're not going to recover.
Yeah.
Went back to Iceland, slowly but steadily, played a few games, and managed to get through a pain barrier that I needed to when I signed for Bolton. Fitter, and everything just went well.
Belief is such a crucial thing for young players out there. Like I just think, if you believe it, but you have to really believe it. Do you know what I mean? So something inside you, like
it's
even
not
with
enough to say
something, you not have to say. You have
to feel it.
Yeah, and you felt it. Something because that's just your inner knowing. Like, I'm going to be all right.
I think Arsenal fans are feeling it. At the moment, you know what I mean?
Why you always bring it back to Arsenal? Having a serious conversation here.
Arsenal fans love giving me.
I think the doctor at PSV was an Arsenal fan.
Yeah. Okay.
See if he believes.
Yeah, give him a call. Listen, I think I know the answer here, but we've talked about him. Sausage fingers. Who was your favourite strike partner? Jimmy.
No, it was almost. We first met. We were in the elevator in a hotel on the Cromwell Road because we started basically going to training together. First.
Really.
Saw him in the elevator, and it was literally. I never believed in love at first sight, but I do after that. After that moment, it was just a big smile, hug. As in, I wasn't even sure if he would know who I was.
Right.
And obviously, the Dutch thing was great. We could talk badly about teammates without them understanding. We never used to do that. But it was just natural. It was natural on and off the pitch. We had we just had a great relationship, and what I was saying earlier, that story, that's probably the only one little disagreement that we had.
Right. Okay.
And it gave me as much pleasure to assist a goal for Jimmy as scoring it myself.
Yeah.
That's how close we were.
Yeah, you could tell, like playing against you. Like you remember, but you keeping Franco Zola out of the team. That's how good you were together. And arguably one of the greatest players to ever pull on the Chelsea shirt, Franco Zola. But listen, this is. I don't know why this geezer's put his name down as anonymous. It's not even that bad a question. What was your favourite country to play in?
That's a really awkward question.
Really?
No, obviously England.
Yeah,
it's great. Yeah. Spain was nice, but I didn't get the same passion for the Spanish league as I did for the Premier League.
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
Yeah,
obviously lifestyle different.
Yeah,
humor different.
Really?
Yeah.
Go
I
on.
like the English humour much better.
Yeah, I know, yeah. Well, you wanted to go Jimmy Carr. You went a year early. You just telling me.
Yeah, I got tickets for next December. I invited a few friends at Christmas.
Carl
You
would
wanna-
have come a
you-
year early.
Or a year late.
So I got tickets for Jimmy Carr, and I was all excited. And I sent a few of my mates, so we take the girls or wives to see Jimmy Carr next Friday. Yeah. And I just got blanked. No one answered. So what's going on? It turns out they're not last December coming. And they must have thought, right, he's either taking the piss, trying to get some sort of reaction, trying to get us to go there, or he's had a few.
I love it. They were happy to
Or
just
he's
let
had
you
a few
go.
glasses of Red Bull. or he's had a few glasses of Red Bull.
Yeah. Or he's just a big Jimmy fan.
Yeah.
Loves, anything named Jimmy. Right.
Jimmy and I need to know if his brother's called Jimmy.
Yeah,
message
he
him.
will be now.
We're having another kid and we're calling him Jimmy Floyd.
They're doing a name change.
This is my question to you, because I think I know the answer to both these. I have two questions. First one, favourite match you played in at Chelsea?
Barcelona semi-final. No, was it semi-final? Quarter-final.
It's mine too.
That is the best game of football.
Mine too.
I've played in. One of my best performances.
Yeah.
One of the best games, even for a neutral, to watch. I've watched it, the 90 minutes.
Yeah.
And the amount of chances and things that I've forgotten about.
Yeah.
It almost got me nervous watching it, thinking, oh, we're going to concede it. Watching it back 20 years later. So that was just pure joy against what was an incredible Barcelona team. We were different, and the different styles of play.
Yeah.
It was just 90 minutes of hard work, chasing the ball, using the ball very well when we won it back.
Yeah.
And it had everything. 3-0 after, 15, 20 minutes. 3-2 at half-time.
Yeah.
Ronaldinho with his little shimmy. It was just incredible.
Yeah, I agree. I knew you'd say that, because that was I remember coming in after the game and sitting down and just being like, I've never the feeling of like, elation. Like you just didn't like, you've done something special.
Yeah.
Like, do you know what I mean? Like it felt, and because for me as well, being a Chelsea fan as a kid, I used to sit by the family enclosure, and it used to be the benches over the other side, and like, do you know what I mean? I was like, I'd never ever heard Stamford Bridge like that.
No.
Before or since.
Yeah.
So like that was a special night. Yeah.
For me, it was. I was nervous before the game, but positive nervous. Yeah. It was my first start in midfield for Chelsea.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, I remember.
And I know, I just knew, at least you can run.
Yeah.
Just run.
Yeah.
Because you've got to be chasing the ball.
Yeah.
And the whole thing of having those nerves of, midfield first time. Good thing was I had Frank. I had Makaleli behind.
Nervous? I never thought.
But not nervous. Of just there was some butterflies.
Yeah.
But I had Makaleli behind me, and he literally he could have been there with
so good
with the PlayStation,
well.
So good,
and just steering me where to go, telling me where to run, what to do, where he needed me. Frank's bombing on. You need to come back. Go, either stay, this and that.
You could have played midfield all day long.
Yeah, but
I season.
And
do
then
you know what I mean?
I played
the way you
after that. I played in midfield because we had Didier, and Didier was always going to be the number one striker. Jose just put me in midfield.
A perfect midfield player. How good his feet were, everything, vision, passing.
Was that the first game you played?
Yeah, first start. I came on at half time.
The balls to go.
Yeah, I came on at half time against Liverpool in the Carling Cup final.
Right. Yeah.
In midfield.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I think it was half time.
It was. It was. Yeah. And
first start in midfield at home against Barcelona with Deco and Xavi and just popping it round corners.
That's how good he was.
Yeah, that's how good he was. But also, imagine Joe's like, talk about great managers making big decisions in big games. he's seen him in midfield for 45 minutes. All right, let's put you in there against two of the best midfielders in the Champions League quarter-final and see how we go. That's how good Jose was. Do you know what I mean?
That's
I remember, I've been. He told me though.
Go
on. Because I think we went Norwich away before Barcelona, and he got Steve Clark to give me the message of not playing today, but you're playing in midfield against Barcelona in a few days.
You rest up.
I was quite happy getting that.
That must have felt good.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah. So, just getting the heads up, just to be able to visualize situation, visualizing a different position.
Mate, that's a great story. And best goal in a Chelsea shirt?
Best goal is the overhead kick. Yeah, but it's a little bit too it's a little bit too obvious.
Okay, right. Give me one. What means a lot.
There's quite a few. Barcelona.
Yeah.
Getting us 1-0 up. Was a good goal. I really liked one that I scored at Southampton. I just did a double 1-2 with Makelele, played it into DJ. Didier held on to it, ran round him. It was just a pure pass.
I remember it. Yeah.
Pass in the far corner.
Yeah, I remember it.
That was good.
Yeah. Do you remember your goals? Do you remember most of your goals?
Yeah.
Some strikers don't, you know. You something?
Maybe in my, I don't know, 150 career goals.
Yeah.
If I take in from under 8s. No, about 150 with international. They sort of dried out a little bit towards the end of my career, as I was always playing deeper and deeper in midfield.
You played a lot in the midfield, didn't you?
Yeah. But I do, I don't think there's maybe some of my early days goals for Bolton that would need to be reminded of.
I'm
the Chelsea ones. Yeah, I mean, I have them on YouTube.
On loop in your house. Okay. Bridgie, any questions you want to ask him?
No, I don't think so. No. That's it.
It's great to...
We can talk about the nights out. We'll save them.
Yeah.
To get you back another time. That'll go on too long.
Yeah. That's a different show, I think.
Listen, it's always a pleasure to see you. Carlton is back for anyone who's waiting patiently with the stories of the train system in Bangkok. He has literally messaged me, I'm on a train, guys. I'm like, all right, sweet, enjoy.
Hopefully he makes it back.
Hopefully he makes it back next week. Ida, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Absolute legend.
Great to see you, boys.
Yeah. Thanks for watching and listening, everyone. Bridgie, what they got to do?
Like, review, rate, subscribe, all of that.
See you next Tuesday.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.